Hearthstone's best of the best gather to crown a champion. From the Masters Tour Spring Championship, our two finalists dominated the competition.
Oh, he just killed him! He just killed him! Wait, is that enough with the verse riff? No shot!
It is.
Oh, because the verse riff costs twice!
Swing.
He's already got one loaded in there! WeQ is going to be your Masters Tour Spring champion.
From the Masters Tour Summer Championship, two titans emerged.
If you're a GamerRvg fan, you have just hit the nuts! Maxi, the new young god of Hearthstone,
Taking home the title of Masters Tour Summer champion.
From the regional leaderboards, 8 of the world's finest players fought through the ranks and came out on top. From China, 4 of the country's most elite players join in the fight for Hearthstone supremacy. A $500,000 prize pool provided by Blizzard and NetEase Thunderfire is on the line, along with a chance to etch their name into the history of Hearthstone. 16 players compete, but only one can become the 2024 Hearthstone World Champion.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championship Day 2. I am Raven and joining me once again to kick off another day of the show is Lorinda. Welcome my friend. We had a I would say long-ish day that's highlighted that the players need some stamina to be able to keep focus for some of these matchups, but how did you enjoy yesterday? Any highlights for you?
it flew by yesterday, Raven. I had 4 matches off casting, so I just got to sit and watch, and before I knew it, I was back on again. I know some of them were long, it's just the meta being so diverse just captured my attention fully. Acupuncture was what the story of the day was. Fury Hunter getting through by 1 health in that crazy final game comeback, and Maxibond going out by a similar amount with the not setting his opponent to 4. So they're the highlights for me. People not putting people to 4 with acupuncture as an out. Whether they're right or wrong, who knows, but that was definitely a thing that occurred.
Yeah, something I did not have on my bingo card for this weekend as being such a big deal, but there we go, that is Hearthstone. Just a reminder, if you have just been joining us for today, maybe you missed yesterday, we'll check out what's on the cards for not only this weekend, but also how the players got to this weekend, Lorinda.
Absolutely, yes. We a lot of ladder play, largely for the players in the 3 regions that aren't China, followed by some qualifications from the Masters Tour events, which we streamed on this channel. The VODs are still available if you want to catch up on those. And then 4 players from China qualified via a series of invitational/opens, which result in a big 16-player tournament, exactly the same as this one, and the top 4 from that did come into this World Championships. So there was a lot of work for both players and both regions, and I think that favours the Chinese players a little bit. They've had a lot more tournament play to get here, and that was shown out yesterday when both Chinese players won their groups.
Yeah, I think that's something I am going to be keeping an eye on for sure today. Is already, the players that qualified from the China regional qualifiers, the 2 that played are already through. So are they going to continue this theme? Because if all 4 make it to the top 8, that is going to be quite an achievement. And to do so, of course, they do have to play the Conquest format. And I think already, based on yesterday, we see this sort of importance and impact this format has, because there were multiple matches where there were those key wins, getting certain decks in the lineup over the line, really made a huge impact on how those matchups went, and hitting maybe the right matchup or winning an unfavorable really does have a ripple effect into the rest of these players' matches. So been really, really impactful overall, as has, Lorinda, the current expansion.
Yeah, the new expansion definitely having its impact, especially with Ethereal Oracle, which, 3 mana, 2/3, draw 2 cards with spell burst, +1 spell damage. It reminds me of Blood Mage Thalnos back when that was a card, and newer players were like, well, why is this 1/1 for 2 so good? Well, it draws you a card and has +1 spell damage. It's the modern day version of that card, and we're seeing a lot of it. It's helping to make decks do a lot more damage. It's helping to make decks a lot more consistent, and it's a neutral, so we're seeing a lot of it. I think the new expansion has done that, and of course today we are going to get a look at some starships, surely, baby.
Yeah, but before we do that, we're going to take a look at the prize pool, because it is huge for this. $500,000 across the whole World Championship, and across all of the players as well. So as you can see, this does go all the way down to 16th. But as you move up, once you get into top 8, those like single wins get really, really big. And obviously the further you go, like that final, obviously the players are here to be crowned the world champion, but just that final match that we'll have at the end of Sunday is worth effectively $40,000 just straight up on that last match. So there's going to be a lot to play for, not only of course the title, but a very significant amount of prize money. Of course, second place still looking okay with the 60,000, but still you'd always like to go there with the extra. No one's going to complain about a little bit of extra money. Let's check out what the weekend looks like overall and what the plans are going forward. Of course, yesterday we had groups A and B play out to their completion. Today we're going to do the same and have groups C and D play out all the way till we get our top 8, which will be played out on Sunday. So again, we talked about this a lot, Lorinda, but the players that played yesterday and made it through have this sort of day in between in the middle of the tournament as opposed to at the start to check it out.
Yeah, and I'm never sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. We billed it yesterday very much as a good thing, but I feel that I'd rather play day 2, honestly, and play, and then I'm in the zone. If I get through, I know what my decks do. I don't have to sort of recall anything. I just get on with doing the same thing again the next day without that gap in the middle. But there is more preparation time if you two come out of the first day, obviously.
Yeah, and we just take a look at how those two groups did end up playing out. Proyon and McBanterface making it out of Group B here. And some really tough matches, honestly, especially at least the one for me. The one I was talking about in terms of a long match was the winners match in that group, McBanterface versus Proyon. And I will say, Proyon really impressed me. Just cool, calm, collected, with some very sort of, control-heavy decks with very specific win conditions. He seemed like he was just, happy to just get the job done, and really did get it done by winning the group.
Yeah, you don't want to miss that match with Fury Hunter there tomorrow in that top 8. You don't want to miss any of these, but that one. Because if Proyon wins that, then he will have beaten the most aggressive lineup in the tournament and the mid-rangey lineup.
Right.
And then it's a case of, okay, well, actually, this lineup's unbeatable. So let's see how that one goes. Let's keep a massive eye on that third match on the list tomorrow and see how that goes down.
And of course, the rest of that top 8 will be filled out as we move on throughout this day. So plenty of Hearthstone we've got to go. And what we are going to be checking out now are the groups that we're going to be playing out today. We just took a look at what happened yesterday, but this is who we have coming up today. Lorinda, take us through these groups and any sort of players to keep an eye on for you.
Well, Jarla in his 4th World Championships now, I think. It might be his 3rd, actually. But yeah, Jarla, the player who is the best player who hasn't won anything big apart from Hearthstone Global Games, if you count the team events. He won sort of some series of Grandmasters to qualify for Worlds. He came semi-finalist in 5 consecutive Grandmasters. He's definitely the player to keep an eye on in that group, although Sif as well, Chinese player who has been here before. And in Group D, honestly, I just want to keep an eye on Rekvam. I think he's been, over the last 4 or 5 years, just steadily getting better and better and better. Although the meme is that Rekvam's playtest group, whoever's in it, Rekvam gives the winning lineup to somebody and then doesn't play it himself.
Yeah, 100%. I was just checking out some of the players there and just who's actually been playing from those initial matches. But we are going to go to just a very quick break while we make sure the players are set up. One of the matches that was off stream just went a little bit long, so we're just making sure the players are all good to go before we, try and rush them into the next match or anything. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back to kick off the first match of the day. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for waiting just for that little short break there. We just had one of the matches off stream finish pretty much as we went to a break, so we're just giving the players just a little bit of time to, get ready for the next match. But we do have that next match ready for you now. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what's been happening with Group C. In case you joined us for the first time, the initial matches are played off stream to just give us enough time, enough hours in the day to actually get this show done. However, it does mean that now we can see our winners match, Lorinda. Hemlock versus Sif. So it's going to be GamerRvg versus Jarla in the elimination match a little bit later on.
Yeah, get yourself tucked in, ready for that one later
Get cozy, get a blankie and some snacks.
Some snacks. It might be a long one. Two of the slower players, but still two of the better players. Sif winning through after being 2-1 down here with a very unique lineup, making China 5-0 in this tournament so far. And Hemlock,
yeah.
with the more normal lineup, but Hemlock has been a big beneficiary of the new system. I think that he's come into his own a lot through the ladder qualifiers. We see him all the time now.
Yeah, just such a huge deal. Again, we have a player from the Chinese qualifiers in at least, they might not, the things might go wrong, but for now it's looking very, very good. Let's first take a look at Hemlock, as you were talking about him. They are bringing a more standard lineup, although I would say hand buff Paladin is a little bit, out to the side.
Instead of Rogue, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but other than that, Swarm Shaman, Dungar Druid, the Demon Hunter, it's all pretty reasonable. But what do you make of this hand buff Paladin? Do you think it's got the juice? Because obviously Hemlock's won one match so far.
Yeah, this was talked about a little bit yesterday as well. He hasn't bought Rogue, which means he's targeting Rogue. That's not always how things work, but that Paladin is pretty good into Rogue. The Druid is very good into Rogue. The other two decks pretty good into Rogue. Shaman is arguable still, but... So if you're going to target Rogue, the last thing you want to do is give your opponent a 50-50 to get out of it. You want to make sure that they have to eat one of the unfavourables. So you don't bring it yourself. That's the clue when you're looking at these lineups.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be bringing this Demon Hunter, which we'll get into very, very shortly. But we'll be checking out Hemlock's opponent, of course, Sif. And as we were saying, so far the players from China have been doing extremely well, and may well be continuing to do so with these lineups. Armor Warlock, the Starship variation of, sort of Discover Hunter or whatever you want to call that. It is still very similar, but it does plan to build the Starship with those Biopods, the Rogue, and then the Asteroid Shaman. So a lot of the Chinese players seem to definitely be doing their own thing, but be very successful with it.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a rehearsal, Raven, and we saw Armor Warlock, Asteroid Shaman, Starship Hunter, I just think that production put those in there as filler spots to see what was going on while we waited for the real decks. But no, these are the real decks, and he's already 3-2 winner with them. And Raven, the Starship Hunter, you were telling me a little bit about this just before we came on air. Talk us through it.
Yes, this is my preferred version of Hunter to play. Obviously, yesterday we covered a lot of the more sort of standard Discover Hunter, with just which plan is to just keep generating tons of stuff, and then you've got options in the late game if you really want them. Whereas this does focus on the Starship, and you've got the main way to win is with those Biopods and Yodelers, of course, as well. But you do have the armor in there as well, so you've got alternate defensive options, so you can kind of go whichever ways needed, or often both if you can get hold of the cards. And when you can discover these pieces from your deck with Rangari, then you get more of them, and it starts to it can really snowball basically. And I think for me, I like it that it has a more focused win condition, if that makes sense. Like, you can still discover a ton of stuff and mess around like that, but I do like the Starship version for me specifically, and I do think the deck has good options against a variety of the meta decks right now. So we'll see. I'm excited to see it, but excited to go against this Demon Hunter, because I'll be honest, Lorinda, I am not a huge Demon Hunter player historically. There are some builds I've liked in the past, but if there's ever been a Demon Hunter that has not really clicked for me, it's this one. I don't know what it is, it just feels weird to play.
Are you drawing the 1-drops on 1 and the 2-drops on 2?
Probably not. That's probably my issue, isn't it?
Noob, honestly.
Am I drawing terribly? Yes.
And it's not even drawing terribly. The deck sometimes, it's not just like occasionally draws badly. This deck can just draw badly sometimes. The other side of it is when it doesn't draw badly, it is pretty murdery. Interested to see how it does against the Hunter, though, because the Alien Encounters is your usual way to stop this.
Yeah, traps as well, of course, can help.
Yeah, with the 4-drops as well now, there's a lot more defense for the Hunter, but you might just be dead on turn 4 sometimes.
Yeah, there is a laser barrage as well in the Hunter list, and of course, as you mentioned, the Arcanite Defense Crystal. So yeah, it'll be interesting how this goes, because again, I've played a decent chunk of the, maybe not this exact list, but the Starship version of Hunter. However, I've not run into Demon Hunter too much on ladder, at least, so it's not a matchup I've got tons of hours in. So we'll have to have a see how this one is going to play out here. Sif's opening hand, well, there's Alien Encounters, so already off to an okay start.
Yeah, any more discovers there? No, but still we can draw the beast, which is the Scarab's a beast, I believe. Was that the elemental? I always get that mixed up. Anyway. There's 2 discover minions in the game, one's the beast and one isn't, basically. We'll see what happens with the buzzard. Presumably that will draw something. And now Hemlock's got this decision to make with the Battle Fiends. This is a perennial decision. Do you want to play 2 1-drops, or do you want to 1-drop and then use coin to attack to start buffing the Battle Fiend up straight away?
I think just having more minions out is probably better. Hunter, again, I did mention the laser barrage, but Hunter doesn't really have great ways of clearing multiple minions without, already having a board or setting up specifically an explosive trap that beats those minions. So I do like just putting them down. They're not likely to be that weak to anything.
Okay, so minions established. He was unlikely to have mana this turn to attack, which is why he didn't last time, because he wants to play this pick, keep the card draw coming, because this deck does need the card draw. And fight for the little board you have. It's really weird at first to trade, but you have so few minions in this deck, you really want to make sure you keep the board for just 2 or 3 turns to get make sure that everything hits face a couple of times.
Yeah, I could definitely see going for Mixologist this turn, just to try and build up a potion, and then there's the potential of potion alien encounters the turn after, and not looking too bad at all. Oh,
Well,
okay. Well, that didn't turn out too well. I wouldn't say any of these are that good. I mean, you can Brewmaster it back and go again, yeah. But yeah, okay, this is why they didn't want to play Mixologist. They wanted to use the Laser Barrage now to just say nope on the damage.
yeah, and the alien encounters next turn as well. Going into the Pupil already starts looking pretty rough for the Demon Hunter. We learned yesterday, though, don't write these Demon Hunters off just because it looks like they can't win, because you can do so much damage with an Oracle and a 1-drop over 2 turns. It is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, they've definitely got reach, right? Like, you do have to always be aware. It's one of those decks where, the game is not over until it's over, right? Until that victory screen comes up, never assume you're safe. Just going to triple check what exactly. I did look at it before, and typically I can't 100% recall. Just got to check what exactly is in the ETC. It's 1 Glacial Shard, a Fizzle, and a Yodeler. That's the other one, the second Yodeler's in there.
Yeah, I like... I've always been a bit strange about having ETC things that are already in the deck as a rule, but as that rule exists, I do like being a bit cheeky with your ETC sometimes, just putting a second of something in your deck that you're not really sure if you want. It was even more prevalent in Reno times, where you could put a second card, hide it in the ETC, and pretend you were a Reno deck. That was great.
Here, though, it's a little bit tricky, because is the encounters going to do too much? Is it better? Yeah, I like this, actually. Go for Mixologist. It's still reducing the encounters down. You've got some good hits from Mixologist as well. Maybe the AoE, the plus health, the 3 damage, all of which I believe we saw in those choices.
Yeah, just hit them all.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that will do. Again, doesn't fully clear the board, but it's about as good as you were going to get in that scenario, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, puts more spells into the Pupils, which means the encounters is a better play next turn into Pupil again. It's all looking really, really good. Still sitting there on 26. Just hasn't bothered drawing the Starship portion of the deck at all, apart from the laser barrage. just ignoring it. Not even sure how you try and go about it now. Have 1 turn with going down swinging later. Try to get Sif to overcommit to aliens, maybe.
Yeah, it's very tricky, isn't it? This does feel quite slow. You are still able to push a decent amount of damage with this. Like 3 is still okay. But I think that turn for Sif was really, really good. Just reduce the minion space down. Oh, and there's Exarch. Not too bad.
Sif nods knowingly and sagely. Basically, it's come at sort of the wrong time, although there's never really a wrong time for it.
Yeah. I think the good thing is it's there as and when needed, but it was not needed this turn, right? I think this is a much stronger turn for Sif. You don't in this matchup, priority number 1 is don't die, right? And like the playing Exarch like that turn, I would argue, is one of the ways you could have maybe through the game to an extent. We are going to see going down swinging though.
Yeah.
Can Hemlock be able to clear this up?
And Kane in hand for next turn as well.
Yeah.
And,
scary, scary, scary.
It's so much damage once again from a position that looked like kind of like it was getting hopeless. Next turn's just lethal.
Yeah, going down swinging is... It's good it's a legendary, right? Because it's one of those cards that could really cause some trouble. Oof. I think the second barrage would have been very nice there.
I keep telling myself just not to feel like this about Demon Hunter. Like, oh no, it's never over. And I just fall for it every time. It's just over. He's just won.
Yeah. Especially with the spirit of the team. And there's Kane. Deletes the taunts. And it is what it is. There you go. Hemlock taking game number 1. And honestly, again, this is definitely showing my own sort of personal bias with the deck. But that is, I think, a really good win to get that Demon Hunter over the line. Because we've seen games, as you mentioned, sort of come down to the wire with that deck. So to just sit, get it done game 1, forget about it now, must be feeling great there for Hemlock, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that deck scares me. It's a deck I enjoy playing, as it happens, the Demon Hunter. But it just constantly looks like you're not going to win, and getting the win is a relief for sure.
Yeah, I think the big moments were the going down swing. Well, the legendaries, weirdly enough, like going down swinging and then into Kane was just ticking all of the boxes because it basically negated the taunts without actually losing anything, right? Because obviously Kane like literally negates the taunts, like turns taunt off, and then the going down swinging, you get to still swing properly, like go face with that attack, right? So it was the ability to just get rid of the taunts that Sif set up. So suddenly, if your opponent plays taunts but they're not really allowed, then yeah, you're going to do well with that deck. So really, really good start there for Hemlock. Getting the win on the Demon Hunter, and now has the Shaman and the Paladin left to go up against Sif's lineup. And we are going to see, we didn't really discuss it earlier, but we're going to see the bans, Lorinda. And who would have thought that the Armor Warlock's banned again?
3 out of 3, I think that is. Actually, it can't be. It must be out of 4, but I think it's 4 out of 4. I don't think it's been played yet.
Yeah, at least it's definitely not been played on stream, right? Like, we've not seen it on stream.
It's definitely been banned 3 out of 3 times that I've looked, but there will be one other game where it existed that I haven't checked. But you look at the stats for this deck, and it's just never wins a game. But the players obviously cracked it in terms of these lineups, and you know,
I will say
some of the bans will be in fear, maybe.
I will say, in defense of the stat websites that are showing X amount of people playing the deck and so on, there is an element of, I do think if you are choosing to bring the deck in a tournament, especially one like this, it's not a single deck, it's part of a lineup, right? So it's weighted a bit differently. And also, there's a lot of people who try that Armor Warlock and not have a clue what's going on, press buttons and then die, right? So there is an element of that. But I do think the strength of this deck specifically, although it is hilarious to play, is that it's part of the lineup and will start to draw bans out, because it's less about the deck winning and more it has the opportunity to just never die, which is a huge problem, right? For a lot of these decks, especially the aggressive ones, that have almost a turn limit on how well they can actually perform.
Yeah, that Warlock functions very similarly to the Hunter. We were talking about that a little bit beforehand as well, right? It's basically the same deck in different form. when you think about it, you're still making the taunts, you're still playing defensively, and then it just happens that your win condition with the hunter is blow them up, and your win condition with the warlock is give them 5 turns, then blow them up.
Right, exactly.
The middle part's kind of the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You've got the options there to just sustain, basically, until you've got that moment to just win. But yeah, Sif getting ready in a trophy room by the looks of things. Not bad.
Probably, yeah. Imagine they're all his trophies as well. He was the 2020 Gold Series champion, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yep, he won the Gold Finals in 2020. Top 8 in Worlds in 2020. And won one of the Gold Open events in 2019 as well. So,
although I think it would be more hilarious if none of them were his trophies. That's something I would do. I'd be like, oh, I'm on stream. I'll post it. I need someone to have a trophy room to make it look impressive. I'm like, they're none of my trophies whatsoever. That would be a little bit funny, at least.
And there's Jarla with his HGG trophy that he always has on the other side of his green screen, so we can see that he has a trophy.
I mean, that's fair enough, actually. If
I
I
would
had
do
any
it too.
trophies, I'd
Don't
do
get me
the
wrong.
same.
Yeah.
So looking at the lineups overall here, Lorinda, obviously minus the Demon Hunter now for Hemlock. Are there any sort of decks that you think may struggle? Like, what are the key decks to get wins with? Is there anything that's going to cause a huge problem for either of these players?
Yeah, I think Sif's Rogue's going to cause him a problem. I think that the Handbuff Paladin is very favoured into that deck, and the Shaman... I'm still on the side of Shaman being slightly favoured there. I think I'm in the minority, probably because I'm terrible at Rogue. Like, Rogue players pay me to play Rogue on stream so it doesn't get nerfed. But I think that the Rogue is a genuine problem for Sif in this particular matchup. It's what Hemlock's level, well, his lineup is designed to do.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be tricky, and I think it's interesting as well that some of the most popular decks have felt like the ones that the lineups have been built to target as well. A lot of the time that feels like it's not been the case. Like, normally, let's say we've got the 2 best decks in the game, right? If we just want to just simplify things, these are the 2 best decks. Normally you build a lineup to be like, okay, well, what are the other things they have that you can target, because they're the best decks because they're really strong. Whereas we've seen multiple players be like, okay, I'll beat up on Rogue, I'll beat up on Shaman, and it's like, it just feels really weird that like that's been the angle of attack from these players in such a high level tournament, because I just feel like historically that's not really happened too often.
I think it's to do with the specific makeup of this meta. We've got 2 decks that are notably better, or at least were considered to be notably better coming into this event, the Shaman and the Rogue. You can ban one, and then your choice is let the other one win and build a lineup like you say to beat the 3rd or the 4th. But you don't know if everyone's going to bring the same 3rd and 4th. Look how diverse this meta is for the rest of it. So I think a lot of players felt forced. Okay, we're banning one. We can't really afford to let the other one just win and go away. We've got to do something about it. And then you start looking at, if I'm playing some decks that beat it, let's just play all the other decks that beat it. Especially as, like, the Demon Hunter's just a good deck. You can play it and beat up on Rogue if you want without hurting your lineup. The Shaman's just a good deck, especially if you think it beats Rogue. And then you go, okay, I've got one dodgy deck. And Handbuff Paladin, it's been around a while. It can beat most decks when it wants to. It's fine. And you end up going into this, suddenly you're playing this anti-Rogue. I think it's just because we've got specifically exactly 2 good decks that you can guarantee people are going to bring.
Yeah, because suddenly if there's 1 or 3, well, you can't target multiple. If there's 1, you just ban it, right? And it's just not a problem. Worry about the rest of the meta. So yeah, very, very interesting overall, and it of course does have the benefit of, if you're choosing a slightly more surprising route to victory, it's unlikely that many players will have a strong or clear strategy versus your lineup, right? Because like, has anyone prepared for, you know, Hemlock's lineup of Handbuff Paladin, the Demon Hunter, and the Druid? Like, potentially, because it's fairly aggressive, but I do think the Paladin threw something in there a little bit different.
Yeah, I think that maybe like the lineup that Banterface and GamerRvg had, who lost to Hemlock, by the way.
True.
But that lineup might be aimed largely at these aggressive lineups to some degree, at least. But they do have the Rogue in there, so not sure. And then you've got the next step of Pro Yun, who's just aiming at all the people who are aiming to beat the aggro decks by just going, you know, I have this wacky lineup that's just controlling. And then you go full circle towards, why don't I just bring what I think are the best 4 decks?
The good decks, yeah. It's the ever-present, circle that we've had of conquest, and even just lineup building Hearthstone since the start, for sure. And while the players, I'm guessing they're just doing something to get ready. I'm sure they'll be ready in just a second. Just looking at this group overall, how would you predict this is going to play out? Just based on, obviously, we know what the winners match is because we're in it. We know what the first sort of knockout match is going to be. But have you sort of gleaned anything? Do you have any favourites as to who's going to make it out of the group and who's maybe going to make it in that second spot out of the group?
Just having a quick look now to remind myself how the first games went down.
Sif beat Jarla, and then Hemlock beat RVG 3-1.
I think Hemlock wins this one, and then I think...
Commit.
Jarla.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if that comes true. We are just going to go to a quick break while we make sure the players are all good to continue playing. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are back. Sorry about that delay. We had some technical issues. The players were not affected though, and that's the most important thing. The players, as you can see, have just been playing out this game. It's going to be Hambuff Paladin on the top for Hemlock against Sif again on the Hunter. We are on that turn 5, and it looks like, to no one's surprise, Sif has got some of those taunts down.
Yeah, I'm just getting my bearings, trying to work out what the cards are at the top, but yeah, taunts down for Sif, but a lot of buffs. Looks like they've happened already for Hemlock. These things are monstrously big.
Yeah, not looking too bad at all.
At the top? Looks like Magatha.
Yep. Although tracking already available as the hero power here for Sif, so there has been the Exarch played, so that's going to give options. But yeah, this is a little bit tricky because it's kind of hard to deal with minions this big as the Hunter, unless you're already, you know, like very ahead with the Starship build. Because if you're already doing that, that's not too bad. But at the moment, it looks like Sif's just going to try and buy some time because it looks like the South Sea deckhand was freezing trapped as well. potentially with a Rengari Scout, because there's a freezing trap in hand. So I'm piecing together what's happened in the game. I'm doing my tracking of my own and trying to work out what this hunter's done here. And it looks like they went Rengari Scout into the forged traps, got the freezing trap propped against the deckhand. But it does mean there's a deckhand, weapon, and now Leroy in hand for Hemlock, which is terrifying.
Yeah, Sif does have these massive 2/7s, but they are only going to slow things down, not stop things, because there are some monsters on the other side. Hemlock does have the next weapon available to buff things even more, the Magatha to draw a load of cards as well. This one's going to be pretty brutal on both sides, I think, because Sif is obviously as well starting to get established with Starship pieces next turn. He's got a little bit of time.
Yes, the Arcanite Defense Crystals could be clutch, combined with the Glacial Shards as well. This is, almost exactly what he needs to happen.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like, he just had a hand along these lines against a bunch of 2-1s and 1-3s and couldn't get it done. But now he's up against 6-8s. It's fine. That doesn't make sense.
This could be too bad as well, because there's Defense Crystal, Freezing Trap, Glacial next turn. And then you can think about getting the Squawk down. Or it could just Squawk anyway for more taunts, depending. So there's some good flex here for Sif.
Needs it though. Hemlock's finding ways to put so many stats on the board this turn. Just like that, most of those taunts are gone.
That's okay. All that is, Lorinda, is board space, right? That's the way you look at it as the hunter. Oh, is this going to be Grifter to try and steal? No steal, but there is deal. Which is also good.
Steal or no steal?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not too bad at all. And again, I felt like I talked about this a lot yesterday, but Rengari Scout, it's a heck of a card. Because now there's just 2 1-mana deal 6s in hand for Sif.
Yeah. Don't need Sonya. This is far more easy to understand. Just play a card, get a card. That's my sort of thing.
I think the interesting thing is, this can be cleared with the 2 amulets, which is fine. But then, is this going to be Discover, or is it going to be Glacial Face? Because, yeah, I was going to say, I could definitely see Glacial Face. Just get the weapon, ignore it for a turn. I like this a lot, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't just delay the first use, it delays the second use as well, obviously.
Right.
So you're setting the whole game plan back 1 turn from Hemlock.
And setting up a lot of damage on board, right? What are we on? 10, 11, 13? And also this does curve into the double defense crystals too, if that's a direction Sif wants to go into. So again, a lot of options as a Yodeler already in hand. So this, although it doesn't look like a Biopod game, it could definitely be Defense Crystals Yodeler game, because that can really start to stack up armor-wise.
Yeah, and you don't need a huge amount, right? I mean, you need some because, Paladin can do chunky amounts of damage, but you're going to have your own attack coming up soon as well, so...
I think that's the difference, right? Where the armor isn't... You're not going to out-armor a hand buff Paladin forever, right? Because their minions get ridiculously large. But if there's just enough for some safe turns, because suddenly, if you go double Crystal and then Squawk it, and then you can suddenly you've got a massive Starship. Like, not only with the armor, but with the stats. And then, these things start to really compound. So I think it's just don't die quite yet for Sif is the most immediate plan.
Yeah, and he's doing a very good job of not dying quite yet. And like you pointed out last turn, when the counter-attack comes, he will have quite a lot of attack on the board of his own as well.
Right.
So.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like this a lot. It's just funny because this sort of play is so strange, and not strange bad, but just strange, because it's both a massively defensive play and a massively offensive play, right? Because the board's full, but there's taunts and armor generation that's going to push you into the late game, and there's Sasquatch next turn, potentially, if it gets cleared. So it's that, the best defense is offense, or whatever they say, and Sif's just saying, well, I'll just do both. It's no problem. So, yeah,
you see
enough.
a wall of 2/5s in any of these hunter decks, and your first thought is, how am I getting through that? And your second thought is, oh my goodness, that's 12 attack they've got on the board, or whatever it is.
Yeah, wait a minute, they're getting through me.
Yeah. And this one is far more. This is 18 on the board at the moment. So
yeah, Very, very scary. Being able to defend the Grifter and the Tide Pool for a little bit with those stats is nice too.
Yes. Looking for...
Oh, Scout, I'm guessing? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably go fishing for the Mixologist. And then there's options of just trading into the Neophyte and playing the Freezing Trap, right? But I think you start Mixology, because I don't think this is the turn to do Rangari Discovers. I don't think they're really needed.
Agree. You want to make sure that your Squawk is a good Squawk, right?
Yeah, well, that's what's... I was just about to tell we're on the same wavelength, my friend. Because there's also the option where you can almost full trade this board if you want, and then Squawk, right? Just to build up the Starship. And then you basically regenerate the board.
Here he goes. I think he's decided that's...
Yeah, this is also completely fine. And this is what I was talking about, because this Starship is going to start getting large.
And Squawk.
Yeah. And suddenly, like, you know, if these crystals go down, that's what 4 crystals in the Starship. And the cool thing about this list is you don't particularly need the Exodar to get stuff done because you can just launch the ship and yodel, right? So that's like doable. Obviously, would you like to Exodar? Of course, but it's not like absolutely vital for win conditions a lot of the time. Normally, Yodeler does the trick one way or the other.
Pretty sure that whenever TJ sees a ship get launched, he yodels. I think he enjoys it that much. But yeah, the second Exodar's picked up, it's just lethal at this rate, I think.
Right.
But there's so many choices, like you've just alluded to, and I'm not quite sure how Hemlock's supposed to win the game. Clear the taunts out and hit your opponent in the face for a lot in one go, obviously is the way to do it, but how do you get to that?
I mean, this is a good start with the Tigress. But was the Tigress ever supposed to get played first? Before the Grime Street?
Oh, maybe, so you get... Yeah.
Because 6 doesn't do anything that 5 doesn't do here, right?
And 3 does a lot. Yeah, okay.
Or it does more than 6, I don't know. I don't know if, like, because there was taunts to be able to just take out for 4, right? But yeah, anyway. Not too much the end of the world. Oh, wait, hang on.
Yeah, I've just started doing the same hang on here.
Oh, yeah, there's no biopods, so it's fine. If biopods are in this, it's lethal. I feel like.
Oh goodness, yeah.
But this can probably just continue to be taken slow. I don't think Sif at this point Sif is under like no pressure. I don't think anyway.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, double laser barrage now. It's very, very nice.
Yeah,
I would
being patient.
guess this is going to be freezing trap to end the turn. It's... Oh, it's going to go mix? Okay. Fair enough. I didn't know freezing trap, although not, you know, clean with the mana. I don't know if it was just nice to just get it down, because you know there's at least one rush minion, and you will know that there's the deck hand in the hand as well.
I like it, yeah. Hemlock, there's no taunts, do a cheeky 53. Just sneak in for 53 quick. Defenses are down.
And this is what's impressive though, right? Look at all this armor. There's no ship been launched or Exodard or yodeled yet. Like, none of that's happened yet, right? And there's already this much armor. So you start to do really, really silly things. And there's still the 2 biopods in there. And at this point, even though it's not been buffed or, like, you know, there's not been multiple, like, Rangari biopods, which is another way you can go, it doesn't matter because the Starship will be relevantly large anyway.
It really will. Only 9 cards left in the deck with Discovers each turn as well, so he'll find what he needs soon enough.
For sure. I think there's still 1 crystal in there. There's the Exodar, of course. There's 2 biopods. Tide Pool.
Yep, there's some good cards. Yeah.
That's a large deckhand. Oh,
There we
speaking of Biopod. Wait, so hang on a minute. I don't know how much damage the starship's on.
No, it's an amount though. It's not a lethal amount, I don't think. But...
It's just that there's I've done this a few times where there's turns where you just go like you could do some just weird stuff with the 0 cost ceaseless, right, and go like Biopod, ceaseless, launch, whatever.
Yeah. And Yodel, yeah. Yeah. So much. Good discipline this. I think there's probably many other ways he can win this game, but making sure the fizzle's set up in case the game does go longer.
Yeah. It's just clean, right? It's just ticking all the boxes. Now there's an end game or late game option for Sif. With the ceaseless and so on still in the hand for later with the fizzle. Whereas there's also just, if this Biopod dies, the ceaseless probably has to die as well, and then you just go Starship Yodel if you need to, it's fine. Which will gain, 8,000 armor, like do tons of damage.
Have you noticed the fire extinguisher, by the way?
I have, yeah. At first, I was like, oh, that's an interesting drink. And then I realized what it was. I was like, wait a minute, is that actually like a bottle in the shape of a fire extinguisher?
Fantastic. Yeah, he had that in the qualifiers as well. It's
be reborn in my image.
I think all fluid containers should now be fire extinguishers, honestly.
Toys are much more fun to bring. I must move quickly.
Was needed yesterday as well. One of the co-streamers, I'm not going to name them, had a fire.
Oh?
Their headset caught fire. That sounded exciting.
Oh, I hope they're okay.
Yeah, everything's good. They're just not allowed candles in the background of their stream anymore.
Oh, candles. Dangerous game. Smell nice. Can be dangerous though.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Exodar. Well, now there are options.
We've said that every turn. All there is 5 cards, and they're all simple. Why? How's there options, Raven?
Well, Exodar can get you a lot more cards, which is always fun.
Sure can.
I didn't get the spaceship piece.
This Hunter deck and the Warlock deck are going to be so similar. It's like, even though they're entirely different, it amuses me. Probably too much.
Time to light a fire under this town.
Okay.
Okay. Is that dealt with? I'm like you, a little bit surprised this freezing trap hasn't found its way onto the board, but
Yeah, that's still very nice though, getting the damage on the Titan.
yeah. That was an illegal trap. I mean, it wasn't. It was
I know,
it
it
just
was
looked
very
illegal,
funny.
didn't it?
Yeah, but that's the sort of thing you're allowed to do with this deck because there's that inevitability.
Yeah.
It is very funny though. The few times, because I feel like actually attacking with Ceaseless feels rare because there's always, people are prepared for it, so there's removal or whatever. But
Toys are much more fun to bring.
that was definitely a choice. And what is Hemlock going to do? There's the taunts, but it's just I obviously can't quite see how much everything's buffed, but with the 24 additional armor, 54 health total, I don't think it's buffed that much.
I must move quickly.
Yeah, and the Taylor not being buffed is obviously a big deal. It's coming to hand very, very late.
Right.
But of course, Sif doesn't know that. All Sif knows that Leroy on the left could be, Taylor. It's been there a long time. So with the right Wind Fury Spark bot, that would be pretty terrifying.
Yeah, this could get a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that lethal? I am not sure.
I'm saying yes, but don't ask me how. It looks lethal to me. Surely.
The Reborn's... Does the Reborn cause a problem here?
Maybe.
I mean, there's also just the other option of don't do anything silly. Exodar, get all your shit parts back, and then just dump some more taunts on there. I'm guessing this is going to be...
There
yeah,
you
exactly.
go.
And then you just go 1-1-1 with the taunt. Yeah. This is also just the safe, correct play as opposed to let's try do silly things with the fizzle. Yeah, this is just strong, isn't it? Like, again, like, what's the plan here for Hemlock? Like,
Yeah.
oof.
Great restraint by Sif. It is the correct play. I just want to see Pew Pew. Hemlock's doing a good job here of, like, not just giving it. He might give up
Conceding.
now, but yeah. But for the rest of the game, he's sort of given it a chance. He didn't know Exodar was in hand and all that stuff, so he's done a good job of relentlessly making sure that Sif has to have the answer, even though he's pretty sure that Sif does have the answer.
I think that's a weird one, though, right? Because when you're against Hunter that has the hero power, as Sif, of course, does take the victory, it's hard to think that they might not have X card in their hand when they've been, like, spamming the hero power. So they're getting offers of 3 cards in the deck, and they can pick whatever they want. I feel like at that point, you probably are assuming they have everything they could actually desire in their hand. So really good game there for Sif. Showing what the Starship version of this sort of Discover Hunter can do. And like I said, it's my preferred style because of games like that when you go, well, I've just got a million Starship pieces, so yeah, let's go, let's blow stuff up. And although Sif didn't actually need to blow stuff up in the very end, it was still very, very impressive overall. So that makes the series 1-1, Lorinda.
Yeah, so I was transfixed by looking at that trophy room that you mentioned earlier. It's so beautiful. By the end of this match, at this rate, it'll probably need a good dusting as well, I'd imagine. Because it's been
True.
a while. It's so cool. I want one.
The only thing that disappoints me is that you don't have to use the handle to send the drink through, because that would be hilarious. But yeah,
Steam comes out or something, some dry ice, yeah.
Yeah. That does mean that we're 1-1. I'm just thinking about it now. So Sif is going to have the Shaman and the Rogue left over. Of course, Hemlock's still going to have that Paladin and the Shaman on their side. So be interested to see how the Paladin could do. Honestly, the Paladin was looking to, at least where we joined the game, looking quite strong, right? All the buffs were there, but just the waves and waves of taunts putting on the pressure and just saying, well, yeah, there's no like AoE silence available or things like that, right? That can really do this. It's not like when we saw earlier with like Kane in the Demon Hunter that just says nope to the taunts. And that's not available in other lists. So it's going to be interesting to see how that deck potentially performs in the rest of the tournament. But for now, of course, we do have Shaman Rogue versus Shaman Paladin. How important was that win for Sif, do you think?
I mean, I hate to be flippant, but not very.
So are you confident the Hunter was getting over the line?
Yeah, I fancy the Hunter was getting out eventually anyway. It's the Rogue I've got my eyes on, and counter that Hemlock's Shaman as well, like whether Hemlock can get a win in the Shaman mirror, for instance, so he doesn't have to take on the Rogue. Whether his Shaman just beats the Rogue. Again, I'm going to keep banging the drum until the stats come out after the tournament that Shaman is a slight favourite there. I think others think opposite to me, so it's going to be interesting.
The interesting thing as well is, unless I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's the Asteroid Shaman, right, for Sif as well.
Oh!
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's a mirror but not a mirror, right? 2 Shaman but not the same one. Hemlock's is the Swarm Shaman that we've been seeing most of the weekend so far, but it is the Asteroid Shaman from Sif. So again, with this lineup just going a little bit out there, and not that Asteroid Shaman's some kind of unknown deck. I think this is one of the first decks everyone made when the expansion first came out, but it's something a little bit different that we've not seen too much of, if any, this weekend yet.
Yeah, it's something that happens in tournaments a lot, where if you're not careful, and do what I just did, you get blinded by the fact, okay, the best decks are Cycle Rogue and Swarm Shaman. And then you build your lineup, you're like, oh, I can't find a 4th deck that does what I want. Well, look at all the other Shaman decks. Like, don't just look at the one that is the best one. Look at the one that's doing what you want to do. And yeah, Asteroids is what he wants to do, control some board a lot better. pick off on those aggro decks a little bit more.
Yeah, it's something that's been a bit surprising with Shaman specifically is that, as you mentioned, the Swarm version is deemed the best, but there's 3 completely different Shaman decks in the World Championship. It's not, some throwaway tournament or this or that or ladder or anything like that. It's like, this is the biggest tournament of the year, of the game, and there are 3 different Shaman decks being brought, and I think that's something that this expansion does a lot, and we might have even touched on it yesterday, that even though there's maybe a couple of archetypes for each class, let's say just broadly, but within those archetypes there's a lot of different things, like already with Hunter, Starship versus just all in on Discover, right? That's different. These Shamans rocking different lists as well, so it's gonna be pretty cool to see. We are gonna jump into the game. We just skipped the first turn or so, but that's not too bad. We can see what happened.
Yep. The point of interest, I guess, Hemlock choosing to buff rather than to fetch weapon with instrument tech, but everything else looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah, probably just wants the minion, the slightly chunkier minions on board as well earlier to be able to try and push Sif off the sort of pressure with the Shaman.
Yeah, you can instantly see as well it's made a difference. So if that was a 1-2, nothing's happening there.
But again, just a reminder, it is Sif on the Asteroid Shaman as well.
Yep.
So even though at a quick glance there's some usual suspects in this hand, it is the Asteroid deck. Obviously you can see the Shudder block now as well.
Yeah, it hasn't had the luxury of playing any yet. And I found when I played this deck myself that occasionally you just don't get the Asteroid synergy and everything falls apart. I'm not saying that's happening yet. There's an Oracle and a Triangulating hand, so it should be fine.
Right.
But just sometimes it all sort of gets a bit wobbly.
Spirit Claw's going to be nice here just to clean this up with a trade, defend the Oracle a little bit. Not looking too bad at all. This is one of those awkward turns, right? Like normally you want this weapon down ASAP with Paladin, because guess what? It buffs a lot, right? Like that's what you want. But it doesn't really achieve too much apart from doing those buffs. And like, do you need the minions down instead? Because there is Righteous in the Muscle as well that can be played instead.
Yeah, the trouble is the minions don't look very exciting at the moment either, so needs a plan all the way up to turn 7, right?
On if any of the minions live, is it ever worth doing the minions, because then you have Sandcastle potentially?
Right, yeah.
Because there's no mana for Sandcastle plus something right there for next turn, so maybe playing the minions just keeps them. It's really tricky to make these kinds of decisions because, again, these sound like, oh, if this board sticks, it's the end of the world, which it's not. But you still don't want to get just slapped every turn, right? Like you still don't want extra damage coming out.
So he did okay with this, which is fine. All right, let the things begin. To start getting asteroids. Just roll it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Now, do you want to coin out your breaker? I think you do now.
Oh yeah, I think you take this every day of the week, don't you? Like,
I'm not sure what his plan was.
Yeah, it's not like Hemlock was all in with this play, but it was definitely something he wanted to stick around, right? And it's like it just being sort of batted aside pretty easily because of the totem, which is very, very, very nice for Sif, honestly, and a good step forward, because even though Sif's on the lower health, it's not really under too much pressure, and you don't really want to give Asteroid Shaman time, right? Because then they're going to piece together the havoc for later on.
I think Sif was sort of the back of his mind that turn, had another plan if he didn't roll the spell damage, maybe to keep the coin, just drop down the needle rock and go for coin shudder block after that, and then get double damage out the breaker and double stuff. But when he rolled it, he just couldn't resist just clearing up the board. Why would you resist?
Yep, going to triangulate those asteroids as well, just to generate a few more. Got the card draw from the totem now. Things are looking good. There's Titan in hand, Shudder Block, the Oracle, and the Thanos. So Thanos and new Thanos, as you put it earlier, are available. So Sif's like comfortably got to just the point in the game where you can start doing the fun stuff, right? Which is drawing loads of cards, setting up loads of battle cries, and sort of go, go, go.
Just an instant short of a good time here.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing, by the way, that Thanos is still a playable card?
Oh, yeah.
2 mana 1/1 that doesn't do anything.
I think the combo of spell damage and draw works together too well, right? For it not to be at least looked at as a card.
Yeah.
Because you draw cards, and then what's useful normally with loads of cards? Well, normally spell damage is going to help.
Yeah.
Sandcastle is going to come down them with a lot of buffs on it.
Yep, there's some large things on the other side now with Plushie and the deck hand in hand as well. Amateurs can draw as well to refill this hand. It's not too bad for Hemlock, and Sif has done all the basic bits and not dying right, but suddenly this board's getting out of control, and he's not really got a deck stacked with asteroids just yet.
There is the other triangulate. Can something be done here with like triangulate, the malted, the drinks, things like that? Like, is that
maybe? I found it goes downhill if you do that. You might want to 20 the sandcastle and just hope he doesn't die. Maybe triangulate and try to hit some asteroids that way.
Hear me out a different way, right?
Go on then.
Can he actually 20 the righteous? Is that ever worthwhile? Just because it's more damage than it isn't, because you'll be able to use the drink, right?
Yeah.
To knock the shield off.
Yeah, maybe actually.
It's just about what he prioritizes the bigger problem, because Sandcastle is the better card, right? But one says 6, one says 10.
He's doing your play, yeah.
Yeah. And I just think like Sif's at the point where it's just, he's doing our plays combined. Doing the Captain Planet of players.
I felt if you went this way, you'd rather triangulate and take a chance on the asteroids just killing the thing.
Yeah.
But okay, fine.
Oh, you know what, Lorinda? I'm going to leave you alone for just 30 seconds, if that's okay, mate.
No, don't leave me alone.
Calls.
Things will be a mess when you get back. Oh, my goodness.
What?
Okay, so Hemlock here with the decision whether to use the Peacekeeper just to take care of the opposing Titan, or to go for the three card play, basically. And Plushie it out of the way and get the Neophyte down. Which is what it looks like he's going to be going for. That gives him the option to Amethyst +2 next turn for lethal in some worlds. And obviously, it's tempo, which is what Hearthstone is usually all about. Now, Sif is going to need to hit some asteroids, I think, to survive this. Raven's going to come back. I told you everything would be a mess when he got back. I appear to have ruined this game with Hemlock just killing Sif while Raven was away.
Yeah, I just picked a great time to come back. Sorry about that. And yeah, this is a little bit spicy.
Hemlock now has 23 attack on the board, that's all.
Yeah, that is brutal. The Neophyte as well causing trouble.
Yeah, it's a lovely turn.
Is this just all in on asteroids? I think it is, right?
Seems that way.
There's one.
Oh, the Neophyte.
Oh. Yeah,
no.
Without the Neophyte, this turn was fine, right? Like, because there were other options and it would have been no problemo, but the Neophyte being absolutely clutch. And yeah, the claws do not have lifesteal, unfortunately, so that is not going to be enough. And Hemlock
will he
is
spot
take the lead. Yeah, can he spot the lethal? The ultimate lethal puzzle. Send that one to Twitch chat. But yeah, Hemlock going to take the lead there in what felt like a very close game. And it's kind of interesting, right? Like, can we rewind and see what happens if the Righteous Protector got taken out instead? right? You know, maybe there's a big difference, maybe there isn't, but that was exact, at least left on board, exact lethal. So yeah, would have been pretty interesting overall to see how that would happen. But Hemlock leading the way now in this match. Only one deck left to get a victory with. And again, if you've just joined us recently, this is the Group C winners match. So the winner of this does move on into the top 8 tomorrow. So a lot on the line for these players.
Yeah, and Hemlock just left with what is Swarm Shaman, right? I'm not going crazy this time. I've actually got it right. Yeah, it's his own Swarm Shaman.
It is, yes, sorry, yeah, it is.
The piratey version, which I think most of them are in this tournament, with Hosen and all that stuff going on.
Yeah,
so...
and it does mean it's going to be that obviously popular Shaman list with going up either against, well, I'll have to go up against both at some point, but the Asteroid Shaman and or the Rogue. So again, going to be a tricky one because we talked about this Shaman being one of the best decks in the game, and it has to just win 1 out of 2 games, right? So like very, very possible. And I think you touched on it before, but just remind us, like, where did you land on the Shaman versus Rogue matchup?
I think that the Swarm Shaman versus the Rogue is very slightly Shaman favoured, but I'm also not particularly qualified to do that, despite the fact I'm here talking on the Hearthstone's main channel, because there's 20 or 30 top players in the world with Rogue are much better than people of top 200 level.
Right.
You might think, well, they're just top 200, what's the difference? You know, Hearthstone, cards, all that. The top players on that Rogue deck are worlds better than even a good player on that deck, and there's every chance I'm understating that, but I do think the Shaman is slightly favoured.
Well, let's get into it here. It looks like it is going to be the Shaman that is going to be picked for both sides. Sorry if you can hear Waffle agreeing with the analysis. But yeah, it's going to be Sif obviously needing to win this game. If Hemlock takes the win here, he's going to be moving on to that top 8.
Bit of a better hand for Sif this time. He's going to actually get some asteroids in there early. It's a big deal because every now and again one pops out and just murders an opposing minion, and that adds up over the course of a game. You need it more than you think. Hello? These partners are a bit greedy.
I don't know, they're giving their money away, aren't they? With the partners, I think this seems fine.
That's a good point, actually.
This looks okay, 2 into 2, and you don't really lose the coin.
Yeah, just use it. Boom.
Yeah, the Miracle Salesman, definitely a good pickup there.
Who's swarming now? A rough hand for Hemlock for turn 2. Which is something I keep saying that I don't believe this Shaman does very often. I think the Shaman is very, very consistent and not wasting mana. But not a pleasant turn at all for Hemlock.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky because there's also the problem of, does this have, like, do you want to totem just to get more stuff on the board because you can do things when you have stuff on the board? Or do you just preload the weapon because, generally speaking, preloading a weapon is good if you've got the mana to do so? So a bit of a tricky one there. But there is now a bit of a smoother curve for the next few turns there for Hemlock. So definitely does have the ability to recover, but I actually quite like this high tempo opening from Sif. I think this was a really good way to approach the matchup, because just saying, you know what, I know what you want to do. I'm going to drop loads of 2/3s on the board, and they trade at least okay with the majority of the openings that you can have.
Yeah, I think it's put him into a pretty good spot. Hemlock last turn, I think, was looking, if he rolls Taunt Totem, then he probably would have got to the bouncer with a minion intact. But if he rolled anything else, he probably wouldn't.
Right.
Was my quick take on that, at least. So he decided to get the cheese going on 3 into, the 2 drops on 4 into bounce on 5, I think is how that's going to end up. Which meant at the end of all that, the total would have been meaningless, which meant he could quit the weapon, which wouldn't get a quit any other time there.
Right. Yeah, with such a tight curve, it was unlikely that this weapon was going to see any impact. Ooh, okay, Cookie picked up. Now, it's really tricky, though, because with the weapon, yeah, I was going to say, like, Cliffside looks pretty good, because it could have been, like, Cheese Neophyte just to spread, but
yeah.
I do think, like, with this setup, it's the same old with Cliffside, honestly. It always feels like it's a bad turn followed by a very strong turn. It's like this is the slow setup version, but it might well pay off for Hemlock quite a lot here, especially with that cookie in hand.
Yeah, he may even be able to play the bouncer with the pirates here and just delay the cheese so it's even bigger. Obviously, big cheeses can dodge asteroids. That's a famous saying in astronomy.
Yep. Although I feel like I think Cookie Neophyte is also very likely, right?
Yeah, it's all whatever you like here.
It's cheese all the way down, but just not this turn. Oh, well, that's pretty good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh
Turned out
my!
equipping the weapon earlier was cool.
That all worked out okay, didn't it?
Yeah.
Tell by Sif's reaction that is unfair. Why?
Okay, not quite as good. Yeah, this might look a little bit weird, but this order allowed Hemlock to get the most sort of evolves, right? I say, kind of evolves, but
Yeah.
by throwing away one into the minion that it could have already taken out. Okay, a little bit of a buff as well to end the turn with. Wow, that was a very strong turn.
Yeah, if you consider all of those as +1 mana, that's a lot of mana he got on that turn.
Yeah. And again, the neophytes making these turns for Sif horrendous.
Yeah, I don't know what's he supposed to do.
Like, look at the difference this neophyte's making to what Sif has in hand.
That's twice
Again,
now, right? 2 games.
Yeah, it's just another moment where Sif could have been like, yeah, this is fine. I can deal with this. To, oh no, emergency.
that
really
cookie
rough.
created this emergency. Look at the state of it.
And there are no asteroids, right? Am I?
There's 3, I think. He played.
Oh, is it?
the
Oh, wait. Did they play the thing earlier?
2/2. But from his point of view, he's got to really panic because he's looking at gift into bloodlust into I'm dead. So
Yeah.
if
So
he wants
hit
to kill
one,
things.
but that replaces. Yeah. Okay. Hand gives. Oh my god. Hand gives him the plagues.
I can't believe he didn't rip the gift off the top the way this game's gone. Honestly.
Yeah.
And the reason Sif is so reacting here isn't just he's about to go to 2-all. It's because the last game is hand buff Paladin versus Rogue, which he is not going to enjoy. Probably. Oh, it's 3-1 even.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I was sorry. I was looking at the turn and then I just realised what you said. I was like, huh? But yeah, this is huge. If Hemlock was normally board locked with normal minions, that would have been a bit annoying because they couldn't play anything, right, with nothing on board. But being able to dump the location and follow up with Neophyte number 2 is so good.
His face.
Like,
you've got a fire extinguisher. Just put the fire out. It's okay.
I'm sorry. The hand flick to be like, huh? I can't believe this has come out. Oh, that got me good there. Oh, okay, Sif, you're making me laugh. You're making me sound unprofessional because I normally always.
At least you know the
sound
score.
Professional.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
No, didn't hit the thing either.
Oh, and there's
Spell
just
damage.
a whole lot of nothing going down here. How much damage is there? What, for? What, 20? Would be 17. Sorry, 18 if, well.
Plus spell
16
damage.
if the Kobold
yeah.
goes. Yeah, I'm just
If
trying
the
to
Kobold
think.
goes, okay.
Yeah. Well, I think if we add it up, there's enough damage is the accurate response. Oh, coin. Oh, wait, yeah, that doesn't work because of the claw.
It's a perfect cookie.
Oh, yeah, that was insane. Oh, Hemlock takes the victory. And not only in this game, but we did the calculations. And yes, it is in fact 3-1, which means he takes the series and moves on to top 8. What a wild last game. That is... everything just came up Hemlock at that point. It was all just going well. I do think, though, well positioned, right, in the order and just how he approached the opening was good, because the opening from Sif was actually super awkward for Hemlock, right? Like, got off to a sort of strong minion opening to try and fight back against the push. So although the opening was okay, it was just once again the neophytes causing a huge headache.
Yeah, and the previous game as well was super interesting, right? Sif looking like a good spot, but Hemlock just piling out the Paladin stats to get the win in that one as well, which somehow my brain hadn't processed, because they were so quick a turnaround. That's what I'm going to go with anyway. And Sif becomes the first Chinese qualifier to lose a match, and is still in the tournament, because we get to see him again in the deciders match later on today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sif, of course, not knocked out. There you go. This was a winners match, so we'll just be down into the elimination matches a little bit later on. But yeah, huge congratulations to Hemlock. It was definitely tricky going up against Sif's lineup, because it is like a step away from the meta to an extent, of course. So to get that victory must feel great, and also to just put their spot in the top 8, absolutely huge after some tricky games there in that match.
Yeah, kept his cool. I think it's something that we've seen from Hemlock throughout the last 2 years. It's very, very hard to flap. He just takes each turn as it comes and makes what he thinks is the best play. Didn't concede in the one that he did lose until incredibly late on, finding ways to remove board after board after board, until finally it was just unwinnable. And yeah, the top 8 for Hemlock again.
Yeah, just a quick update on that Group C. Hemlock, you can see, make it out, of course, in that top spot. Sif still waiting for the opponent for later on. But next up, we are going to have that first elimination match of Group C. It's going to be GamerRvg versus Jarla. So that is no doubt going to be a spicy one. So we're going to go to a quick break while we set that one up. And don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
Hi, my name is GamerRvg. I would say what I did most to prep for these tournaments and for on ladder is actually focusing on what I wanted to play. So what decks I wanted to play on ladder or in the tournaments. Basically just figuring out the meta so I have good matchups into what I'm facing. During my career as a professional Hearthstone player, I had one season of that I qualified for America's Grandmasters, and in that one season I ended up qualifying for the playoffs, and then I ended up getting second place in it, which was amazing, and also sadly enough devastating because only the winner qualifies to Worlds, and they qualified to Worlds, so I was one series off qualifying to Worlds. I'm so incredibly thankful that you guys are supporting me because it motivates me to try to do my best at these tournaments and hopefully win it, you know.
Welcome back, everyone. It is day 2 of the Hearthstone World Championships. My name is Soto and I'm joined by Edelweiss. And we have a treat for you because we have a spectacular series coming up between GamerRvg and Jarla. And if your rating of quality of Hearthstone is directly correlated to length of Hearthstone, this might be the best series that you see all weekend. Not really because of the lineup slow, Edelweiss. These are just two very slow considered players.
Yeah, each of these players very measured in their decision making, and that ends up resulting in longer times. You know, I think you'd have to ask them specifically what they're thinking about in some of those earlier turns in particular, but certainly prescribes to the school of thought that was life coach, right? Hey, you have 120 seconds, 130 seconds, take your turn, take the full time.
Yep, thank you so much for taking the muted bullet for me for the weekend as well. That is usually me, so now we're out of the way. We should be clear. Find out a little bit more about GamerRvg. Of course, we heard from the man himself just leading into this. You can see first appearance at the World Championship. He talked about that very, very near miss last time around, but he's been a player really since the Grandmasters era, as he was alluding to, and has been a mainstay, certainly of the Americas scene, if not had the impact he quite would have liked on the world stage. But it looks like he's going to be leading out with the big shaman. What do we make of this?
Yeah, so this suggests to me that prep was done alongside Banterface, who has maybe exact same lineup here, and my assumption from this, and perhaps also the Death Knight pick as well, is that they're going to try and target the Swarm Shamans somewhat, because that's the best match for this deck.
Yeah, certainly. I think Big Shaman, if you look at the way stats... Sorry, I got caught incredibly off guard there as I was pre-reading through this card. Yeah, Big Shaman, I think if you look at the stat reporting websites, does seem to be the best deck overall against the Swarm Shaman. So no great surprise if that's the angle that you want to go at. But we are now digging a little bit into Jarla. One of the things I do like about Jarla is sometimes you characterize players who are as slow and considered as he is with being control specialists, late game specialists, because those two things do kind of go hand in hand. But you see there, firstly, his favorite deck is D6, one of the most explosive combo decks we've ever had in Hearthstone.
Yep.
And then you look at his lineup today, and it's actually pretty fast and aggressive, as characterized by this Demon Hunter that we're leading out with.
Absolutely. I think it's a misconception oftentimes about aggro, that it's just play the green card, but all your decision making is condensed into 6 turns often, and so one mistake in those turns can be even more devastating sometimes than it can be if you make a little mistake as a control deck. So I can understand wanting to take some extra time to consider those decisions, even if you are on the fast-paced deck.
The good news is, though, when you're playing Demon Hunter, it's impossible to get it wrong because all of your cards are green cards. By their very nature, you just play any of them and it's fine. Yeah, not the lineup I really expected to see from Jarla, particularly when a lot of players late on kind of jumped on the slow Warlock train. And I do happen to know via experience that Jarla, if given any opportunity to bring slow Warlock to a tournament, will do so. I remember there was a whole season of Europe Grandmasters where I think the only thing that held Jarla back from pretty much running undefeated, because I think he was the best player in the world at that time, was that he just loved Galakron Warlock, and that deck sucked, and he just kept bringing it every single week on, ignoring the advice of all counsel, just going back to the well over and over again. So glad to see that Jarla has picked up something a little bit more rapid this time around. And it's actually, I think, if anything, GamerRvg that's going to be playing the role of control in this series more often than not.
Yeah, definitely. And, we see this would be kind of a perfect hand for GamerRvg against at least the Swarm Shaman. Malted Magma, less important in this matchup since the Demon Hunter is more focused on these sock puppets and not so much on going wide with small pirates.
Certainly the sock puppet spirit of the team opener is where you want to be if you're playing Demon Hunter, let alone having two of them alongside some free attack buff with the quick pick as well. This is a disgusting looking opener for the Demon Hunter, and I was about to say, foolish as I am, this one could be over quickly, and then I readjusted to the two players that are sat in front of us right now.
There is also
throws away quick pick though. Actually, what do you make of that? I would have strongly considered a full keep with that.
So I think throwing away quick pick is a nod to the fact that he is going to play Spirit of the Team on turn 2, and while quick pick is nice refill, it's just one extra attack, and with a hand where Jarla is, I assume, going to sock puppet, coin, sock puppet, he probably just wants as many things to buff his attack as possible to get maximum value out of these two minions before they die. Because if GamerRvg has just Turn the Tides, that's both of them removed on turn 3.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair. You already see it, right? Turn 1, we're all sat here like, yep, sock, coin, sock, easy, move on. Jarla goes to the rope. Now we pass to GamerRvg, like, yep, sigil, seems good. Gamers, nope, he's going to sit there, consider all of his options, none of them, before he jams this sigil. This is what we're in for.
It's just like a chess player trying to think out the moves ahead, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is just performative at this point, surely. Okay. End turn has been pressed.
I've never been as much of a person for hand reading type things, but that is something they may be thinking about, right? Is with what's been played or how quickly, although if everyone's taking the full time, maybe how quickly it doesn't really merit into this thought process at all. What are the odds of these different cards? I think thinking about, okay, they mulliganed X number of cards. What does that mean? Honestly, I was surprised to see GamerRvg throw back the Turn the Tides, because that would have been the perfect card on this turn.
It would have, yeah. You're not wrong. But yeah, I'm kind of into the like behavior reads and hand reads and that kind of thing. Back when I used to play competitively, but you have to offset it with the personality of the player you're playing against, right? Like,
yeah.
If you're playing against Casey, or in my case, like Blackout in terms of the UK scene, Blackout will play every turn in 15 seconds. So if he suddenly took 75 seconds to play a turn, then I have an anomaly to work with then, right? But you still have to have your baseline, which I don't think you can really apply to GamerRvg and Jarla in particular, because, yeah, they're just going to take their time, no matter what. 3 extremely useful picks off this triangulate, actually. This is a can I have them all kind of situation. You favour anyone in particular?
You know, so I misevaluated earlier in that I thought Jarla was on the attack Demon Hunter, but he does have more of the pirates in this, right, with Hosen and the Sigil and the 2 locations. So, yeah, the malted magma makes a lot of sense to me as a pick there. You haven't seen any pirates yet, but there could always be location coming down on 4, and it's just such a clean tool for dealing with those pirates.
Yeah, generally, one of the most powerful things the Demon Hunter is able to do is just preemptively set up some pirates, be that via Sigil or via the location, and then drop Hose and Roughhouser to follow that up, so you get sometimes nice trades or sometimes just a full board of 2/2s that are going face. So yeah, Malted Magma just very, very useful for cleaning that up. With or without spell damage, it's just sometimes you have to spend a little bit extra mana to do it.
Yeah, and this play right here might really get Gamer thinking about, like, oh gosh, is there a cliffside coming down next turn? Just hosing on 3. I think Jarla's evaluation here is that with no Turn the Tides used before, that it would have to be top decked, right? Since it was the perfect card last turn and it wasn't played, and it has to be top decked. It was, but the odds of that are pretty minimal.
Yeah. Also, very limited alternatives this turn, unless you're spending your mana on throwing out Acupuncture and Hero Powering, which is a lot of damage because you have the Sock Puppet in play, but still, just playing out your minion on curve, keeping up the pressure as best you can, especially with Ziliax in hand, right? You want to be playing as many minions as you can every single turn to just try and start your turn with a playable Ziliax.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the Hero Power has less value with Spirit of the Team just in play. It's not as though the Hero Power was going to allow him to clear an extra one of those taunts. Pop-Up Book is a card that I feel like is very unsuspecting sometimes, right? It's just 1 mana, do 2 damage. But those 0/1 taunts are miserable for certain aggressive decks in specific situations.
This is such an unfortunate turn to lapse here for Jarla, because we can see, looking at Gamer's hand, more or less a total dead turn. So if you could get any kind of sizable board down here with more than 2 health, this might be the turn where you can get some pressure going, but Jarla just has absolutely nothing to do here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a wash whether you just play Hot Coals and Hero Power go face, or if you... There's sort of no point to Hero Power the minion itself. You just get the damage back from the Hot Coals.
Yeah, I guess the only real argument is whether spending mana on Acupuncture now is worth it to push the 1 extra from Potcut. Well, I mean, you push the extra damage from the Acupuncture, you miss the 1 damage from the Hero Power anyway. It just does not seem worth.
And this is kind of the awkward difference between the Demon Hunter pirate deck, which, as you can see, has much lower density of pirates compared to, or I guess similar density, but fewer other swarm things going on than the Shaman. The Demon Hunter is focused on some of these other aggressive minions, like this Sock Puppet Slither Spear, and has these burn cards from Arana Thrill Seeker, whereas the Shaman is very focused in on, go wide, go wide, go wide, and eventually bloodlust you. And so sometimes Pirate Demon Hunter just ends up with these awkward draws, right? Where you haven't really gotten the pirates. You have to awkwardly play a, is it a 5 mana 5/6? 4/5?
Yep. 5/6, yeah. And even then, I'm desperately trying to formulate some other plan that doesn't involve playing a 5/6, because you're just going into the Cliff Dive turn or the Titan turn. As it happens, it's both, right? But you can kind of account for the fact your opponent's done some weird passy turns over the last couple of turns. They probably have it juiced up and ready to go. 5-6 into either of those things just does absolutely nothing and progresses you 0 towards winning the game, but you just don't have the other options.
There's, awkwardly enough, a strong argument for just hero power the face. and that's kind of miserable as this style of deck, but it's sort of either hope they don't have it when there's 3 cards that have been sitting in Gamer's hand all turn. And yeah, Jarla does just go for that option. It seems really strange, but he's at full health, and he knows Gamer's had these 3 cards in hand the whole time. Just putting something out to get hit by a walking mountain feels terrible.
Exactly. Yeah. You just were, especially such a high health minion where the fountain can attack. The mountain can attack twice into it. That's basically a full heal then for a GamerRvg at that point. And it's not like normally when you're playing the aggro in this situation, you're like, okay, I'm not going to play my minion to play around their lifesteal rush thing. It's like, okay, normally that's dumb because you pass, they play the minion anyway onto an empty board and you still lose. But because of specifically Cliff Dive, it just goes straight back into the deck at the end of the turn. So you kind of remove the problem for yourself. They need those minions to attack into.
Right.
Fortunately for GamerRvg, though, gets pretty much the perfect response to that off the top. One of the most proactive things he was able to do with the 2/4 taunts.
Yeah, Frosty Decor, big reason that this Shaman deck has recovery in just 8 health of taunt and then 8 armor. I think it's got to be one of the strongest defensive tools in the format right now.
Yep. Let alone when you get it alongside a whole other 5/5 in the optimal version.
Yep. Yeah, it's a cleverly assembled deck when you consider all the moving parts, even though it looks strange at first having, Incendius and Hagatha in here, but with Fairy Tale Forest to specifically target draw those cards. Not exactly.
Well,
that could have been worse.
Yeah, if you could. Exactly. If you're going to allow your opponent a cliff dive, that's probably about as good as it gets for you.
Yeah. I'm tempted to...
And now Cliffside.
Is it just Cliffside Pass?
It looks a lot like Cliffside Pass, yeah.
Maybe even Hero Power the 2/4.
Yeah, that's probably good, right? Because you want to deal 2 to it next turn with the Burning Heart.
Mm-hmm.
And then being able to just trade a 1/1 pirate into it. Because I think you will be... Well, okay, yeah, it does depend on some variables with the draw as to whether you would be attacking with a pirate before you play your Ziliax, which is the goal at the end of the turn as well, right? So...
I don't think you can get the Ziliax out without the second activation of the location.
Right.
In which case you would want the
okay, so you're
extra
saying
damage.
The face attack is going to go into the 2/4 before anything else happens.
What? I'm saying that
No, right.
that you are. It is awkward because you want to get value out of the Adrenaline Fiend, right?
Yeah. Like you could put 1 damage into the taunt, and that would allow you to burn apart something else.
Oh my god. Well,
okay, well, fine.
it seemed possible until that second one came down, and then the heal from Golganeth. I think we need exactly going down swinging. Hot Coals, not going to do it without Ethereal Oracle. And Oracle is in the deck, but obviously not in hand. So now these pirates are just going to have to get used for the extra bit of clear. Yeah. Can respect that. It was,
yeah, good enough for me.
It looked good to start, but then the top decks were not great, right? Like, he kept the best cards in the mulligan, and then received not good ones follow-up, right? Ziliax is only good if you have the sigil or location to get it going quickly. And of course, Arana is just not a card you want until it wins you the game.
Yeah, for the most part, I think in the versions of the Demon Hunter that are now being played, it is kind of a patches in general. Like, yes, you can find some niche game-winning situations for it, but it's there really just to enable your ability to play Acupuncture and Hot Coals, which are such powerful additions to the deck for the most part. But yeah, I think turn 1 great, turn 2 fantastic, turn 3 a little bit awkward, just dropping a 2/4 with no value. But it was that turn 4 going into the whiffed turn for GamerRvg where Jarla just did absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And then do nothing, wait for damage to assemble kind of became the only out. And back-to-back Frosty Decor just absolutely not going to be good enough. But I don't necessarily think the Big Shaman was going to have a massive problem winning a game in this series overall.
That's true.
If you want to look at silver linings from Jarla's perspective, so what else do we have left in GamerRvg's lineup to deal with him?
So there's the Death Knight, which 6 players have brought, right? It's not a whole lot of draw, very focused on just removing. You've got Frosty Decor, again, powerful defensive tool. Airlock Breach, which we have not seen played yet, I want to say, but is an incredibly powerful tool if you have the capacity to play it. Just 10 taunt and 10 health. So I assume that this is also a nod to these aggressive lineups that they're trying to take down with this Death Knight, but then of course with only buttons as card draw and the Miracle Salesman, it can gas out when it comes to some of the slower matchups.
Yeah, for sure, which I think is why, given Jarla's lineup, that has been the choice of ban in the series. That does seem to be like the most consistent anti-aggro deck in GamerRvg's lineup, and in general, Jarla has a pretty aggressive lineup overall. Just has gone with the play the good stuff lineup, just without the rogue, which makes it a little bit interesting in and of itself. Does have that Dungar Druid as well, which is probably the best deck at control busting, which again is why makes sense. GamerRvg has banned that one out. So Gamer's going to be dealing with the Shaman has already won. He's got the Lynessa Paladin and the Rogue, of course. And I think we've already seen Rogue performing and not performing. Interesting. I don't know if you've looked at any of the stats on Battle 5 from day one, but through Group A and Group B, both Rogue and Shaman are sub 50% in both groups from day one, which seems to indicate that these people who've come in with the idea of targeting one or the other have been largely successful. Best class in the tournament so far is Paladin. 67% win rate in Group A, 100% win rate in Group B.
Interesting. There are some variations in Paladin, right? This one is the Lynessa. Jarla has Pipsy Paladin, which he's the only one to bring that deck. And then, of course, the couple of hand buff Paladins.
I think, if I'm not forgetting anything, day one we did exclusively deal with Lynessa Paladin, right? I think. So we haven't had any hand buffs enter until today, and Jarla is the one-off Pipsy. So seems to be a good bring from what we have seen so far.
Yeah, and I guess, looking at, if I had to pick what they're targeting, right, we talked about Gamer and Banter kind of targeting the aggressive strategies. Jarla seems to be targeting the Rogue. I know that if you look at Rogue into Dungar Druid, that is actually one of the potential very bad matchups, because if Dungar comes down and then it's game over. They just don't have a way of punching through those boards.
Oh, thank you, Dawn. Dawn letting me know that Gyu had hand buff in Group A. So thank you. We have seen a little bit of variation of it already. What we're not seeing variation in, though, is Jarla's starts, because he has Slither Spear into Spirit of the Team again. If anything, this is even better, because he now has that sigil to follow up, as well as some card draw with the Ethereal Lore.
Yeah, much more comfortable draw here. I think, based on last game, yeah, maybe Jarla should have kept that quick pick, because it might have been necessary to get some refill, but certainly Ethereal Oracle can play that role this time around.
Yeah, I think it was debatable for sure. I would have kept it. It's card draw that will prevent what happened to Jarla happening to a degree. And then also, yeah, it's one extra attack per turn, but when you have double Slither Spear, you can be very generous and call it 3 extra attack per turn, right?
True.
For 2 mana on 1 turn, which is very, very nice.
Yeah, I think...
But you could argue that Sigil would have been better, Ethereal Oracle would have been better, so on and so forth. Like, location, even, with the way the curve worked out, probably would have been a better card just to have secured in your hand. So, yeah, I think it was fine to throw it away.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Sigil come down here, but this is one of the kind of major sort of breaking points between this deck and the just attack Demon Hunter, right? Slither Spear can be very powerful, but you're still kind of a pirate deck, and I think the Sigil coming down is because of that Ziliax draw for sure. Maybe you're more interested in getting Spirit of the Team down if you don't have Ziliax.
Yeah, if you play Spirit, attack the 1/1, you protect your Sock Puppet from O Manager and only really be the weapon that would deal with it on curve there. But the weapon's kind of the good play for your opponent that you want to play around most of the time, so I think Sigil does that a little more effectively. This is a much better Ziliax hand than we had in the previous game.
Yes, indeed. So, do you just coin it out here, or do you go for the location to try and get it even cheaper for the next turn?
I think I want to set something up with location. There's a lot of counting involved here, because you also have to think about doing something like Spirit of the Team this turn, and then trying to work out whether, like, Cliffside Coin Ziliax is possible next turn, because you have the free attack preloaded with the Spirit of the Team.
So
with that lets you get the full board plus the 1 mana Ziliax.
So that's not possible while Cliffside is in play, right? Because Cliffside takes up a slot.
Yeah. That's fair.
So the cheapest you can get Ziliax is 2 mana. Is going to go for that setup, though.
Yep.
And perhaps this is sort of to do a vibe check on Prismatic Beam.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup because you do have to consider filling the board as both a positive and a negative. Obviously, you want to do it, but you need to make sure that when you're doing it, you're paying it off with Hosen, Ziliax, with all the other pirate payoff cards, because if you're just making a full board of 1/1s, Horizon, Prismatic Beam, etc., like the Paladin deck has benefits from you adding more small minions to the board as well, so there's a real to and fro to the way the matchup can play out.
Yeah, definitely. But there is only... Let's see. Oh, there might be 2 beams in... Yeah, there are 2 beams in Gamers and Banter's Lanessa Paladins. So definitely can see what their goal is with the deck. Ooh, yeah, maybe just another Spirit and then Ziliax here.
Which would then be, what, trade 2, attack for 4 with the face, push 2. Pretty good.
Yeah, the
other option, I guess, is to go fishing with Oracle, because Burning Heart has a lot of value here.
Sure, yeah. But I think the cliffside is pretty much out with the Horizon play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, this looks like the most sensible. I think if you go Horizon and whiff, you end up really being in a sticky position of dealing with the 4/6. You might just mess up your curve as well if you just don't hit the right mana cost to fill everything out, having played the coin. So I think this is the most sensible. Kind of demands a Ziliax to be dealt with here by the opponent.
Right, and a nice thing about having Ziliax out alongside more than just tokens is that Gamer really wants to deal with these spirits, and even if he had a Prismatic Beam, it wouldn't be good enough since Ziliax is buffing them out of range. The weapon is likely to be used to finish off the Ziliax. Sort of the best case scenario would be to beam into O Manager, right? So yeah, it's just going to be the Lanessa pop-off right now, defensively.
Yeah, it makes sense. You have a ton to do here. Double coin allows you just to go all the way back to the O Manager, and then the coin again allows you to be able to at least set something up for the following turns. Get another coin together. Allows you to take care of one of those spirits, as you were talking about. Probably just triple coin Gorgonzormu here. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you want to get the cheese charged up so that if Lanessa lives, you can get just a full board. And the coins don't have a lot of value after this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if the Lanessa gets cleared, that's it. Oh, we're actually just making the full board now. Okay. I like that.
Oh, sure, yeah. I wasn't even... It does slip my mind occasionally that cheese just double casts with Lanessa, in which case, yeah, you absolutely jam it here.
So this is...
so now we're looking hot coals or bust, pretty much?
Pretty much, yeah. And hot coals would clear all of this, so... Yeah. One of the big things about hot coals, and no one's brought Zarimi Priest, but Zarimi Priest is thrown in and fly off the shelves because they're using Ethereal Oracle over Magatha for draw now. That spell damage with anything that does damage in stages.
Yes.
Just very effective.
Great draw off the top for Gamer, though, in terms of staying in this game. Obviously, one of his primary win conditions is done now with the Lanessa.
Yep.
There are some cheeky ways that you can get a second copy going. But for the most part, he's just going to have to deal with the real primary win condition against most forms of Demon Hunter, which is just stay alive until they run out of things to do.
And it's a tough spot to be in because Robocaller is probably the best form of draw in the deck, but it's also a pretty terrible top deck because you can't play it right away. It would pull one Prismatic Beam and that's it, because it always starts at 888s. So, yeah, Ethereal Oracle, the best draw besides, barring maybe Amethyst to pick up a couple of minions. Kind of looking at location sigil.
Yeah, right there with you. It doesn't quite line up to say, like, hero power away the Divine Shield, drop the Metamorphosis, get the damage through, because then ideally you'd want some other small ping for the next turn, because you know another Divine Shield will appear, so you can get the second shot of your Metamorphosis out to the face. And without being able to do that, I think just setting up for 6 or 7 pirates on the following turn is probably the way to go.
Yeah. And then... Oh, interesting. Okay, gonna just go ahead and pop the shield now.
Oof.
It is draw eventually, maybe.
Hmm.
Yeah, Jarla is sitting on a lot of damage in hand. Meta is, what, 10 over 2 turns, plus acupuncture is 14. And we know he can get quite a bit out of the Hosen.
So if we've learned anything from the Hearthstone World Championships, GamerRvg has to find a way to get Jarla below 4 as soon as possible. Sadly, I don't think that is possible.
Yeah, not with Linessa used.
No.
Oh, there's a quick pick. Always nice. And particularly since he wasn't likely to do, meta or acupuncture this turn, so it's good for filling in the space with the Hosen.
Mm-hmm. It's the only real negative I see with this hand is that the combination, your two biggest sources of damage are the Hosen and the meta, and they're both a little too expensive to be able to, explode out over 2 turns and just kill your opponent.
Sure.
Like, you'd love to be able to do both of those things this turn, but you then don't have the mana for the hero power. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Quick pick is providing something else to do.
But there's not... Well, I was going to say there's not really healing remaining. There's Ziliax, and the fear of Ziliax does motivate one to try and close out the game quickly, but he does have pretty good knowledge of Gamer's Hand, right? There's 2 cards, and he knows one of them is Divine Brew.
Yep.
So just taking out the Oracle so that Beam doesn't clear Hosen all on its own, and shipping everything else. And just the first activation of meta is enough.
Yeah, GamerRvg does not have the knowledge of quite how doomed he is here. Still does have this draw off the snake oil to find some sort... Okay, alright. Hello. You look vaguely helpful.
I'm guessing the best here is armor and either draw or just try and high roll the resurrect into Horizon.
The Living Horizon?
Yeah. It's a dire situation.
That would at least stop the weapon swing going face to pop the shield, right? Which is very relevant at this point, if you're then also able to clear the board.
Interesting. I guess you could take the Fell Bloom and... No. Yeah, because it's the only way to keep your Divine Shield from just getting popped with 1 damage is to have Living Horizon. But that's going to do it.
Acupuncture and the meta is going to square this up 1-2-1. GamerRvg going down with the Paladin, Jarla getting a win on the board with the Demon Hunter at the 2nd attempt. Very nicely done. Obviously, we're talking about that at the end from the perspective of knowing the damage is there to get the lethal.
Yep.
GamerRvg does not have that certainty. Obviously, with all of the cheese minions dying as well, the Resurrect pool was completely ruined for the idea of trying to get back a Living Horizon or even a Linessa. I don't think there was anything cute that you could do if you did manage to get that back, but still I think probably went for the right line, just trying to draw through the deck, find something to do to create some additional defense. But yeah, in the end, Jarla just stacking up too much damage, and that really was the crucial moment. The Oracle had to be kind with the hot coals, and absolutely did so.
Yeah, without that board swing, I can absolutely see a world where GamerRvg just runs away with it, even with the cheese minions only being 1-drops. Getting the Divine Shield taunt in there, it was a pretty great role just for protecting and trying to keep Lanessa on board.
Yeah, got Righteous Protector and, what is it called, Arcane Artificer from the 1-drop, so actually just taunt plus armor gain. Absolutely would have run away with the game from there if it hadn't have hit the hot coals. Let alone the pressure it just represented in terms of setting up 2 or 3 turn lethal going back the other way. So we are squared up 1-1. Hard to believe that all we have just watched at this point is 2 face Demon Hunter games, but yes, that is all we've had in this series so far. And now we're dealing with Pipsy Paladins, with Lanessa Paladin, Swarm Shaman on one side from Jarla, and the Cycle Rogue on the other side from GamerRvg. Obviously, I think the Rogue is going to be the potential sticking point here for Gamer. I don't necessarily know too much about the Pipsy Paladin matchup with Cycle Rogue. Is that anything that you've ever dug into out of those?
No, I tried playing some of this Pipsy Paladin and was not having the greatest luck. Jarla must think it's good against Rogue based on the rest of his lineup that seems to be targeted at that match. But I guess the main thing is you have the option, unlike the straight Lanessa decks, of using Metal Detector coins to just put out an early Pipsy and then run away with, Living Horizons, which can be quite a pain to clear, Sandcastle as well, Amethyst, so that's probably the plan. It's
plan in heavily inverted commas, it seems. Yeah, but I think the rogue target strategy in general has been. I think the jury's still out. Like I gave the stats earlier that rogue is not performing particularly well. I think you could give that prediction coming into this necessarily removed from the lineups, because we often see that coming into tournaments where Rogue perhaps underperforms the hype going in because just of the difficulty that it has to play, and also players spend as much time practicing how to beat Rogue as they do learning Rogue a lot of the time, or they get overconfident with their own levels on Rogue. But personally, when I was looking at a target Rogue strategy coming into this, I was like, okay, there's 1 or 2 decks here that I'm relatively confident I can get 57 to 60% against Rogue, which is great. That's well within range of what you want to be doing to have a soft target. But then the third deck has always seemed questionable to me, which is why I think we're seeing a lot of lineups that are kind of 2 decks we recognize and then a curveball. In this case, the Pipsy Paladin from Jarla. So we will wait and see, I guess, but we won't have to wait too long because it is coming out immediately, going up against the Lanessa Paladin from GamerRvg on the other side.
Yeah, not the full mirror because of that Pipsy difference, but I wouldn't be surprised also if Jarla just sort of had this train of thought of, well, the other sort of deck to target Rogue is hand buff Paladin with a bunch of tech cards, and that looks like a pile of garbage that I don't want to play. So he's brought this instead. But the tech cards have been doing well against it.
Solo keeps Salesman for Jarla and a full ship for GamerRvg. Does not look delighted with what he's got back. I think that was the Gorgonzorma who threw away, just coming back off the top anyway, which, I think might have been one of the more debatable cards to keep in that opening hand anyway.
Yeah, Hi-Ho Silverwing is... It's nice to have, and you expect to want it early, but there's also a lot of times where it stays in play a lot longer than you'd think it would, and you don't get your draw for quite a while.
Right.
So I think Robocaller is really the one that you're looking for, particularly as the all-in Lanessa deck. This might just be hero power.
It looks quite hero powery, doesn't it?
Or trade, sure.
Oh wow, okay. Alright, fine. It does go to show the devaluation of the hero power in modern Hearthstone. Like, you would actually rather kill one of your own minions and float a mana rather than spending that mana on hero power instead.
Uh-huh. So then now the question is, what? Metal detector to get some coins. You don't have the things you'd ideally like to coin into. I think this can be one of the more awkward things with these paladins, is if you have a handful of coins or things that generate coins, like O Manager, and then not actually any of your payoffs. And then you don't have hand space unless you spend the coins to go digging for those cards.
Right.
I just noticed Jarla has like a wizard's apprentice hat sitting there. What?
It's a good point. Mm-hmm.
That's
Unclear.
like the hat from Fantasia.
It is, yeah. It's the Sorcerer's Apprentice Mickey Mouse hat, right? Yeah. It used to be a giant trophy there, so I don't know. Maybe the imagery here is that Jarla no longer feels like a champion because he hasn't had that big win in quite a long time. He now feels like a mere apprentice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Something that has to be dealt with.
Yeah, and has enough tools with the combination of whatever Mixologist, O Manager, if it comes down to it as well, can just shoot off the majority of the damage.
Yeah, deal
combo
3
effects.
is nice. Ooh. Yeah, no 2 to everything is a bummer. You could, I suppose, summon to get another tradable.
Yeah.
Might be marginally better than just getting a 2/2 demon, although, again, hand space issues. Yeah, actually choosing for just the demon rather than getting the Miracle Salesman back.
Makes sense, right? If he's playing no other cards this turn, which no, he is not,
Right.
then
Yep.
the extra Snake Oil would be an overdraw. But I do like this from Jarla. Like, there was a full board there, which, you know, obviously if he hit the 2 damage AoE, great, we're in business, but there was a possibility of overreacting there with a bunch of O managers and stuff as well, which he just didn't really need to do. Both of these decks will be able to rebound health totals at some point, you would imagine. So Jarla just relatively content to create some board tension here instead.
Yeah, I mean, Jarla may need to just use all those coins to put out a very early Ziliax to recover, because he is getting pretty low, and...
Yep.
Oh, there's the Robocaller for Gamer. So that'll... But Incendius might come down next turn. Because, I mean, there's not a lot of ways of dealing with that.
No, there aren't. You're generally not counting on a Ziliax coming down.
Well, there we go.
That is entirely possible.
Okay. There's the hand size payoff.
A card! Finally, a card. It's actually a really huge swing on the board, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Living Horizon, it just single-handedly presents an incredible brick wall. And to get to do that alongside either setting up the weapon or maybe managing something. If he sets up the weapon, I guess even if he doesn't set up the weapon, he has the ability to triple coin out of Ziliax to try and, really push things back his way.
Yeah, if he plays the weapon, he can actually coin an O manager and still then have enough coins left over to be able to triple coin out Ziliax.
Yeah.
Again, whether or not he feels like that's a reaction that's necessary. If this attack is happening, it looks like he is. Oh no, okay, it's just going to take the extra damage on the minion instead of the facer. Alright, fine.
Yeah, I think he mustn't be trying desperately sort of not to, in a sense, waste any coins, right? That he does maybe want to get out the Ziliax quickly, but then still have enough coins left over for a huge pop-off on a Vanessa turn.
And just trying to preserve health where he can before the Ziliax, just in case there's any kind of ridiculous, like, Lanessa burnout coming out in the near future.
Yeah, and that is the Incendius, which, I definitely think that's based on like what he's seen so far. Kind of the route I would go, sort of say, okay, well, I know you've got a bunch of damage in play to deal with this, but let's sort of force you to actually do that.
Right.
And if it does stick around, then you're in a great spot. Are they considered zero cost in the deck for the purposes of Robocaller? The eruptions?
I'm not sure, actually. It's a good question.
Oh no, one cost.
Since Finley's disappeared, my knowledge of like what cast when drawn cards actually cost when they're in your hand has gone in the toilet. You just don't need to know it anymore.
Yep. Oh, and it's actually the Unkiliax. I just sort of assumed that it was the twin.
Yeah, it's a fair assumption. It's something that I was looking at when I was looking up and down the deck list. Generally, unless you're planning to resurrect it in some way, Twin is preferred over Unkiliax. Since the various changes that have weakened Unkiliax a little bit.
I think it must be because of Pipsy, right?
I guess so, right. It's better, yeah, I suppose as a summoning tool it is better, that makes sense.
Just if it's going to be pulled out of your deck, you'd rather it come out this way. Big Robocaller there, picking up the other Beam, Sankazel, and Grifta. Oh, might just be Holy Glow Sticks, the 4/4, yeah, I guess Divine Shield and then Holy Glow Stick. Trying to keep the aggression from swinging too much back over his direction.
Okay, that's potentially huge just for a draw 2 minions option here. Starting to run out of things to do proactively.
Yeah, and I think seeing Gamer trying to stem the bleeding like that, you might feel more comfortable just sort of rolling it out. also protects you from Gamer's Coin Ziliax, which I think was why that O Manager was played.
Very true.
And because Gamer has twins, so without that poison, yeah, this becomes very difficult to remove either of these minions. Without his own Titan.
Such a huge difference now, having played the Titan. Yarla was just so low on ways to spend mana effectively, and now no such issues, right? So many a straight up board in a box power play with Pipsy, and then 2 fantastic refill tools with the Oracle and the Robocaller as well.
Yep. Living Horizon's always nice when you can play it for one.
Yeah. There is a serious Titan problem that needs to be solved, though, because otherwise you're just playing a 2/2, which is less attractive, even if it did only cost you 1.
Is there a way to grifta and, like, steal the Titan and do something?
Yeah, you'd love to steal the Unkiliax and just pump that into the Titan, but unfortunately Elusive will put pay to any plans along that line. But you can still abuse the poison on the Unkiliax by doing it the other way around.
Okay, we're gonna do this the hard way.
Okay, all right, just chip it on through. Fine.
Yeah, I mean it does work out because there's just so little attack on the Titan, right? That you can do this sort of chipping away. It's pretty painful, but at least you get to keep your Senkazel pretty healthy. But Jarla with the opportunity to make a pretty wide board and then buff it all. We all managing our own 2/2. Five, 7, 8. Okay. So Lanessa and a beam. Pipsy was the 7. I guess.
No manager twice here if you want to. Yeah, 1 to take the shield and 1 on your own guy. No, okay, just gonna leave it like that. Fine.
I think he's just trying to make a situation where the board is hard to remove, right? That okay, if you clear it, if you deal with the Pipsy, Pipsy is going to summon all this stuff, right? So there's layers.
Trying to figure out if does Jarla still have everything left? He still has the Sandcastle for Rush. He still has the Living Horizon and Silver Wings for Divine Shield. So yeah, he'd get like Horizon for Taunt and Silver Wing for Divine Shield or something like that. So yeah, he would still get the full set.
Yeah, gonna burn now though because of that Grifta. That's one of the sort of cheeky side effects you can get going on is you Grifta while your opponent's on 9 cards and you get to burn.
Yeah, sure.
And honestly, one of the best ones to give your opponent is the draw, because pretty much no one wants to draw 3 and discard 2 randomly.
Ooh, Horn of the Windlord going down as well. Big big damage to the lethality.
There is a second Horn in the deck.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I mean, Jarla's just going for it. The spell damage from Oracle. I mean, this is the thing when you get to later in the game.
Oh, Snake Oil, yes please.
Snake Oil with spell damage. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
So clutch, right? Just to take the Divine Shield, that should be good enough now. I think everything else just is too efficient with the coins and the Divine Brews to get the glow sticks down.
Yep.
Looks good to me.
Yeah, and so, you know, the full combo version ending up getting comboed by the Pipsy deck.
And I think, so there is some merit to that argument, though, because both decks kind of ran out of things to do in the mid game. But then Jarla, just by having a bit more board presence through that, through the Pipsy, just allowed him to take the offensive a little bit more effectively. That might be a bit of a false positive, because what really happened is one of them played Titan on curve and the other one didn't, and the one who played Titan was the one that had more resources, which is probably a bigger factor, if we're being entirely honest. But yeah, I think Jarla will be delighted to get that Pipsy Paladin through as smoothly as he did there, especially as without that Titan draw, he was looking like his hand was in real trouble the way it was.
I do wonder, kind of, on if you were to look at a larger data set of these kind of mirrors, if the Pipsy deck maybe has an edge because instead of it being, well, whoever gets Titan first, right, you do have poison in your own Ziliax to deal with an opposing Titan. You do have much more capacity to build these complex boards that are hard to remove. And so you just got a couple of tools that the all-in Lanessa deck doesn't have. I think the counter to point to that would be like, but does the Lanessa deck just sometimes kill the Pipsy deck before it does anything, right? And I don't know.
And you saw, I think there was some fear of that from Jarla when he was doing kind of the counterintuitive to Hearthstone 101 idea of taking less damage on his face and more damage on his minions on board with the way he was making trades, right? Because he knew if he could just stabilize, get that Ziliax to come down, particularly because it was Unkiliax, right? It's not like he was about to get a full Reno from the twin Ziliax. So just staying out of range, you know, the difference between 20 and 19 might have actually been very relevant with the way that breakpoints happen, with the glow sticks and that kind of thing. So Jarla just making sure he's getting the small details right. And, you know, when you take as long to take your turns, as these two players do, the one thing that you got to guarantee is that you are getting those small details right, because that's where you find your marginal gains. When you're thinking about everything, when you're factoring in every little variable, those are the small differences that maybe a slower player does have a small advantage. 2-1 though, we have just Swarm Shaman remaining for Jarla. How's it looking? What are these matchups against Rogue? I think so. Here's a more focused question. There has been a lot of consternation about the Shaman versus Rogue matchup in particular in this tournament. And I think it is kind of key to lineup building, like where you sit on that matchup as to where you're going to end up with your lineup in this tournament. What are your thoughts on that particular matchup?
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to be the Rogue.
Okay.
And I think for me, that is definitely because I struggle with APM decks like that. I don't necessarily take as measured turns as these two, but it's a lot of stuff to get into some of those Rogue turns, and you really need to know what tools you need to keep left over. You need to constantly be able to Shadow Step or Breakdance your Oracle to keep drawing, and the Shaman deck just, yes, you can say, oh, well, Fan's pretty good against it, but it can set up these boards as well with Bouncer, where it just becomes so much more challenging to remove everything that you would want to. It's hard to get a good dubious purchase to actually hit what you want. And I'm sure the best Rogue players feel like, yeah, it's closer than that, but it's a very powerful, proactive deck, and Rogue historically does not do well against those kinds of things.
And also, the best Rogue players will say that about every matchup. Come on, let's be honest.
Sure.
It's like back in the day where you'd find like that one Freeze Mage player be like, nah, you're actually just favoured against Control Warrior. Shut up, go away, get in the bin. What are you talking
Well, certainly a good potential curve here for Jarla going into the Paladin. And I think Gamer sort of knows that he wants to do the Rogue last.
And I think that makes sense. These two really have no concerns, I think, with fatigue from long series. Two of the most practiced people on the planet when it comes down to it.
What are the pirates to draw? Because you mostly have tokens. Is Cookie the only pirate?
I believe so. In the standard build,
no.
in a non-like pirate-focused build, is it not?
Right, unless you have the Hosen, which he does not. So yeah, guaranteed Cookie. No sigil to go with it.
But also, I think most importantly, just a turn 2 spider tank that's attacking, which is a real big deal.
Sure. That is the main appeal. Coin Gorgonzormu? It's like Coin Gorgonzormu or Hi-Ho Silver? Because I think if you save the coin, it's to be able to like mixologist and then coin out whatever you find.
You can also coin the mixologist, which allows you to have an extra minion in play now, but then the potion that you get comes down as on the same turn. But yeah, that way you'd rather have the Divine Shield minion in play. I think just a little bit more competitive. Does this make sense?
Well, and it's slow draw, right? Like it's going to take a minute for the Silverwing to die.
Yeah, good point.
Gorgonzormu in the non-aggressive strategies is kind of an odd card because on the one hand, playing it on curve is great, right? So you can start upgrading it right away, but you are not necessarily just going to immediately get 2 drops or something like that. And it's really just there because it's a powerful board burst to contest against other aggressive decks, and then sometimes you used it buffed up with Vanessa for a massive board swing. So not as essential to get played as early as possible.
Quite a few good outcomes here from the Cactus Cutter.
Assuming you get the chance to see them.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, it's more health than attack, so this is still challenging to remove.
Yeah, true.
People focus a lot.
As you can see, no draw off the second one, but Jarla not too bothered about it. Just pushing face with the 5/7.
Yeah. You don't need more value if they're just dead.
I have very rarely watched my opponent's hero portrait explode and thought, man, I wish I had more cards in my hand right now.
Free is good pickup here, though.
Yeah, really good.
If you can't deal with it, the next best thing is to freeze it. Has anything died? I don't think so, so we're not summoning. Unless we make a trade.
Unless you trade first, but even then, not super high value.
Yeah, just taking the 2/2 demon.
Yep, summon, freeze, and push makes sense.
Ooh.
Less than ideal.
yeah. This is sort of the only option. Oof. Nice sometimes to get the parachute there, but in this instance with the cutter, it means you are denied any opportunity to get the taunt. And I think the best hit there would have been a pop-up book.
Yeah, similar to the last turn, right? When I was talking about good outcomes off the Cactus Cutter, obviously there was all the parachutes that would just get you a nice 1-1, could just bump off a Divine Shield or whatever else. But again, pop-up book was the best hit on the previous turn as well, I think. Just to be able to deal with the 2-2, fully protect your 5-7. Yeah, sometimes a blessing and a curse, the parachute draws off the Cactus. Because of course you don't get the buff as well from the Cactus card text that you would do with pop-up book.
But also means that since you're not guaranteed a spell, right? Even if it were a more expensive spell, you would then have it to use with Oracle. And Oracle is great unless you don't have anything to activate it with. That could just be double beam. Is there something better than just going for the double prismatic beam draw? I guess so. It's a kind of weird situation for the Discoverers because typically you want to take Fellbloom. But right now, Gamer is sort of ahead on the going wide front.
Yeah, it is a strange opening. From the deck that we're referring to as Swarm Shaman, that has just made one large minion and hit face with it for 2 turns.
Okay, so we did take the Resurrect and Armor. Gonna leave up the big minion, clear everything else. Makes sense to me. More of the deck is built around going wide than having a big minion. Well, there's something to do with Bouncer.
Sure. Okay, good. You want the worst one there because you're about to remove the mech that you would end up magnetizing it to anyway. Yeah, it's just good psychology.
Rush probably would have been fine just used with Cookie.
True. Yeah, that's fair.
I am wondering though if it may sort of be biting Gamer here that he did not go for just drawing 2 guaranteed prismatic beams. Something that's typically pretty powerful in this matchup. I think
it's hard to say though because they wouldn't really have been that efficient anyway, right? To the same reason why the 2 damage AoE off the Mixologist potions just wasn't as attractive as it usually would be. The beams, yes, they would be fine here, but not necessarily like the game-winning explosion that you would sometimes see.
No,
1 and 9.
but you can expect them to be useful, and unlike the DL2, they only hit your opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, sure.
Another Bouncer, and we've got Hero Power 1/1 to go with it. The Divine Shield really annoying though for Jarla since he is on this, 1 big minion plan.
Yep. really impressive from GamerRvg the way he's just, controlled this board, created tension, fought with little minions here and there, 2-2 from Mixologists, the Mixologists themselves. Just chipped away, kept things under control, avoided taking way too much damage because, 3-4 attacking on turn 2 into a 5-7 attacking on turn 3 against most arguably slower decks. You could see just snowballing and ending the game.
Yeah, I mean...
GamerRvg has just kept really good control of this.
To be at 25 with the Divine Shield under all that is a pretty healthy spot.
Oh, the trade or go face question there is so miserable because they both seem so futile, right? You go face, you know that they have more Divine Brews in hand anyway, so you might just be put straight back in the same position next turn. But because you're still not making tokens, you're now just in this spot where, like, well, no, I don't want to go face with any of these minions next turn either. I would have been tempted to make my opponent just spend the 1 mana on re-upping the Divine Shield, personally.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it forces your opponent to do something, even if it's still not best circumstances for you. You are placing a tax on them.
Oh, that's such a good draw.
Yep.
It's so clean. 3 there, click there. 5 there. It's the stuff Hearthstone Magic is made of.
Oh, and
if only the patches had 3 health.
Oh,
then
there they are.
Hey! 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 Jarla's a genius. He had it under control the whole time.
They don't like their captain, right? That silly Patches is gone. Now the Parachute Brigade shows up.
Right, yeah.
Oh, this is clever. Here we go. Yeah, you get the cheese and just a 2-drop for the coin. Jarla finally able to have a spell for this Ethereal Oracle.
And you don't make the same mistake we saw yesterday, where there was the Starship discount piece in hand, and they tried to make the same play, and the cheese cost 1, and it didn't work.
Oh no! And now, but there's finally a wide board. Gamer has to be thinking.
Now this is where you get to gloat about how good Prismatic Beam would be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much less worried you would be about Thrall's Gift into Bloodlust.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, it's fine. That probably draws it anyway. Is there hand space? Do you need to, like, do 1 Divine Brew first?
Oh, because of drinks? Yeah, that's a good point. No, because normally you never have to worry, right? You play 2 cards, it draws 2 cards, it's always fine. But yes, when it's a drink specifically. Because I think, can't quite tell from the art that's concealed, but I think only 1 of them has been played so far, right? So that one that we can see that clearly has at least 1 drink missing, I think is still on 2.
Okay,
yes,
or you can play a salesman, sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop the salesman. It's fine.
I guess if we miss, then it's something like... Yeah, no, never miss.
Imagine missing.
Well, now 4 of the, 6 cast when drawn pirates have been there, so Ethereal Oracle isn't super likely to do that anymore. Otherwise, you'd like to pull those out to use with Cookie.
Mm.
I just realized Jarla very heavy on the Horn of the Windlords. A lot more lists have just 1.
Oh, there it is again. Okay.
There's the gift.
Depending on how much you fear the spell damage here, you could theoretically use that to clear, but I think that is probably far too pessimistic.
Yeah.
I think the games that you win from this position, that spell damage does not end up mattering too much.
Oof. Good top tech. Is there a world where you just Horizon, Titan, buff your own board, make a couple trades?
Sounds pretty sick, honestly.
Because if you force your opponent to hex your Titan, that's one less bloodlust to deal with. Yeah.
And it's also infinite mana that they have to spend on their turn. Like,
yeah.
You know, gifts, there's a reason why the two most common usages we see of gifts are using it for ramp in Druid and using it for Bloodlust in Shaman. Because one of those, you don't care about all the extra mana you're spending because you're gaining it back anyway. And then the other one ends the game, so you also don't care about how much mana you're spending. Whereas spending 4 on a Lightning Storm or spending 4 on a Hex or whatever else, like even spending 4 on a Swipe is a lot of mana to be spending a lot of the time. However, I have once again forgotten that the Starship discount piece is in play. So actually, your gift spells they're just free. You just get to pay them for regular mana.
Yeah, and I was going to say that actually means you can do a very interesting play here, which is instead of going for, well, I guess you could still go for Hex, but you can either Hex or Lightning Storm alongside the Horn, which means you can either Hex the Titan, Horn the Living Horizon, or Horn the Titan and then Lightning Storm.
But the Titan effect would still be in play for the other minions, right?
True,
Meaning
true.
You would,
yeah, I guess
you'd
so.
still
Yeah,
have...
here you would do this and
yeah.
Yeah.
So like your Horn doesn't clean kill the Titan,
Yeah,
so then
yeah.
you'd Storm,
No,
but the Storm would only do 2 to the Oracle.
This is better.
Things would happen. Yeah.
Yeah. In my head, like I was also getting Cookie in play somehow, and yeah, no, this Cookie has been sitting around all game to do exactly something like this.
Pyromancer jump scare. Hang on.
It could be worth coining just to. Well, no, I guess there's only one thing it would kill.
No,
it would upgrade.
no,
It would upgrade too. I mean, he has 2 1-health minions it would upgrade, but then it would damage a whole bunch of others. I don't know, like, what's better in that situation.
Right.
Oh,
I mean, the AoE is Prismatic Beam,
which clears anyway,
right? Which
Yeah.
clears regardless. Yeah. I don't hate it. Obviously, the players have bigger problem. Hopefully, the friendly client will allow this reconnect to happen and the game state to resume, which it does. No great panic. Just keep on trading. Just build in the suspense. Go
Yeah, I think that-
on. Go on.
I feel like that trade means that there's not going to be a coin, but
Yeah.
because otherwise you would coin first to have a 1 healthier minion. It's definitely worth considering.
It is really tempting. Like, you got 2 very sucky 2-drops there. Especially based on the standard of Cookie 2-drops that we've been seeing so far.
Well, and there's always the chance that you get a taunt, right? And Cookie gets so much more value if you have a taunt protecting it.
And there's also no danger here. It's not like you're revealing any information by waiting this long with 0 mana, because your opponent just knows that the coin is there anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Ah, no taunt.
Questionable.
So this is twin Ziliax now, potentially. Although I suppose
your opponent is showing Horn though, so like the
Right,
Ziliax
yeah.
is dealt with immediately.
in which case you'd be what you would.
You trade the
Kill the-
0/5 with one of them, right? Just because
Oh, you kill the cookie and the 0/5.
the cookie and the 0/5, and then you get theoretically one extra attack or one extra blocker, I suppose, out of your Ziliax.
The pyro is awkward in that it has to be traded off before Jarla can go for the gift.
True. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, going for highest damage minions, sure. I guess, let's see. So you horn into both of these pieces. You get in for 3, and then you bloodlust. Alternatively, I mean, Jarla is getting pretty low is another factor here.
That's fair.
And so he doesn't want to accidentally die. So there's a world where you maybe try and use like the grow fin to do something. Right? Have to do... It's still awkward because of board space though.
Honestly, if you'd have asked me the odds of this turn starting with hero power, I would have said close to 0.
Well, it's free off the paper craft.
Uh-huh. It's also just a 0/2 in play. Do we want it there? I guess, yeah, we didn't really have mana to do anything else. Sure, it's fine. Couldn't get the cactus cutter down or anything like that. Seems fair.
Now, an oracle once again to draw a potentially clutch prismatic beam.
Which, yeah, looks pretty likely. What do we got? Snake Oil, Manager, and Prismatic remain.
Yeah, so you can... I feel like you could even start with the Living Horizon, but...
It's harmless, right? It's 2 cards to replace 2 cards, so you can
Yeah,
see the concealed information first and then make the
Sure,
decision.
yeah. Right, because if it's just enough damage with the spell damage, but not quite. No beam is tough.
Oh yeah, Manager, Divine Brew. Okay, 0/2 Torn actually ended up being kind of clutch in that position, I'm not gonna lie.
Did we get out the glow sticks?
Uh-oh.
Doesn't look like it.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh, gamer moment.
And this can be the problem when you don't start doing things until the rope, right? The goal there was to spend that other coin and use the holy glow sticks on that 8/5, right, with the spell damage. But not getting those actions in,
Yep.
I think has got to be, I mean, if not lethal, pretty close with the Bloodlust. You can actually gift and Dangerous Cliffside alongside the Bloodlust right now because of the piece.
Yes,
Stars.
that is correct. Which means, yeah, it's lethal, right? You're 2 off just with the attacks that are showing and with the 1/1 going in. So with the cliffside, it's lethal.
Yeah, Kamer not feeling good about that one. You know, seeing the Bloodlust and leaving the room.
actually 1 off because you can make this attack in with 3 instead of 4. Yeah, that makes sense.
The Divine Shield's still, pretty relevant. But, yeah, haven't added this up. I assume Jarla has. Still has, a couple more points. Yep. There's the last point.
Whoa, no, please, no, not twice in a row. No, I refuse. Oh,
no!
My God. Oh, actually, just delete Hearthstone.
No!
Pack it. It's never Hearthstone. Why? Why are you doing this?
And this is the price, right? This is the price you pay on taking a while to think it out. Now, Jarla had a lot of damage to calculate and figure that out. But, yeah, I mean, for both of them to make the same mistake, and it's just taking a while to think about these turns. Those were, benefit of the doubt, those were pretty complex situations.
They were. I think gamers more so. And again, I'm not going to apologize for players roping and missing lethal. It's just bad. That sucks. You shouldn't do it,
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like, gamers' position was more complex. I don't think Jarla's was as Jarla's position was difficult because of the pressure that he was under, right? Like, I saw that fairly quickly that it was lethal. But Jarla would have seen that it was lethal and then gone, right, this is for the series. I'm going to count it, then recount it, then recount it again to be sure.
Yep.
And then at that point, he runs out of time.
Yeah.
That's so cruel.
So brutal. So now it is going to come down to, does the Swarm Shaman beat the Rogue?
I guess, yeah. Narratively, yeah, I guess it's the most fitting end to the series. Unbelievable. That had 2-2 written all over it, then it had 3-1 written all over it, and then it just had disaster written all over it with various clown emojis scattered all over the place. Oh my goodness.
And I gotta imagine Gamer right now is just imagining that he's dodged a bullet, because that was over. Yeah.
Yep. Quiet shrug. That's
not how you
want.
Not how you want to win a series, but it's the World Championship. I guess you'll take it, and we'll have to see whether he can capitalize on this second chance.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we'll come down to Shaman versus the Rogue now. And that means that Gamer in particular is going to have to refocus, right? I think Jarla can get away with it. Has a slightly more straightforward deck to contend with. If Gamer goes too far the other way now, where he's like, okay, I'm now going to second guess myself even more. I'm going to doubt myself even more. He's going to lose, because you just straight up can't do that with this deck in any way, shape, or form. You have to commit to turns early, just because the actions take so long to complete anyway, with the animations on top of that as well. So Gamer needs to lock in. Both players need to lock in, but particularly on the Rogue side. Jarla, are you talking about dodging bullets? Jarla needs to full cosplay Neo from the Matrix now, because he needs to find a way out of the mess that he has created for himself and get out with the Shaman at the final attempt.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people would feel pretty comfortable with either of these decks as their one remaining, right? With Rogue or with Shaman, they're considered a couple of the most powerful. Depends on who you ask, which is better. But you got to be shook after an ending like that for either player.
Yeah, I think there's good reason why we're having a delay here, because if I was either of those players, I'd be going outside, letting some fresh winter air hit me in the face, getting a glass of water, like anything I can do. If it happens to be snowing wherever you are, just dive face first into a pile of snow, like whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Wake yourself up, because that is absolutely not good enough at this level, and that's what pressure does. Obviously, we're being cruel. We're making fun. We're pointing out a mistake that doesn't need to be pointed out over and over again. But That's what happened. That's what we have to talk about, right? We can only commentate on what we're given, and now these players need to find a way to hopefully leave us on a high in this series.
Yeah. We've earned it, gosh darn it.
We've all earned it. You people in chat, you've been in for the long haul. You've gone with us on this entire ride, start to finish. You deserve it. Oh boy. Buckle up. You see one face and the top of one head of two very nervous Hearthstone players.
I mean, looking at the two, Jarla's kind of smiling about it, despite being the one who lost that game.
No.
So.
And I do think that's a very salient point. At this point, Raven and I have spoken about this. We've probably talked about Jarla more than any two other people on the planet that aren't his immediate family. Just because of many seasons of Hearthstone Grandmasters. We've seen this happen. This happens. Yeah, like Jarla was so good at a point where he would do that kind of thing like once every 3 or 4 weeks, and we were still calling him the best player in the world, right? Like that's how good he got at one point. So if you want to place bets on which of the players is going to react better, it is probably Jarla, because he's been there, he's had the experience, he's had the highest of highs, he's had the lowest of lows, he's dealt with coming back from making dumb mistakes like that before. Whereas GamerRvg a little bit newer, just lacking that final ability to get over the line where it counts. And if anything, that just feels like another moment, right? Like this is a lower bracket game. This is World Championship elimination on the line here. So these players have a lot to do to refocus, and I think Jarla probably just has that little experience edge on just getting into the right mental state. And the easier deck to play, which I think matters so much in this scenario. Like,
oh yeah,
pressure
absolutely.
is off with playing Shaman.
Oh, and patches in hand.
Anyway, enough yapping. No, that's not how it works. We have to continue yapping. I just realized that is literally our job.
Well, certainly looking good with the Patches the Pilot for turn 1. Murloc Grofin, always nice to kick things off as well. GamerRvg going to be looking for that Ethereal Oracle, which is really what all the draw hinges around in this rogue these days.
Yep. Yeah, play Oracle, play a Backstab or a Prep or something, Shadow Step the Oracle back to your hand, play it again. Hopefully those couple of turns have got you enough tempo that you can drop your 5-mana Scoundrel on 5 or 6. And then from there, the world is your oyster. Sounds simple, in practice, anything but. Alright, quick pick, good start.
And see Gamer going for the gear shift there over the Dig for Treasure. Thinking probability-wise is Dig for Treasure guaranteed hits a minion, and he wants to find minions, so if the gear shift had found him any, that means fewer minions in deck, so higher likelihood of Dig for Treasure hitting Oracle.
Lessons will never be learned, ever. I refuse to learn this lesson. I will continue to rope every turn.
But do you coin? Please don't miss the patches. Okay.
That is making a point right there. That's what that is. That is a statement being made from Jarla. The most unflappable man on the planet.
Oh.
Ooh, hello. One very high tempo turn available, one turn a little bit slower for now, but huge investment in the future. Yeah, Gorgonzormu. The other option was to like greedy partner double coin sigil, which was enormous tempo, but that kind of strands the oracle in your hand a little bit as well. So I like this.
Yeah, and it gives you, great follow up for next turn. You can preserve the cheese. I feel like a lot of times if I can
cheese. Oh yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah, if I can go for 4s in the shaman, I usually feel pretty good about that. 2s right away can be nice, but there is the chance of hitting Doomsayer.
Yeah, I think 4 is also the most comfortably out of range of like single Tarslick fan, for example, right? Just getting decent chunky minions above 3 health most of the time.
Interesting, actually prepping out the dig. I guess that was
Oracle backstab, if it was the hit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But probably just going to be developing the quick pick. I don't know. Probably save the backstab because of the Tarslick.
Yep. Ah ha ha!
All right, 4 remaining. And Ziliax, I gotta imagine means we're playing Sigil. No. Okay.
Hmm. So much damage lined up already. Slow, awkward hand from Gamer as well.
And this is what can happen when you don't have the Oracle. You can't do any of these fancy plays that we saw yesterday of, Oracle, Tarslick, backstab, kill the whole board, like draw into prep fan, all these crazy things, still be able to shadow step it, do it all over again. So now
like swing at a 1/1, backstab another 1/1, and dubious purchase.
Yeah. Maybe prep the purchase now?
Can think about prepping purchase now, yeah. Which would let you fan if you drew it. Doesn't let you do anything with Oracle.
Yeah.
Wow, gonna double backstab even. Jeez, guarantee one of the bigger hits with the dubious purchase, sure. I think I was gonna take the 2 out of 3 personally. Oh, they just keep coming.
Well, and Cactus Cutter, good odds of hitting another one. I believe Cheese is on 4 now.
Should be.
So there could be potential to like play the Cheese for refill, play the Sigil as backup. Oh no, it's on 3.
Oh, of course, yeah, it would have to have been played on turn 1 for it to be on 4 on turn 4.
Right. Yeah. Still, out of Doomsayer range. See, I expected it to be on 4 because of the time taken. Hosen picked up.
Yeah.
Hosen picked up is very interesting.
Wow, if Cheese just upgraded every 45 seconds of game time, these would be the 2 greatest Hearthstone players of all time.
Okay, sure. Yes, you cheese and get the immediate Ziliax. Makes this board harder to clear as well. The backstab's gone, makes Tars like less of a threat, but...
Okay. There's 2 of them now, though. Yeah, I was going to say, I counted this after the fact because GamerRvg is better at Hearthstone than me, but actually him using the double backstab, without the extra pirate being drawn off the top, it played around Cheese Ziliax. It would have been 1 too expensive with him killing the extra minion. which
Sure.
I think is
Yep.
probably part of the motivation on his part to kill
Yep,
the extra
yep.
minion with the extra max backstab on the previous turn, but then Jarla just ripped the extra pirate off the top anyway.
Yeah, knows he's not hitting minions, so taking the extra draw. And then I think this is going to be that double tar slick into fan.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
Get
though,
zero giants alongside this as well.
running out of time, so we'll see. Yeah, so this removes the buffs on everything else, so that the
You never
fan.
get this breakdance. Breakdance
No.
is such a long animation. It's so long.
Yeah, yep.
Please.
Well, you certainly don't replay the giant after the breakdance.
There's a good chance he is a fair way ahead of us in terms of his action.
True.
So he
Yeah,
might
yeah.
be okay.
Nope. Okay.
All right, he's good.
Did
He's
get
good.
it down.
All
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Okay. It's me. It's me that's cracking. The players are fine. It's me.
And yeah, this is where people are like, yeah, Rogue's favored, because you
Just do that.
have a turn like that.
Yeah.
And I think Jarla was maybe hoping to hit. Well, okay, hitting the pirates, excellent. Horn is good, although feels a little worse than if you just picked up Thrall's gift. I like this because I don't know if have we seen both fans or just the one.
There is one fan remaining. It was double
Okay.
Tusslick fan. There was not a fan used before that. Yeah, our tracker says there's still a fan in the deck as well.
Gotcha.
Whether this button can be trusted, yeah, it looks pretty good to me. Nope, sandbox scoundrel. Never mind. You never trust the button.
So Gamer's best bet is to Oracle and then step something.
Yeah.
I guess you kind of want to step the giant because you can replay it for free.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. But you do this, you play a free Oracle.
Yeah, you then step the giant, and if you do hit fan, you can
Scoundrel
one mana
fan.
scoundrel into fan anyway.
Or pull breakdance and do that. But breakdance is not enough.
It's not enough. It is not enough. There is 3 in play still,
Yeah.
which means the weapon is going to get there. A nod and a shrug from Jarla. He knows it's not a series that he's going to particularly put in his highlight reel. But he gets to go away, he gets to refocus, he gets to progress in this World Championship. GamerRvg, on the other hand, is falling just short of greatness yet again. Jarla is progressing through, and there I think you see the little self-aware smirk just spreading across. He knows. He doesn't need to be told. We don't need to pile on anymore. Anything that we can possibly say to him, he has already gone through and will continue to go through for about the next 10 minutes or so. And then he just has to play another entire series of Hearthstone because that's how brutal this tournament is going to be on these players.
Yeah, once you're in that, elimination position, you don't get a break. Gotta
Yeah,
go.
it looked for a second that Gamer was going to have navigated his way through that tricky position. This was lightning fast start from Jarla. Going patches on 1, hitting a ton of pirates early cheese coined out into cheese Ziliax. It's about as aggressive a start as you can possibly get with this deck. Gamer found the swing turn, but then was just another fan of knives short of finding that extra turn he might have needed to get over the line. And there you see that final shrug from Jarla, which says more than anything I can possibly come up with right now. Like that's the reaction to this series for sure. An absolutely razor fine margin for both of these players after they both tried to throw it away in the previous. Can you cast your mind back any further than that previous game? Any other memorable moments in the series for you?
No, that pretty much wiped them all out. Was that moment?
Okay. That's fair.
I suppose. I liked the Paladin matchup the most between the Pipsy and the Lanessa. Did have some slow moments, of course, but it showed kind of the interesting differences between the two decks and the back and forth that can take place.
And now we see the bracket there. It does mean that we have got a good old-fashioned Europe versus CN showdown coming up for the last spot to qualify out of Group C. As I was mentioning yesterday, this really did seem to be the battle of the power regions. And now with China returning, I'm looking forward to hopefully two of the best players putting on a real classic. But hey, if this series has taught us anything, it's that you have to stay tuned because no one has any idea what is going to happen. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with some more Hearthstone. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championships. We are about to get ready for the last match of Group C for today. So to kick that off is myself, Don, joined today by TJ. How you doing today, TJ? You ready for this?
I'm ready. I've been ready for about 3 hours now to cast some Hearthstone, but it's been some delays. Not even our fault. It's the players' fault. You'd expect a faster metagame with all these swarm-based aggro decks, but no surprise that players are taking their turn. Big stakes here at the World Championship, and Now we get to see Jarla play once again against Sif, who also a player takes his time, likes to play very meticulously. So could be in for another long one, but I'm here for it, Doug.
That's right. Yeah, and we are going to talk about these players and their lineups a little bit, but they kind of have some differing lineups here, which is very interesting. On the one side, Sif, who we're going to talk about, bringing that Armor Warlock, the Starship Hunter, Asteroid Shaman, and Cycle Rogue, as opposed to a little bit more of the kind of aggressive lineup that Jarla has with the Pirate Demon Hunter, the Dungar Druid, Swarm Shaman, and that Pipsy Paladin that we got to see a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah, I feel like you put Sif up against everybody, and you can say, oh yeah, he's got a different lineup. You know, he went out to left field for this one, and it's half worked, half hasn't, considering he's in the decider match currently. But the Hunter is such a cool deck to watch. It just feels like it can go infinite with the Discovers, the Scout doubling the Discovers. The Armor Warlock, haven't really got to see it. It's just been drawing bans. I don't know if players understand the matchups better than I do. I don't have a lot of respect for the deck, but everybody else does. And the Asteroid Shaman is a really interesting one. Shaman was a deck that we kind of knew players were going to bring. I thought it was just going to be the big Shaman and mostly Shaman, but Sif's going with the Asteroid Shaman, trying to swippity swap things up a little bit. But going to be starting on the Cycle Rogue, and we've seen a lot of rogues, some slight variations here and there, but the core package, the core gameplay, still the same.
Yeah, definitely. Rogue has been one that we've talked about quite a bit over this weekend, and I'm sure we'll still have plenty more to talk about, as there are quite a few of these Cycle Rogues being brought throughout the weekend. But let's switch over and talk about Jarla, who we've already just seen quite a bit on stream. But I love the quote that he has here. I can play really fast if I want to. Also, I am a big noob. Yes, could play fast if he wants to, but gonna rope, as we saw plenty of times.
Yeah, that's the old game One Truth and a Lie, based off that last series. No, I think, you know, Jarla, we've seen him struggle with pace of play. He wants to make the right play all the time, and he wants to make sure that no stone is left unturned when it comes to what's available to him on any given turn. And we saw that bite him in that last series, and was ultimately able to take the win, but a few rough turns there in a row caused him to lose a one game. You can't even say a potentially one game. That was a one game, just a missed attack for lethal. But Swarm Shaman is going to be the opening deck for Jarla. Just got to see, this is the first matchup, Swarm Shaman versus Cycle Rogue. That was the final matchup of Game 5 in the previous series that Jarla played. So should be feeling pretty good going into this first matchup, I'd say.
Yeah, I definitely am interested to see this matchup yet again and see how Jarla does with it this time around. It's going to be pretty interesting to see the lineups overall. No really surprises with the bans here. The Warlock being banned out from Sif's side and Jarla's Druid being banned out. Not really anything shocking there.
Yeah, this group, I can see the Warlock ban being the go-to ban. If Sif makes it through into the quarterfinals on Sunday, that's where the metagame starts to open up a little bit more. This group had a lot of players with very similar decks. You know, the Demon Hunter, Swarm Shaman, a lot of Paladins in the group. But as soon as we get to opening up to more like control decks or slower decks, I think that's where the Warlock, we might get to see some play. Which I'm excited for, but not in this series. And the Dungar Druid is taken out. I wanted to see a little bit more Dungar Druid over the course of the weekend. Not that many players brought it, and of the players that did, it's been banned a few times. I mostly wanted to see it just to see how these pro players' plays and lines and matchups compared to my own, because it's a very hit or miss deck, fun deck in that regard, but not going to be able to see that one either. So keeping it simple, down to Hunter, Shaman, Rogue on Sif side, Demon Hunter, Shaman, and the Pipsy Paladin. Pipsy for Jarla side.
That's right. Well, we are jumping into this first game here. As we mentioned, Sif on that Cycle Rogue and Jarla on this Swarm Shaman. Pretty decent starting hands for both players here. Jarla having a potential turn 1 and 2 with Grofin and Sigil of Skydiving.
Oh yeah, this is, I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw 3 keep here from Jarla's side. I do like Cactus Cutter as well. I think Cactus Cutter goes up in value if you open up with a Patches, because you can pull more minions out of your deck, and it's a better play on 2. Otherwise, you're not really playing the spell, even though most of the time in Swarm Shaman, unless you're getting into mid-late stages of the game, Cactus Cutter, you're not playing to gain the buff on the stats buff on the Cactus Cutter. You're playing it just to cycle through your deck and have another cheap minion play. But looks like it is going to be 3 keep from Jarla, and Sif gets Playhouse Giant and some dubious purchase, but pretty good curve here.
Yeah. And this is pretty interesting choice here for Sif. Could just pass or coin into the quick pick, but the rest of the hand a little bit slow without that coin, and does probably want to save it for that Oracle as well.
Yeah, and speaking of coin with Oracle, that's a fantastic pickup for Jarla, the greedy partner, giving a great activation for his own Oracle moving forward, which can sometimes seem a little bit slow when you're talking about Swarm Shaman, but you do just want to keep up keep the resources going. And Ethereal Oracle can also pick up like Pop-Up Book, which you get that extra spell damage, put some minions on the board, lets you protect your own minions. Great play. I don't know if it's going to be the right call this turn, as Jarla's not guaranteed to have a 1-drop from this Oracle. Could just go Sigil of Skydiving, or no, Bouncer, the Coin Bouncer. It's just the strongest play. You'd like to hold the coin for the Oracle, but getting 2 4/5s on the board and basically shutting off a free, easy attack plus card draw from Sif, fantastic spot.
Yeah, now kind of an interesting turn from Sif here. Looked like could have probably wanted to go with the Oracle into a coin, potentially Breakdance, but now there's just too many stats on the board, so opting to coin out the Dubious, and it does hit one of those bouncers, so removing some of the stats on the board definitely puts Sif in a slightly better spot here, but Jarla's hand just coming together pretty well. Lots of options here. Dangerous Cliffside coming into hand. Could just opt for that Cactus Cutter and see what happens here too, as you mentioned at the start of the game.
It's going to keep the swarm going. I like it. You're pushing this much damage early. You're in a situation where you could Sigil of Skydiving next turn, or Cactus Cutter, see what you hit. If you hit Thrall's Gift, you slam the Sigil of Skydiving, because it's likely that just with those 3 minions, you need effectively 1 more minion on board to be able to get lethal, and that's if Sif is even able to challenge this the board that we currently see. So
yeah, Tarslick and Fan of Knives coming into hand for Sif could help answer this a little bit. Doesn't answer everything.
yeah, and the big thought here is, if you take this damage, you'll never be able to recover. The horn is always going to be a threat for lethal. You can't let any minions stick. but if you go for the Fan of Knives and Tarslick now, then if Jarla reloads, then you're just back in the same place as you were previously. It just has to go Fan. This is going to fill up the hand. Oh! Nope. Okay. Is going to go ahead and get the prep Tarslick out of the way just to make sure the board is fully cleared. Open up the hand. Oracle Sigil here sounds fantastic. You're more likely to hit Thrall's Gift. You're guaranteed to have 5 minions on the board next turn. Yeah, and that's... I don't see a way Sif can defend here without Grifta in hand to go for heal. This might be game 1.
I mean, Sif does have the Speaker Stomper, though, which if there is any threat of that, yeah, Speaker Stomper just going to come down.
It's still... You're taking so much damage.
Yeah.
Horn's going to be lethal for the rest of the game, and Sif is still multiple turns away. This is... at the very least 5 damage that's able to be put out. I mean, if Horn's picked up right now, it's lethal. Nope.
How much damage does Jarla want to push this turn? You can just push as much as possible, right? Let's start with the Cactus Cutter. Finds a pop-up book. That feels a little expensive. I mean, could just go for the Trusty Companion here.
I think Gorgon Zormu's fine also.
Gonna go for that Trusty Companion. I like just pushing this damage here. Setting up for next turn lethal. There's a couple of ways you can do it, either with that Thrall's Gift into the Bloodlust, even if it's just from a couple of minions from the Dangerous Cliffside, or that top deck potential that you talked about as well with the Horn.
Okay, hits backstab Fan of Knives. That's going to be a full board clear. But no Speaker Stomper played, so that is going to be enough with just a location proc, pop-up book, Thrall's Gift, Bloodlust, or just Horn. That's a much simpler way to do it. Didn't need the Horn, though. Did have enough. Thrall's Gift, pop-up book, that's 2. Then the Bloodlust is 5. And that would have been 8 damage set up. So Sif tried to get things going, but was able to answer a few boards, and Jarla just stuck enough damage early on in the game to where it just didn't matter by the time Sif even got to the point where he could start thinking about making an offensive of his own. It was just too little too late, and Jarla goes up 1-0.
Yeah, I also feel like Jarla played a little bit faster that time around. I don't know if that was just a comfort thing. Seemed like he was definitely in control of that game the whole time, but I do feel like he was favored in that matchup, at least anyways, to start things off. So not surprised that he maybe felt a little bit more comfortable and just made the plays that he needed to.
Yeah, and a big thing to note, this is this match in particular is a rematch from the initial matches that happened off stream. Sif ended up winning that matchup 3-2. It was very close. And game 5 of that match was this matchup we just saw, was Rogue versus Shaman. And Sif won on the Rogue. And so this is a big win for Jarla, not only because just starting 1-0, but also because in that first series against Sif, Jarla struggled with the Shaman and even lost this particular matchup to lose the series. So that's got to feel good for Jarla to kick things off in this manner.
Yeah, and I think also of note that this is the, again, final deciders match of the bracket. So one of these players moves out of Group C and into the top 8 tomorrow, and the other player is out of the tournament. So very important series for both of these players here. And like you said, probably has to feel really good to get that first game under your belt, but could go all the way to game 5. We've seen that already happen, but we're going to find out what's going to happen next. Jarla still has the Pirate Demon Hunter and that Pipsy Paladin left, so kind of interesting to see where those go.
Pipsy Paladin. At that point, you might as well just play Lanessa. Well, I mean,
Lanessa's in there too.
Yeah, it's just Lanessa, but with Pipsies. It's Pipsy Paladin, but with or it's Lanessa Paladin, but with Pipsy thrown in. It's the most expensive legendary. That's what gets the naming rights for the deck.
That's right. That one legendary makes all the difference in how we title the decks.
Yep. All right. And we are going to get to see the Paladin in action here, and it is going to be against the Rogue once again for Sif. Sif feels like Sif has a lot of confidence in the Rogue. Many players at this level do, because the core gameplay hasn't changed all that much from previously with the just Sonya Grifta Scoundrel style of play. You just have more ways to easily draw cards with Oracle. Sif has the Cover Artist, which you can play around, and then Incendious, which is another win condition in the deck if it ends up going later. So these players have a lot of hours logged on this because the deck's been so popular in previous metas.
Jarla's hand is very interesting as well here. Has an Oracle, Grifta, double Divine Brew, and the Lanessa already. And picking up Holy Glow Sticks. Lots of the kind of combo pieces already, but needs to just get to that point and maybe find something like some Ohm Managers to get some additional coins as well. Not a lot going on these first few turns, however.
Yeah. But neither for Sif. Both players are basically just going to play a little bit of solitaire here as they try and assemble their various combo pieces. There's O Manager. Oh, jeez. Okay. I want all these things, so I kind of just want to hero power again.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Jarla really wants to play out the Oracle quite yet. Could go for it, but then what? Has to go for using up the single coin in hand just to activate the draw. Then you're looking at a really full hand of cards, and you're down the coin.
Yeah, argument for it. Just seeing more of your deck. And also forcing Sif to kind of answer it, like acknowledge it, not just continue on his own game plan. But the upside is just better combos, more damage from the glow sticks and the O Manager when you actually do go for a combo turn. And yeah, it looks like it is just going to be hero power pass, which I think I ultimately agree with. And Sif is also just in the hero power pass business.
Also,
both players just have their
decked...
combo pieces and nothing else. Okay,
yeah.
Salesman. Sure.
The Tempo Grifta. Oh, finds damage. Or
Strides
everything in hand.
I think Strides is insane. So's damage. You know,
I mean, especially setting up for the Lanessa turn, right? Adding in that double damage could be pretty significant. If you get to reduce the cost of everything, you can pop off even faster.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay, damage.
Sif picks up an Oracle here, but gonna drop the Scoundrel and then go into Oracle potentially. Does have a lot of cheap cost cards here to follow up. Gonna go for the Backstab. Draws a second Shadow Step and a Prep.
I think I want to Shadow Step the Oracle here. You need to see further in the deck. You need the payoff cards.
Well, could also prep the Breakdance and Breakdance the Oracle, trade into the Grifta, but that does use up one of the Breakdances a little bit early. There is a Giant in hand as well, so I do like the Shadow Step.
All right. Oh, another old manager.
I mean, if this is going to be a Lanessa pop-off turn, Jarla has to start taking action.
Nope, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late.
Gotta start doing stuff.
Nope, too late.
I think spending a little bit of time just doing the calculations, seeing how much damage he could actually be able to push this turn.
That's enough, because that's a number. Not, that's 4. Then you have 12. And then the glow stick is 8. Yeah, that's enough, right?
Should be. Actions are still happening.
Yeah. It's more than enough. Oh yeah. Made me a little nervous there. Starting late, but did end up getting all the actions in. I mean, there was an infinite amount of damage there.
Yeah, there was quite a bit. I think, again, Jarla just had to take a little bit of the beginning of the turn just to kind of make the calculations, make sure that he actually did have enough, wasn't going to mess up the ordering. But I'm sure the Jarla has so much practice on this deck, especially this version, that he's the only one to have brought. But really here we see this is the power of the Lanessa deck. Doesn't even matter that Pipsy was in there. Who needs Pipsy? You just do the Lanessa combo.
Yeah, that was a turn 5 lethal with the Pipsy Paladin.
Yeah.
I mean, Pipsy is very good in the deck because you know you have already a curated pool of minions for Pipsy to pull from. But I mean, that's like that hand. I don't know if that hand works against anything that is hitting you. Right, that's that full combo hand, but when you can afford to literally just hero power pass for the first 3 turns of the game, And that's your hand. Yeah, you're gonna win some games of Hearthstone, but that doesn't happen often. That's why Sif was pretty visibly upset, because I don't know how often. Like, you can do Lanessa pop-offs on turn 5, but I wouldn't say consistently. I wouldn't say they're just lethal from hand that consistently. Like, you can do it to, you know, try and pick apart boards against in aggro matchups and stuff, but that's the deck firing on all cylinders right there.
Yeah, that was exactly what Jarla was looking to do here. Now just has the Pirate Demon Hunter left to get through the entirety of Sif's lineup. So what do you think about this Pirate DH into Sif's lineup here?
I mean, I don't think you can ever count this deck out. It's does so much damage, and if you stick even just a little bit of damage, if you are on the play and have a 1-drop that sticks, and you just eke out a little bit of damage from that, you can end games from ridiculous positions. The amount of bursts is high. When you're looking at metamorphosis, acupuncture, all the ways you can gain attack, hot coals too. So we are going to see a full toss here from Jarla. You just want things to play early. You want the sock puppet, you want the patches, you want the treasure distributor, or not the other one, the 2/4. I forgot the name. Oh, Brain Masseuse.
Yeah.
You want the Brain Masseuse. Doesn't hit any 1-drops. Yeah, in fact, gets a very expensive hand. And the thing about this hand is, if you use the coin to just go skydiving into skydiving, then your Oracle is stranded. So yeah, I think it's just hero power.
There's always that threat of Fan of Knives as well, just kind of cleaning up. I don't know how concerned Jarla is about that at this point. I think it's more the Oracle, but that is something to consider, with not really the greatest follow-up if he were to have gone Coin Sigil into Sigil.
1 turn too late.
Well, now the question is, does Sif want to actually go for Gear Shift here and put the Fan of Knives back in the deck, or does he hold it?
Jeez. Yeah.
Knowing the skydiving is going to pop next turn.
Honestly, I feel like you need counter pressure in this matchup. You can't play reactively. You need to start moving towards those giants, and you're never going to get there if you just hold on to Gear Shift here. Ends up getting a Fan of Knives back, so decision is going to pay off, which I like. Even if Sif knew for 100% fact that he wasn't going to get the Fan of Knives back, I think he still did the play. Oh, the Hosen.
The Hosen.
Oh, jeez. I mean, this game's just going to end, isn't it?
It has to at some point. I hope.
It's going to end quick.
I mean, it would follow the pattern that we've seen from Jarla in this series so far. Very fast first 2 games, and this one looking to shape up already being the same. For Sif, though, the hand is a little bit clunky. Does pick up the Oracle, but can't play Oracle and Fan of Knives yet. No prep for that Fan of Knives either. His dubious purchases are just a little bit too clunky. Jarla's even picked up the Ziliax on his side as well.
The more I look at this hand, the more it's just slam dubious purchase and just hope it hits the Hosen. I don't think there's another play.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty rough hand here for Sif. All right, getting some draw. Didn't find a prep. Yeah,
comboed
couldn't.
It, so not even gonna hit the Hosen. And yeah, this is a lot of damage. I mean, this was probably just like Sock Puppet Ziliak's hero power and just push it all.
Does Jarla want to add the brain masseuse in there as well? This could play all three, right? Sock Puppet, Brain Masseuse, Ziliax, and still hero power.
Yeah.
If the Ziliax comes out, does get to push, what, set Sif to 8, I believe?
Acupuncture hot goals picked up as well. I mean, it's a pretty curated pool of spells. Acupuncture, Metamorphosis, hot coals.
Oh.
Has to pick up prep.
Yeah.
And even then,
it's needed prep almost every turn.
Yep. No prep. And that's it. That's the game. Oh my god.
Again.
What a difference.
Hand
Last
gestures.
series versus this series.
Yeah.
Pace of play picked up a little bit. Just a 3-0 from Jarla after that is just crazy. You know, a big turnaround, and that's a huge win. I mentioned Jarla fell to Sif in the opening initial match of the group, and then comes back and takes one of the tougher matchups in the lineup versus the Rogue Shaman to kick the series off. And from there, it feels like smooth sailing. I feel like Sif maybe is in a better spot if goes with a different deck to fight off maybe the decks that are slightly faster than the Shaman. But that's just a series where Jarla's decks were just doing everything that they were supposed to. It's just like textbook play. Lanessa combo for a win on turn 5 from hand after, you know, Grifta, sure, but hero power passing the first 3 turns of the game, you're not beating that. Like, these Demon Hunter starts, missed the 1 drop, but Sif had nothing. You're not beating it. So a very rough series for Sif, and it's a shame because Sif had one of the coolest lineups in the field. I don't even think that's subjective. I think that's objective that Sif had the coolest lineup in the field. But we'll go out of the World Championship, and Jarla moves on to quarterfinals.
Yeah. Had to wait quite a while just to be 3-0'd for that as well. Sif waiting in the sidelines for that match, and then that happens. Kind of a little bit devastating there for Sif, or fans of Sif. But that does mean one of the Chinese players knocked out there. So we're not going to see at least all 4 China players make it to top 8, which I know some people were potentially rooting for as something that could have happened. But unfortunately for those players, those fans, not going to happen. But it does sound like we are going to get to do a quick interview here with Jarla. So we're going to get to chat with him and see how he's feeling after that match. Hey, Jarla, how's it going?
Guys.
Congratulations on it through.
Thank you.
I want to ask you first, how do you feel in the difference between those two series that you just played, the kind of super long grindy Game 5 series and then that very quick 3-0?
Yeah, I actually had the super grindy series earlier against Sif as well. It went to Game 5. Sadly, it was off stream because it was super good series. I ended up losing 2-3, even though I feel like I should have won 3-1 if I did like some different decisions. But yeah, that happened. And now, yeah, super grindy games against Gamer, where I missed one damage at the end of the rope, sadly. And now it was quick one. I mean, that's what I want to do with the lineup. Just smork the rogues and, yeah, quick trios.
So, just so I was hoping you could elaborate on the series with Sif, the initial match that happened off stream since we didn't get to watch. What do you think went wrong in that series? From the looks of it, it looks like Shaman may have struggled a little bit to take a win. But just to give us a little insight into a match we didn't get to see.
Yeah, Shaman was struggling a lot in that series. So basically, game 1 was my Paladin into Hunter. Paladin took like easy win. And then it was Demon Hunter into his Hunter. That one I just lost to Secrets because he had some good early game into Secrets, and then I couldn't beat that with DH. And then DH into his Asteroid Shaman. It was super interesting one. I was mega behind the whole game, going second, losing on board. But then I had Metamorphosis to push 10 damage. And I finished him literally from hand with the 2-3 spell damage card that draws cards. And then deal 5 with the card that deals 5 to both heroes and meta. So I just literally burned him from hand in that game. I didn't expect it to go that way because usually you just beat the Shaman on board, but that game I had to burn him. And then yeah, Shaman took two quick losses. Shaman Mirror, I think if I made some decisions differently, I should have won, and then it would be 3-1 for me. But yeah, I didn't, and I got punished, and I lost. And then game 5, I just got completely destroyed by good rogue draw. That was first series against Sif.
Well, I mean, you turned it around because a very quick 3-0, including a turn 5 Linessa Paladin win. That'll do it. That'll get you through.
It was quick.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh. All right, Jarla, any final thoughts or shout outs or anything else that you want to say before we wrap up with you here and let you get some rest?
Yeah, basically I'm just super happy to make it to top 8 because I was super stressed and I didn't feel that confident going into this tournament. But yeah, shout out to Requam and Fury Hunter, my practice partners for this tournament. Fury made it yesterday to top 8, so we will see him tomorrow. And now we will watch Requam. Hopefully he will take it as well. So everyone from our practice group can make it to top 8 and then battle it out.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much again, Jarla. It was great to talk to you, and we're going to let you get some rest, and we'll see you again tomorrow in top 8.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the games, guys.
All right. It's always great to hear from the players. I love getting to do those interviews and hear straight from them. But let's see the Group C bracket that we just wrapped up. Hemlock and Jarla making it through Group C to top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think both GamerRvg and Sif showed some very promising play and some very promising lineups. They just got bested, right? I think a lot of times when we watch these groups, it can go the other way, but I would not have been surprised. Well, I would have been a little surprised to see Sif's lineup make it to top 8, but it would be a pleasant surprise. And I think even though Sif was cooking, he was cooking something delicious, so to speak. So unfortunate that GamerRvg and Sif will not be making it to the top 8, but I think very strong delegation from Group C making it through with Jarla and Hemlock as our 2.
Yeah. Well, we still have an entire bracket left, another group to go still today to see who is going to be joining those other 6 that have already made it to top 8. So we have plenty more action still to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everyone. Welcome back. We are halfway through the day today, and we just want to review where we've been and where we're going for the second half of today. So, TJ, walk us through what happened in Group C.
Oh, geez, just all of it? Every step of the way? I mean, a lot happened. We've been here for 4 hours at this point to play through 3 matches. Ultimately, it was Jarla and Hemlock moving through. I think those first 2 matches of that group, incredibly long, incredibly back and forth. Jarla really redeeming himself at the very end, not only in a rematch versus Sif, which he stated himself should not have been a rematch. He should have taken the first series. And then after a disappointing finish for I suppose us as viewers and for Jarla and for GamerRvg, just for everybody, to that second series where Jarla missed lethal but still was able to take a victory. I think Jarla just getting a quick 3-0 to cap off the series and book the spot in the quarterfinals was very good for himself and for any European Hearthstone fans, or if you've been a European Hearthstone fans for the last, decade? I think Jarla's been around? Maybe 8 years?
That's right. All right, Raven, we have some new players that we haven't gotten to see yet on broadcast coming up in Group D. Who do we have here?
Yeah, for sure. We have Yanming from the China qualifiers, MeSmile, Rekvam, and Petrinka. I think that's... I always mispronounce that name. Yeah, I think I'm always going to be keeping an eye on Yanming here because they have, I believe, the same lineup as Yansu that we saw yesterday, right at the beginning of the day. Bit of a strange lineup, but they made it 2-0 out of their group, so I'm expecting good things. Rekvam as well. I feel like Rekvam is the Hearthstone pros' favorite player, and that's fair, right? I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think
he's
we
your
even heard Jarla.
favorite player.
Exactly, we heard Jarla mention that they were really hoping Rekvam does well. I believe though some spoiler alerts, I guess, they actually ended up losing their first match, so they're going to be in that losers match for the elimination, as we can see. Thank you, production, fantastic. So that is how the bracket is looking right now, and it's a pretty spicy one, honestly, because this one's, I think, a tough one to call if you had to make one.
It is, yeah. As with all of the other groups, all of the opening matches have been played off stream. You can see MeSmile and Yanming are the ones progressing through, which, yeah, I think speaks to, again, the success of these slower, grindy lineups that we've been seeing, right? I don't think too many people had Hyper Control really pegged as successful going into this tournament, but from what we're seeing so far, they're looking really, really, really strong. I think Lorinda's making a good point. He keeps bringing up that they're only playing against one thing right now, and the more of a range of lineups those Hyper Control lineups play against, the better picture we'll get as the tournament progresses. But so far, looking good for the primarily the China players with the slow lineup.
Yeah, they both have both ProYun and Yanming thus far have just gone into the Giga aggro lineups, no in between in their 3 matches thus far, and Yanming has that again against MeSmile going into this one. So I think that's a good point. I think the big test will be tomorrow once the lineups start to expand a little bit. Once we start getting to slower, once Paladin gets in the mix, we're looking up. I think for the non-control lists.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it all pans out. But for now, we are going to let Raven and Subtle kick off our first match of Group D. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Dawn. It's been too long, Subtle. We've had nearly 2 days. Yeah, we've had nearly 2 days of a tournament and not casted together. It feels strange, but we are back together again. Ready for the beginning of Group D, of course. We did just touch on then some of the players, some of the decks, but what are you hoping for out of this group?
Players finishing their turns. Is that too ambitious or what? No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Both days
right,
now.
sorry.
Both days.
Laser focus. We move forwards. We never look back. We move forwards. Yeah. Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing some more of the control lineup. TJ did point out that again, it's the same test. Like this control lineup that the majority of the Chinese players do have. It's very easy to pass the test when you're just sitting the same test over and over again, right? Like if you have a pop quiz and you come in the next day and you take the same one, you're probably going to be okay. So I think I'm looking forward to seeing something just a little bit different from the control lineup.
Yeah, well, if that graphic beforehand was to be believed, and I hope it is, we might see this Warlock out to play for once so far in this tournament. But yeah, this is Yanming, of course, and as we mentioned, the players from these China qualifiers have been performing very, very well. With that same lineup that we saw right at the beginning of yesterday, the heavy control warrior, the armor warlock, which I still we haven't really seen, but again, hopefully we do. Cycle, Rogue, and that Discover Hunter. So really, really cool lineup. And we're getting the Warlock involved. This is what I turned up for today, hoping that we were going to get this Warlock. Really cool list. And would you have ever considered bringing something like this, Sol? I know you like to do your sort of pre-tournament what would I bring lineup. Was this ever even remotely on the cards?
So I was forced to consider it. You'll probably know, if you're around the last few days of tournament prep for long enough, you start to hear slight rumors and leaks almost coming out of the practice groups, right? Like I heard from a friend of a friend who's dating my brother's dog that RevFam is bringing whatever, right?
Right.
And I just started to hear a little bit, like the words Armor Warlock started to come up a little too often.
Like
for
whispers
it to be
on the
made
wind.
Up. And yeah, it's unbelievable that I sort of like put a list together. I spoke to some people like, what even is Armor Warlock? Started playing it. There's a little bit of it on ladder now, but this was a kind of a couple of days prior to that. And you can start to see the effectiveness of the deck in particular matchups, because there are some decks in this tournament that when they have to deal 80, they can't.
They just don't have it in them. Yeah.
Like the minion presence isn't there for them to be able to get repeated damage through and be able to get there. So it's something that I maybe expected to see once, possibly twice, but it's ended up being more common than I imagined going into this one.
Yeah, and looking at just MeSmile as well. And okay, so this is DK. We'll talk more about it because it's gonna be in the next game. It's gonna be the first game of the match. We'll talk more about DK in a minute, but I do just want to ask your opinion on. There's been a lot of discussion about Rogue being one of the decks in this tournament. Why Starship Rogue from MeSmile, and of course Maxibon, right, has brought it as well.
So if you look at the players who have done that, generally they are going for slightly more anti-control strategies. So you'll have to kind of dig through option B into option C to answer this question. When I start saying things like, well, Armor Warlock can just get to 80, and then there's decks in the game right now that just can't deal with that. Standard Cycle Rogue is one of those decks, right? You kind of top out at somewhere around 60-ish with a full super unlikely version of the Insidious combo. The more standard version does 35.
All the boxes. Yeah.
So there's more standard version does 35. Grifter combos do less than that. Most of the time you put all of that together, maybe you can get to 60, 70 under perfect scenarios. So if you can just play all of those cards in your deck anyway, but then cut other stuff so that you get the opportunity to just infinitely generate starships over and over again, then suddenly you have the ability to go late with those decks as well. And generally, when you look at the players who have gone Starship Rogue, they're the players who have also brought anti-control stuff. So they're expecting anti-control stuff to be good, therefore they're playing the anti-control version of Rogue to fit in with the lineup, which it does make sense. It's just a matter of whether that ends up being the right tournament read or not for the situation.
And we can see as well, after lovely breakdown, thank you, Sottle, that Rogue, it's done its job, right? It's against the control lineup, it's been banned, right? So it's pulled the ban away as we jump into game one. Yanming along the top on the Warlock, and MeSmile on the Death Knight. Looking pretty good. That Hellier might be worth holding on to.
It's such a core anti-control card, right? when the card was released, it was plague DK. Like they shuffled 9 or 12 plagues into your deck early on. They dropped Helya, and you were just taking a ton of damage every turn. Now we're not really seeing plague DK being a thing, but we're still seeing Helya because of that ability it has. To just be incredibly broken when it comes down to fatigue scenarios, because of just the insane amount of damage that it forces your opponent to take, but also how disruptive it is to cards like Ethereal Oracle against the various combo decks that you do see relying on that card, which is a lot. There are many of them currently in the game right now. So I think generally, I have been one of the most common people to make fun of Helya keeps in more plague-focused decks, because...
I remember you always telling me off for it.
Yeah, you just play a 4-mana 4/4 and then your opponent hits you in the head and you die. It just never works. Never works. But Helya, the tech card for matchups, I think is a much better keep in these kind of scenarios.
Yeah, though we are going to see both players in no rush to commit to their early turns. Mining Casualty is going to come down for MeSmile and start just applying some pressure. But this matchup just gets really weird. Like, it's a weird deck to approach, isn't it? The Warlock, right? Like, how much of the plan is, I hope they don't draw really well and start like gaining 8 billion armor, right? Because a part of the plan has to be that. But I'm guessing MeSmile is going to be looking at just applying sort of maximum pressure constantly. So Yanming doesn't have the sort of freedom each turn to kind of set up these sort of perfect scenarios with some of the combo pieces to get to that high armor total.
I think that's it, yeah. DK isn't the best deck at curving out and hitting you, but it can do it. So if you can curve out, just play something on 2, something on 3, play out Helya, hit a few plagues fairly quickly, get the Lifesteal Freeze weapon going, push damage with that, maybe you can just about get there. Because, yeah, if it comes down to Battle of the Late Game, I've mentioned Helya being particularly effective, from a top-down perspective. In this matchup, not so much, because eventually they're going to find Kill Jaden, and then, good luck with that from there. So it's really going to be MeSmile playing the aggro in this situation, and Yanming trying to resist.
Which is interesting, right? Because as we saw the weapon discover there, the Crusher was picked. However, I would have been very interested to see what the outcome was if... You okay?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just laughing at the... Well, I mean, the decks are going to get destroyed by Kill Jaden anyway.
Yeah. Hang on a minute.
Can I interest you in 8 hands from beyond?
But I was thinking if Crusher and the Plague weapon was on offer,
yes,
would have been kind of interesting to see if they went for the Plagues or stuck with like the higher damage weapon versus the lower damage. Because until the deck is gone, Plagues work, right? And that's damaging, increasing cost of the next card, creating more tokens for pressure. Like, there is a certain amount of value to that. It would have been interesting to see if MeSmile had the choice. Obviously, they did not, so they are going to go for the Crusher. But yeah, I am kind of with you on the old legendary pick from that, since Wheel's going to cause the same problem.
You could see it, right? He was just, as soon as it became an option, he then looked over at his deck list and was like, okay, what does my deck look like if I do this? I think it makes sense, particularly with Marin already in hand, right? It could potentially be pretty effective as an aggro plan. But we are already grasping at straws, because this is going to be a tough matchup from him.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, I think I may have misspoke. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind. I couldn't see Wheel of Death on the list, and then realised it's in the ETC, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at around the 8 cost. I was like, oh wait, Wheel is in the list, because I'm sure I've played it before. But yeah, it is in the ETC, so it makes sense.
You see already, kind of stalled out in terms of pressure from MeSmile. A little interested by the Quasi Crusher over the Helya on the previous turn. Was just a little bit of damage immediately, but I wonder. whether the consolidated damage from the minion would have been more effective over 2 turns.
Yeah, I think I agree, because it's not like you're not expecting to swing the weapon 4 times this game, right? Like, if you don't swing the weapon 4 times this game, then you've won. So it's fine.
Like, I don't know, have plans changed? Are you now 8-handsing and then playing Helya? Because, like, that seems prohibitively slow to me. Like, one of the things about playing 8 hands is that you are basically guaranteeing your opponent's kill Jaden draw at that point, right? With the way it works. So I don't think that's going to be a long-term strategy that works from there. So just a little bit interested in the ordering between Helya and the weapon, but sure. Helya is in play now. Boom! Hey! That's how you do it. Frostplague, straight away. The good one.
Yeah, and so far, Yanming hasn't really pieced the good stuff together, I would say. Mainly just a lack of the ship parts, really, because the Brittlebone Buccaneers are there, which are really nice, but none of the ship pieces to really cause maximum problems here. Is this just going to be like weapon pass? Just play the harp, get it equipped? No? Okay. Gonna slippery slope instead. This kind of does the same job as harp, right? And heals to an extent by freezing the Helya. Oh, the ship's there now, though. Yeah, not a lot to do here for me, MeSmile. Seamstress is like, it's a good card, but in this scenario, when you want to go max pressure, not going to be quite good enough. Just going to put it down, obviously, as a 3-3. Rush not really coming into play here. And the follow-up is a little bit slow as well at the moment with the Marin. Of course, this is a pretty aggressive board with the weapon swing, but the Marin is basically taking the foot off the gas next turn, isn't it?
Are we even doing, like, the Raven special? Like, Marin Crown, just to go pressure instead?
Like, if it works, it works. So I don't know what to say. I don't like people getting too locked into just one choice when you've got such a nice amount of choices from Marin.
Okay, but one of the options used to make your cards cost 0 and they nerfed it, which is why it's now better to consider some of the other options. I'm not allowing you to claim that as a victory for
Nope,
Raven
claimed.
thing.
Too late. Too late.
Okay. All right.
Look, for the cost of 1 crown, okay, it can work. Most importantly, though, Freeze has come down here, of course, going to reduce some of that damage. And this is, again, where it gets just a little bit tricky, because you can't just, or you don't want to, should I say, throw down the crystals, right? Like, you don't want to throw down a defense crystal and pass. You really want to combo these into giving them reborn, or destroying them, resummoning them, so on, so on. You want to do the funky stuff. So this crystal, even though it is cheap right now, it can't just be thrown down willy-nilly here. No crown.
Does go
strict misplay.
Yeah, it's fine. Now, how stupid is it to blow up the other 3 treasures just so you then guarantee that Wand draws and discounts 3 powerful, expensive cards?
I feel
It sounds stupid.
I feel like you're taking more steps towards my side of town here, Salt, and I love it. I'm not gonna lie. It's like I like the way your brain works right now. The way I see it, honestly, is you have to do. I think the onus is on MeSmile to do something to win the game, and that is something. So I can't argue with that. It's definitely a thing that can be done.
Something.
Another freeze on Marin's going to try and buy Yanming some time.
Just in case people are still baffled by what we're talking about. There you go.
He's on curve. I heard you are supposed to spend your mana, so.
Yeah.
Oh, just the time? Yeah. This makes sense because it's getting too little too late to try and be overly fancy with these crystals now. Or with the crystal, since there's only one in hand. Oh, hold on a minute.
Well, there was a master plan here somewhere. Show it to me. Oh, okay, it's just
Oh,
cast.
starting wand, okay. Not terrible, but they could have been more expensive cards if we did it next time. With a strictly bigger discount on some of these.
It's worth saying, it is the control mirrors that do this to you, right? Like, there are few less futile, or few, no, hang on, what am I saying? Few more futile situations than being the slower, the less slow of two control decks in a control mirror, right? Because generally you are doomed in that situation.
Right.
So when you come up with these utter nonsense plans to try and finagle wins out of absolutely nowhere, these are the situations where you tend to be doing it, right? When you're like, okay, I can't kill my opponent, and if it goes to turn 25, I'm just incredibly dead.
Game. Yeah, exactly.
So how do I make something bizarre happen to find my way out of this?
Yeah, you are 100% preaching to the choir at this point, because I was very down. Like, I'm gonna be able to clear up the crystals, though. Or at least the first version of it. Launch the ship, go! More armor. What exactly is in hand here? Trying to see if there's any good summoner plays right now. But without the second crystal. It's really hard managing the resources, isn't it? Because like you could do something as simple as just reverb the crystal, for example, just to get more of that armor into it. But then you could say, oh, but what if we Exodar and reverb the the shit, the stuff like that? And it's just like, oh, it's so difficult because it's really hard to judge what resources to hold on to. And obviously Yanming will be way more comfortable with the Warlock than like I am, for example, but it does feel like these decisions are pretty tough. But if you look at that already, sort of like 12 armor gained, Yanming is suddenly got to be feeling very, very safe indeed.
Yeah, we're back to the start of the game, basically. Like, you had your push, it's already failed. I'm back to full health, essentially. 25 effective health.
How much do you think Yanming is reliant on the wheel in this matchup? Is it one that you think that's like plan A for from ETC, or do you think there's plenty of other things to do to seal the deal here?
I think there are probably other things to do, but
I feel like DK can go long, right? Like,
it can, yeah. You do have positions where wheel is just incredibly safe if you get the hand to line up in the right way, in which case, like, yeah, sure, you can just go for it, and it's kind of inevitable. But when you get into this kind of spot already, where you're like, well, I've got Sargeras down, I'm getting to juice the Sargeras with my first option. I'm not even having to react to the board, so it's just massive immediately. Plus, I already have Kill Jaden in hand. Like, wheel can introduce just some weird failure rate, right? Like you're tending towards chaos a little bit at that point if you cast wheel, whereas I think you're just in incredible levels of control in the situation like this already.
Right. MeSmile so far, just there's just not a lot.
Bang!
Available, is there? I'll start by punching you in the face and then see where that leads.
Like, you're already looking at, like, it just starts to get so nonsensical. Like, can I dump my hand and then, like, yog tendies and my tendies do like 20 face damage? Is that a win condition?
Right.
Like,
or do endless mining casualties? Health and safety's gonna have to get involved at some point because they just can't keep getting away with this.
Sure. I have a Sargeras now. Doesn't do anything though. only interacts with the portal on your side of the board. So all that click really did was get your 6/12 one step closer to being an attacking minion.
Right.
Yeah, mining casualties wasn't really the goblet hit, was it?
It was not. There were probably a couple of better cards as options here. I'm just very interested to see at what point, like, or maybe even how the hand gets dumped enough to make like Exodar one costs, you know, worth. Oh, just gonna go for the launch into the Kraken.
Sure. Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, yeah, there's a board. 38 effective HP, board dominance. Your opponent has a Sargeras that does nothing. And thus begins the march towards inevitability.
Yeah, now you just got to ask yourself, can I even get through this armor? Never mind all the extra that's gonna start really racking up. It's just so often too much. Yeah, that's gonna get used up. Obviously, as Sol mentioned, do nothing but create a 6/12 that can at least attack next turn. But it gets to the point of like, so what? At the end of the day, right? Like, there's nothing really gonna do anything here. There is Kill Jaden already in hand as well, so Yanming can follow up with that to like sort of delete their own deck to make it safe versus some of those shenanigans like Plagues we talked about earlier. So it's just, I don't know, it's just not a lot of options. These
you can kind of see
doing
it.
Their best.
You can kind of see it on MeSmile's face as well, right? He's sort of playing cards with this look on his face, like, I mean, I guess if I have to.
And this is the scenario I found myself in when I was sort of, you know, practicing this deck in preparation for Worlds, obviously. And it's just like I ran into a lot of players who clearly were just like, I don't really know what to do, you know, at this point. Because it's like, you know, when you get to this sort of situation, it's like you got 50 armor, you can generate more, you've still got pressure. It's like, how does anyone get through that? And then, obviously, then if you put like Wheel on top of that, then they've got a time limit to get through the armor. They weren't even sure if they could get through in the first place.
Yeah. I guess the window right now is that Yanming still has to tap through the remainder of the deck to make sure that you have all of these key cards before you you blow the whole thing up with Kill Jaden. Which means that you know, he's a little bit vulnerable to 6 damage from Plagues every turn if you can hit all 3 before the cards get drawn, that kind of thing. Frost Plague can be a little bit disruptive, but it's the thing with like Sargeras down already. Like, Yanming barely has to commit to the board to be in charge of tempo of the game anyway, right? Because it's just such a huge board that comes out for free at the end of every turn.
And I do feel like this Death Knight in general doesn't do well at repeat clears, right? Like, it can clear boards, of course, but it doesn't really do well with just repeating clears. So it's kind of a strange one, because like you said, these imps aren't like massive threats, but they still exist, right? Something has to be done about them. Yogg is going to come down and steal the reborn crystal, so that's something, but still not exactly mind-blowing here for MeSmile.
Some value, at the very least.
Plagues.
No, well, there you go. There's all 3. About all you can hope for. And Soul Freeze is the draw, which is the most inconsequential of the remaining cards. Yep, just taps again, eats another 6 potentially. Like, this is just what he has to do.
It's pretty much just ETC, right? That's just what he's literally ETC bottom of the deck basically at this point. Because once he's got ETC, he can just enable the plan, right? Of go Wheel, don't die, clear the board, play Kill Jaden, whatever, like, who cares, and then done.
just in the meantime, you've got to take 6 a turn and make your cards cost 1 more, which is slightly frustrating. But you're so far ahead that you can almost afford to do that. Yeah,
I respect it.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
There it is.
Yeah, you can even play the ETC now with the... Yeah, that should be fine.
That's great.
Guessing it's wheel. Yeah, not too much of a surprise. And yeah, this is the thing. It's like, as soon as that push was stopped, it is weird, right? Because this just feels helpless. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah. Oh, C&E. That'll get there. Point that at the face. Job done.
How much damage is that up to? 100? Oh, right, not
8?
quite.
8. Not quite.
8 damage for the low price of 10 mana.
So what beasts can we get? Does King Plush do good things when your opponent doesn't have a deck anymore? Probably. Is it good enough? Probably not.
Amalgam.
Oh, Amalgam! We never fatigue anymore. Job done. All right, how can we lose?
Checkmate.
Yeah. Oh, it's a tilter, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm staring at the hand, trying to just think of like the best possible outcomes, and it still just doesn't feel like it matters.
Yep. It's just such an absurd level of late game when you stack Sargeras on top of Kill Jaden with Wheel of Death thrown in there as well. Like, this is ultimate end game. You do not mess with this.
And also bear in mind, there's actually been this is not even maximum end game because Exodar wasn't used, right?
No,
the ship was stolen.
No.
So this isn't even its full power, right? Like that's the big thing. Like if you get the sort of repeating ships going and get to use the Exodar to create all the crystals again that cost 1 and then stack again, it starts getting very, very silly. And this is just like, I would say even just an average outcome game. This isn't anything special, and it's still looking extremely comfortable. I mean, Yanming was like purposely drawing into plagues basically for like 3 or 4 times in a row.
Okay.
Not caring. Hold.
That can do something, surely.
Double rag. Easy
I
peasy.
was hoping for more, but yeah, it's the best you got.
Now imagine these a few turns ago, straight after the choice. Instead of 1.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah, 16 straight to face. GG, game over.
Yeah, we needed 0 armor and 1 more damage, and it would have been fine.
Threads as an afterthought here, just to guarantee the 16 to face. I don't hate it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, with weapon swing and hero power, it's not a nothing amount of damage. Again.
It hasn't turned out to be a very good pick, has it? Let's be honest.
No, it's not. I think there was a thought to do it, and then like literally 1 turn later, that plan was thrown in the bin.
No muncher, okay.
Oh.
16's a lot. That is a lot of damage.
It is.
NGL.
The only problem is just, and it's a problem with a lot of these late game scenarios, when you kind of pushing everything you've got, it's just like ceaseless expense.
And that's the problem, right? Because classically in this kind of situation, you're like, it's always been the case, right? Dino Tamer Bran in Warrior, Odin in Warrior, whatever these like big win condition cards are that your opponent has to play, pressure them on that turn, and then they can't play it, and then you win the game, right? They're going to play their 8 mana 2/4, make sure they're taking 15 damage on the backswing. Well, now there's just a 0 mana card that clears the board that you can play alongside that win condition when you're doing it, so that makes it a lot more difficult to do.
Yep, so there goes fatigue for the rest of the the game. Not going to exist for Yanming. No plagues, of course, or anything like that. That all just completely all disappears from existence and will never come back, at least for this game. And these demons, like you said, even just these imps are going to be very frustrating for MeSmile.
Oh, it's getting closer than it looked about 5 turns ago, though, Raven. Because now some corpse spending landing in the right place on that CNE suddenly starts to get a little bit more interesting. Pumpkin to the face. I think you might end up deeply regretting not getting that weapon swing through to the face on the previous turn, by the way. But pumpkin to the face every turn, spend some corpses, get that CNE juiced, and just try and get over the line to burst. Because the armor gain's gone. The health gain is gone.
Yeah, does this turn have to be Primus and eat the Expanse? Or can I just not see a way to deal, like the other way to deal with it in this hand?
You are probably correct.
I know it's not like Yanming needs lethal, but you don't really want to get smacked for 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, just gonna go... Oh.
Okay, as far as it first. Oh. Awkward. No way to attack with it, though, which is frustrating. So how much is it? 20, 25, 28 showing? So yeah, MeSmile has like 20 health to play with here. That's a million. This is fine.
Now, is this going to be like sort of trade as much as possible here for Yanming and just hope the taunts just keep on taunting?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have the long, hard conversation with yourself about whether you can afford to use Soul Freeze in the face of potential direct damage, which, yeah, I think you can, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just take 3, down to 17, push the damage.
Now you are, I'm not going to say safe, but feeling a lot safer anyway. And suddenly the Thesis Expanse living, well, now there's a faster clock than Wheel of Death, right?
Yeah. Because the problem that you have here as MeSmile is if you're ever put on the defensive, you actually can't really afford to play Ziliax ever. Because if you play Ziliax, you know your opponent still has reverb left.
Right.
In which case, this clock that you've kind of got them on.
Okay. Wow.
This was the plan. This was the plan. This is played for and got from MeSmile because now he's got Ragnaros's and Node Munches lining up going face. This is starting to get very real. Oh no! No way does he win this game!
There's still a chance.
There's still a really good chance! That's Employee of the Month that's just been found? Which gives a friendly minion lifesteal, I think, right?
Reverb
so you
gives the rag lifesteal?
This is the best game ever!
Kill Jaden, let's go. Reverb, okay.
Reverb that as well,
Soul
so
freeze.
it dies if it gets hit. Yeah, that makes sense. No!
Okay, is there a way through the taunts? Oh yeah,
Ziliax, right?
Ziliax. Yeah, of course.
Ziliax
Ziliax is down.
He's won the game!
God.
He won the game, Raven! Crown was the hero all along!
I tried to tell everyone for years. Unbelievable. And honestly, winding all the way back, I actually think the Yogg Steel probably, definitely won MeSmile that game. Because if that sticks, then it can die, create another ship, and then obviously Exodar hits it, creates more ships, and then if there's basically any more armor cycle in that game for the Warlock, it is done and dusted for MeSmile. He's lost. But the steal was perfect timing and just enough to get it going. And what a game. I tell you what, MeSmile must be extremely happy with that one because that must have felt grim for so long.
I mean, there's so many things that you have to get right there, right? Like, yeah, the Yogg Steel was super clutch. The Crown hitting Ragnaros with such a monstrous amount of damage was incredible. But also, he recognized the win condition, right? Because the nonsense I was grasping at of like trying to spend some more corpses and juicing the CNE, okay, sure, that might work in theory, but it would take like 3 or 4 turns. You don't have that. You're dead to wheel at that point, right? Like, that's just not going to work. So MeSmile looked at the situation and went, there is one way I win this game, and it is drawing Ceaseless Expanse off the top next turn. And that's why he picked No Muncher. That's why he was holding this rag in hand the entire time. That's why he wasn't responding to the pressure that was being put on him by his opponent by playing Ziliax, because he knows that just concedes the game straight up if he does that to the reverb. And I'd like to go back and look at the final turn with the Employee of the Month on the other side as well, because I don't know if you had a way to fit Soul Freeze on the 15-15 in there instead of the reverb, whether that was necessary. Because there's so many variables in that situation that you have to consider, because if you don't shoot the rag, you want to have maximum minions on your side of the board so that the rag that's still alive for your opponent doesn't then shoot you in the face on the other turn. So playing reverb gets you another minion in play. It also gets you a 15-15 in play, in theory, that might be able to end the game. But with the cards that you know you haven't seen from your opponent, I think a 15-15 living, being able to attack is a problem. Obviously, his out that he played for was reverb the 15-15, hit the 15-15 with the Ragnaros shot, and then the surviving rag doesn't hit me in the face and I don't die on the following turn, which is an out. But honestly, full credit to MeSmile, you know? Like, congratulations for making us look incredibly stupid for talking about how unwinnable that game was for the past 15 turns.
Exactly, and I think even just the fact that, again, how rough the game looked, if ETC was not pretty much the last card in the deck, it means the wheel can come down earlier, which then obviously pushes forward the game, which would, you know, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, really, really wild game in that first game of this series. And I feel like sort of this is just the tournament for it, isn't it? Worlds so far, it's just been the sort of fatigue stamina testing matchups time and time again so far. But players are rewarded for being able to handle that, because I think it was the first match of the tournament on stream, at least, which was, you know, Fury Hunter versus Yuansu, and Yuansu was just cool, calm, collected in these long, drawn-out matchups, and got, you know, and it paid off. And I think that's becoming quickly becoming a theme with these control lineups. It's like just saying, you know what, I know what I've got to try and do. I'm going to get it done. And then on the flip side of that, going against these types of decks. MeSmile, it would have been very easy to throw in the towel, I think, in that game. Or at least not actually concede, but sort of mentally concede in that game, right? And then maybe lose focus. But MeSmile's like, no, I'm just going to keep on going until my portrait explodes. It's not over. I'll keep on just trucking away. And it really, really paid off. Getting that Death Knight win as well. And I'll be honest, Death Knight has not felt like the most convincing deck of the tournament so far, for me at least. So getting that win is huge.
Yeah, and also, like, shout out to, because from turn 1, you could clearly see he had his brain in the right place, right? Like, we were pitching stupid ideas, partly for entertainment value, partly because that's what's required. But you can see right from the early turns, he's like, okay, this is the worst card here, but it's the only one that might do something. I'll take 8 hands, you know? Like, that's where his head was at the entire time. That's how you know you've just had a good game of Hearthstone, when your on-deck highlight commands are currently queued as Employee of the Month and the 8 hands. That's how you know that you've just seen some good Hearthstone.
Now moving on to game 2, of course, we're going to see Warlock once again from Yanming, and then MeSmile on the Hunter. It's going to be Discover Hunter, but no Starship. I'd be interested. I know you're not probably, you know, the biggest Hunter fan in the world, which is why we make a good team. But where do you sit on this sort of more focused, either slightly more aggressive builds, or pure Discover builds, or Starship builds? Do you have something that you think is a lot better than the others, or do you just think that it's just different tools for different jobs?
I really like this deck in general. I love the tracking Hunter archetype as a thing, the X-Arc Hunter. I think it's incredibly powerful. I think you get to make a lot of decisions just by nature of, you know, pick a card each turn, pick the right one, or you lose kind of deal. Like that's fun to me. I also really like the decision of making it somewhat inconsistent, because if it was a start of game effect, you would play the same. I know you did, and I tried to tell you at the time that's really stupid, because you'd play the same game of Hearthstone over and over again, right? You'd like being able to track every turn.
I'd win the same game of Hearthstone over and
exactly,
over again. So
yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, you would win the same game of Hearthstone over and over again, but your deck would be way too consistent, right? But I like the more toolboxy versions of the deck because they kind of lean in to what I'd like more, where you know you have more options, you have a little bit of tech to respond to other people, and you just kind of make the most out of a little. You know, I've always liked that style of the deck where like you have a hand full of fairly inconsequential cards, but then when you play them all together, magic happens. Like there is a lot of that with this Hunter, between Ranieri Scout, the Naga, Exarch, Hero Power, etc. And suddenly you go from having nothing to just having this immensely high value hand of 9 cards, which is incredibly satisfying to me.
Yeah, and this one from MeSmile is the it's weird. It is the more aggressive one, but also the tools are used to as anti-aggro, right? Because it has the Sneaky Snakes, it has Slither Spear, also, you know, Cult Neophyte, Miracle Salesman, Bananas, and so on. Like both aggro tools that also serve as anti-aggro against those minion-based early game matchups. But you know what will be ever present are those Alien Encounters and Exarch, which is just picked up now. So looking about as good as it's going to get with Exarch. Not on curve, but kind of, because next turn is Exarch, you can Hero Power anyway, right? So like it's early enough to have a huge impact on the game, of course, about as early as you're going to get it.
But of course you are up against the Warlock again, which, you know, makes you start asking those questions of like, okay, plan 1, just be as aggro as possible. But is there a plan B? Like, Scarab Keychain is about the only thing in the deck that lets you pull something in from outside your deck. Is there any nonsense that you can find with Keychain that can make some magic happen?
Yeah, and this is the downside. Like, I personally enjoy the Starship version of Hunter because it allows you to do very silly things in terms of not only damage but armor as well. However, this deck does have Observer Myths as well as these aggro tools and Neophytes. So I do think aggro will at least be, you know, plan A, right? Because all the tools are there to push a lot of damage early. And I think if the game does go late and Yanming can stabilize, I do think it's going to be very, very difficult, because nothing that you are duplicating with Discovers is actually high damage outside of, you know, like Grifter deal 6, right, or something like that. But other than that, there's nothing that's really going to be high damage and high impact. It's just more value based, and the problem is in going value against this Warlock won't really work.
Yeah, there is one particular hand where you can be the fakest Sonya rogue in existence with, like, you know, a couple of scouts and a grifter, and then the grifters all hit 6 damage, and then they all go into a Naga as well. And, you know, you can deal 60 to 80 damage with that hand, but it happens over the course of 3 turns because you don't have access to Sonya to make it all happen at the same time.
And obviously combined with the hyper-specific hand, and you need the right Discover, so on, so on, right? So definitely not too easy. Whereas Yanming is starting to build this ship, and is under some levels of pressure, but with the freeze, that it, even though obviously it just buys them one turn feels like a long time in this Warlock, because it feels like you can just access so much more if you just buy just that little bit of extra time. It's really tricky though, isn't it? Because like, if you look at the hand and look at the offers on Discover, it's like, yeah, it all looks like it should be aggro Hunter, except it's turn 5 and your opponent's on 29 health.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
With double bananas, handful of spells, Mantle Shaper does make a lot of sense.
Yep. Forge the traps, though. What are we looking for? Bait and switch?
Bait and switch is good. Ice is good.
Oh, there you go. Well, I think with the 1/1s, anything sort of board base isn't that big a deal. The bait and switch is very likely to go off. And that's what MeSmile needs. He needs to turn these sort of low threat minions into high threat. Doing a pretty decent job so far, right? 4, 5, 5, 7. Pretty reasonable. And as you mentioned, that there are the bananas in hand too. But they need to do a lot of work to really threaten what's going on here in Yanming's hand.
I do think Ice Trap is the most crucial, though. Just because of that interaction right there. Yanming did pick up the second one, though, so he is able to still play his table flips quite cheaply. Yep, good read. Opponent is not picking Explosive Trap in that scenario, so just ignore the minion and go face.
Yeah, went for Hidden Meaning, though.
Nice.
Yeah, a bit of a I know what you're doing, you know what I'm doing, so then I more know what you're doing. It's like
I still think it's the right decision to go face for Yanming there because
completely agree. Yeah.
Attacking in is a total disaster if it's bait and switch.
Exactly, yeah.
I think there are scenarios there where I think we saw it on day one, right? Where the correct decision was actually no attack at all because it might have been explosive or it might have been bait and switch.
Right.
In that spot, it's not explosive. It just isn't. So you can go face. It's fine.
Yeah, it's like, well, if it's explosive, fantastic. You know, like I'll take it. Right?
Like if it's explosive, I'm probably going to win this game anyway because my opponent is very stupid. That's the rule there.
I mean, I'm kind of a fan of just bananas. Like, just stack them all and go.
Sure.
Like you said, it's reducing the mantles, right? So it's like you're hitting a bit of a double whammy right now.
Yeah, it's a big turn.
It's just funny that these are the sorts of plays that this Warlock deck makes you make, right? Because, like, there's Agrimar in hand on turn 6. That's normally fantastic. It's like, that's too slow. Like, I'm just gonna need to pop off, go.
Yeah. Second Soul Freeze would be incredible here, but no such thing. You go Glacial Shard and draw and look for the Soul Freeze. One second shard, okay. So you can go again. Freeze again with the Glacial Shards. Go looking with Slippery Slope. It's getting pretty desperate though. Again, a very well-organised game from MeSmile, representing damage in all the right places. A lot of removal has been drawn from Yanming, and still, there's just a ton of damage coming through. It's probably the safest, though. Just leaves, what, 3 showing? Most of the bananas were used on the previous turn. Yeah, sure, this looks fine. Does strand the Slippery Slope in your hand a little bit, though, by using all of the freeze first. You now have kind of an awkward card left over. But I think just reduce damage at all costs. Get to Sargeras, pray.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, 100%. It's just, I mean, it sounds silly. We've said it so many times in our casting careers, but it really is true. The goal is to just not die, right? For Yanming, which is kind of an interesting one because often we mean it as not completely literally, but because that's often not the way you actually win. But yeah, this is pretty important for this deck. Agrimar being hovered now, though, for MeSmile. But what's the first option?
It's just damage, surely.
It's tricky because the taunt could stop some level of, you know, actually generate more damage over the course of the turn, but I think you kind of assume there's going to be some level of freeze or removal available.
Yeah, I don't know how well-founded that assumption is, because a good chunk of it has been used.
Oh, I guess both table flips were used, right?
Both table flips
Yeah,
were used.
you're right,
Two glacial shards have been used. One soul freeze was used, and you know for a fact the other soul freeze is not in their hand.
Yeah, it would have been locked in, right?
Because it absolutely was 300 times better than anything Yanming did on the previous turn.
Oh, there is Kraken. Is the ship just one crystal?
Yeah, it's one crystal.
So launch and Kraken isn't super great. Well, this is really awkward, isn't it? At least the hunter's frozen, so there's going to be no weapon swing that turn.
Whoo! Wow.
The old deal 30 to the board.
Yeah. Does mean there's a Sargeras lined up, though. I mentioned earlier, do what you can, get to Sargeras, pray. Step 1 and 2 of that are complete.
I imagine.
That's so grim. No Grifter. No Grifter.
Grifter.
Grifter! Get up. Yep, check the pupils, make sure you've got enough space, figure it out. 3 left in the one that you've just discovered. How many left in the one that you've had for a couple of turns?
Yeah, because with the alien encounters, they've got a little bit of freedom to sort of activate these in whatever order MeSmile likes.
Exactly,
right?
exactly, yeah. So you got to think about, okay, do I need to just play the Grifter, play the spell this turn, just so I can get it in the pupil guaranteed, or should I just make a board this turn instead, because that then provides the double threat? They have to have the Sargeras, and then I can kill them next turn.
Well, they've already activated one.
Yeah, sure.
There's also the element of what happens if I draw a Rangari Scout, right?
Yes.
Because that could change things too. That can massively increase the damage. Good board build-up, though. The Neophyte there as well. Definitely going to help. Well, okay. I say definitely going to help as we're staring at a handful of minions. But, you know, it's a good timing for Neophyte, right? Like, just build the board. Neophyte. Try and cause as many problems as possible for your opponent, of course. Is this... Exodar? No, it just doesn't, does it?
No.
It just doesn't really. It's just like Exodar, and then you can play the other piece for 1, but then...
No.
Sure. You know, that's... I guess... Yeah.
Can't even get Brittlebone down with that, which would make it a little more appealing, but no, you just can't.
What about... Is it ever like... Can you launch and then play Legendary and then Kraken? Yeah, okay, well... Yeah. This is where I was getting to, slowly.
Yeah, because I think the fear with Sarge there is your opponent just discovered so many cards on the previous turn that you are
and
so vulnerable. Yeah, you're just so vulnerable to just straight up damage.
It was Rangari Scout as well. Filthy. Yeah, not really a way around these ships at this point. Oh, I guess. Wait. Yeah, Grifter to steal, right?
Grifter steal or Grifter for 6 damage. And he needs to trade in as many minions as he can without killing.
Ooh.
Okay, so he gets both.
Yeah, now it's just be careful. Be careful.
So you can trade that there, and you can still trade the 1/1 to the left without killing any.
Yeah, and then yoink them both in, and then put them into the 4/4.
And then he still has space of his own to be able to replay the scout.
Wait, the typo?
The typo, yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, okay. I was
correct,
like, wait, there's a second scout? Yeah. Can also just press hero power, right? Okay, did go for typo.
But
Oh, it's...
was that the intended outcome?
I feel like steel was better, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Double
Might have
steel,
been a
because
rope
now
issue.
you can just nope any cards they put in the way, right? Like in this scenario, that might have been time, yeah. Saying that though, even without the steel. Also, it's kind of amusing though, right? Because Yanming doesn't know that he didn't pick steel, right?
Right.
So it's kind of a he could be played under the assumption that the steel was picked.
Right. Domino from the ETC for the full clear. All right, lovely stuff.
Is there anything in the deck that's going to make a big impact? There's the Scarab keychain, I think, still left.
Yeah, Scarab's left. Still one scout left. Ziliax, but that's all kind of dependent on sticking a board.
Yeah, like, honestly, is this just all the alien encounters, like a full Star Trek season's worth onto the board here? and just go? Because this is sort of what I was talking about with the difference between, say, this and the Starship version of this Hunter, is that you don't have a big payoff. You just have a lot of stuff you can do. And as you mentioned, there isn't actually much in the deck that discovers out of the deck to try and, you know, pull something out of thin air to win a game. Can go very wide and get the Ziliax activated extremely easily. Doesn't necessarily have to do it right now, of course, because it's susceptible to being stolen or being removed, but can fill up this board quite nicely. Did everything get played?
Yeah. You have now shown as well that the type pool pick was alien encounters and not the steel, which is a big deal.
Okay. So there's... It's just... I think it's just out of juice.
Keychain off this, maybe? No.
The problem is, it feels more and more likely that things aren't going to aren't actually going to stick, which means the observers don't do anything really. Or they don't. It's not don't do anything, but they don't do enough. Is probably a more inaccurate term.
Still, this is a big board,
It
and
is.
so much of the clear has been used. You do have your own steel amulet, but it'll cost 3 by the time these neophytes come down. And only really take care of one of the minions because yours is going to shrink.
Is this the time to play the Ziliax as well? So instead of like the push damage, it's actually more about the health on the minions than anything else. I think it is.
So.
Drop a banana.
Although I don't know what that means for reverb, because like Yanming could reverb your Ziliax, which makes his imps better at trading. I don't think that's a particularly relevant factor.
Yeah, but then it equals out, and they spent 3 mana, I guess. So
yeah.
Sure. Like, I'm not saying it's good, but acceptable, I suppose. Oh, a 5 mana. Sorry, yeah, I completely didn't count the neophytes.
Yeah, neophytes. So reverb steel amulet, you can have 2 Ziliaxes of your own, which would make your imps do 5.
Yeah. And the health on the taunts will be 5.
Yeah, their taunts will have 5 health at that point as well, which is good.
Oh, but there's a crystal.
But counterpoint, crystal.
No way to destroy it though, is there? It could just be. Is it just worth me? No, it can't be, can it? Like Crystal and Reborn? Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
Yeah, because
the second that's locked in and you've got Exodar, it's like you're like, okay, I have a plan now, right? Like it's just it feels like a way to actually push forward in the game.
Yeah, and he did have the Sargeras live as well, which means he gets to get the taunt on the summoned imps, which is absolutely massive.
Okay, so 1 goes down, 2 goes down, 3. Ugh. That's my noise I'm gonna make. Reborn on the crystal is just ugh. It hurts to even look at trading into it.
It does. Right, Scarab. Has the keychain gone? Are we being baited this entire time? Like, how are we missing the Scarab keychain?
Well, what did they get from them?
Yeah, no, I think it's still in there. I think it's just dodging consistently.
1, 2, 3. Oh, there's one card on our thing that isn't there, right?
Ziliax for sure.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. So then
there's one more, right?
Yeah, it's not Gorgonzola.
Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, the trades just have to happen. It kind of is what it is, right? It's the only way MeSmile's going to get through this.
Yeah. Oh, that's so sad. Don't hit it with your face. Okay.
Didn't. Yeah,
good.
Oh yeah, hot mics to the players.
The rarely seen triple activation Sargeras thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also the weird world we live in where this Warlock and the Hunter, like Warlock v Hunter, go into double fatigue.
And the Brittlebone being alive as well can end up being surprisingly relevant.
I mean, the Exodar's just huge, isn't it? With the Brittlebone as well. I'd be
So
shocked.
gonna go this turn with the amulet.
Really?
Wait, how does this work? Shadow Madness rules? Like, if you reverb it now, does the other copy not have the enchantment that goes back to your opponent on it at the end of the turn?
Well, we might well find out. I'm not 100% sure. I wouldn't want to make a call.
Oh, also, yeah, sorry, it can also just attack immediately. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, sure. That makes sense.
Okay, this turn was fine, but I am genuinely shocked it wasn't an Exodar.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think so. I think Yanming had a clear vision for what that turn looked like as a clear, and I think that vision was better than the reality. But he just about got there with the scramble at the end to something that was game winning.
Right,
and just gets out of the series. So yeah, good enough.
Yeah, really, really tricky game. I'm sure a taxing game and match so far, honestly, for both players right now. Really, really tricky scenarios, but Yanming managed to claw his way back into the series. And that's what I was talking about, and that's, again, why I personally struggle a little bit with these versions of Hunter that just say, I'll have a load of stuff, as opposed to I'll have this game-winning stuff, right, specifically. Obviously, there are upsides and downsides to different builds, but we definitely saw one of the downsides where MeSmile was just struggling to be able to actually close the game out, even though there was a ton of value. I mean, we saw all the alien encounters that were generated, although questions do have to be asked, right? Do you think the alien encounters off the tide pools was a choice, or do you think it was the rope that burned them a little bit with that lack of amulet?
Yeah, it's a really complex scenario because if you go back all the way to the choice off Grifter, he had both of the good ones, right? He had Steal and Deal 6, which for the situation he was in, he definitely wanted to see at least one of those two. Then having to pick between them is kind of irritating in a weird way, right? Because you actually have to sit and work out which is better. The 6 damage one was less good immediately. You didn't have enough mana for it to be lethal for 24. You were out by the time you play the Naga. You're out of mana. You can't play any more out of that. But you would potentially discover 12 more damage from the Naga when you play it, right? You still had the Scout in play, so you deal 12 to face. You play the Naga, you take 12 more damage.
Yeah.
You could have also potentially engineered it being in both of the Naga that you had. MeSmile went somewhere different from doing that, which is that kind of scenario I was talking about before, like that, you know, that 1 in a million dream out where you're able to do like 80 over the course of 2 or 3 turns. Whether or not that would have worked, because also at that point you're allowing for them to gain a bunch more armor, because in the steel world that you went down, you took their crystals from them and denied that armor, denied the launch of the starship of that straight afterwards. So who knows where we live if he ends up going for the 6 damage. But I am, questioning whether the choice of the 2/5 taunts over the steals was intentional or not at the end.
Yeah, I think the key is it was definitely a choice to be made, right? It wasn't just a clear cut, this is correct, this is wrong, right? It could have easily gone either way. We are jumping into game number 3 though. MeSmile going to start off as every shaman wants to start at the moment with patches.
And something a bit more recognizable, Raven.
Yeah.
Shaman versus Rogue. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. But you can start us off as I will deal with the creature you can hear in the background.
Okay,
Just give me 1 second, I'm so sorry.
Waffle! Be quiet! It's the World Championships here. Come on. Imagine it's hard pass for Yanming. Yeah, chill. Oh, that is a really good draw. We've seen this start before. Plays around quick pick really nicely. Oh, it does go cutter though. Interesting. Okay. I would have expected to see the companion come down there just because of how nicely it denies this quick pick on 2 from Yanming. Really removes any kind of effective target, pushes a whole bunch of damage. Although that Glacial Shard that's just been drawn is a consideration. That is not something that is particularly core in Rogue, but it's something that Yanming is choosing to go for, which makes the strategy of just, you know, turning a 1/1 into a spider tank a little bit worse. Nice and simple, good card on curve. Push the damage.
Sorry about that. I have returned.
It's quite alright. We all know who runs the show. But it's okay.
Well, you can probably guess exactly what I just did as well, because you have done this too.
Have you made a waffle burrito?
I have, yes.
Nice.
Yeah, that looks like MeSmile has gotten off to a pretty good start. Has the bouncers in hand as well. Got the cheese locked, loaded, and ready to go for the near future. It's looking quite good. But I was going to say, I asked Lorinda this earlier today.
That's always a mistake.
But where do you sort of fall on this matchup? Because I feel like it's one that's discussed a lot, obviously being 2 of the most popular decks right now.
Yeah, I take the Rogue side, personally. Stats do come down fairly solidly in favor of the Shaman, and I think we've seen the Shaman come out on top in this tournament as well. But from my limited experience, I will confess I have not put as much time into this version of Rogue as I did with the previous one that we had for the previous Masters Tour, the Maxi version. Well, actually, Maxi had the one copy of every minion version. But,
that style, yeah.
Which he insisted won the mirror and then lost the mirror immediately. But yeah, in my limited experience, I have been able to find the swing turns that are necessary to get on board as Rogue, and then when you do that with a couple of giants, Shaman just doesn't really have the game. Right. What we have seen in the tournament is when that has happened, the Shaman's just had the direct damage with Wind Fury Weapon or Pop-Up Book to Face or some other Oracle combo that's just been able to get those last few points of damage through. So
right.
I am certainly swimming against the tide with the Rogue favoured opinion so far.
Yeah, well, the cheese coming down early here for the 2 drops is not too bad. Piling on a ton of pressure. When I stepped away, was there any like Fan of Knives played or anything like that? Just
no.
There wasn't.
No.
Okay. So MeSmile will be holding their breath a little bit right now, thinking, "Oh, just don't clear." Oh, not the most impressive hand I've ever seen on Yanming's rogue side here. Not to deal with this board, anyway.
Okay. Just go far left, why not? Gear shift as well, gets double giant down to 3.
Bodyguard frogs did not do their job.
And Tarslick and Fan found.
I'm just going to play the fan out. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it means just with the natural draw off the top next turn, the Giants will cost 1. With the quick pick draw, they'll cost 0. And then you have double breakdance in hand as well. It's a lot of clearing power that you leave yourself with. And you do still have that second fan left remaining in the deck if I didn't miss something, which I don't think I did.
I don't think so. Looks good to me. I do think that's one of the ways you can sort of get good with this type of deck is just knowing your limits, right? And knowing that you can just, I don't want to say throw away a fan of knives, because there was a goal with it. It wasn't just randomly played, but you know what I mean, right? It was a fan that wasn't really used to clear the board. As you explained, it achieved something that maybe not everyone would go for, and it could actually end up being the play that helps win the game. It's just a play that's hard to actually see, and maybe even harder to commit to, honestly, sometimes.
Backstage Bouncer was the card he definitely didn't want to see, though, because the turn doesn't quite work perfectly while swinging the weapon into the 4/5. You can swing the weapon into a 3/1, your turn is phenomenal. But it's just a little bit too much mana otherwise.
But I also just think there's not really an option, right? Like, they've still got to make something of doing this play. Because there's nothing else really in hand to make anything else work.
Yeah, I just had to take the 4. It's not even just taking the 4, though. It's the fact that you don't swing at a 3/1, right? It's taking 4, and there's just an extra minion still alive on board. Very unfortunate.
But the Bouncer's an extremely good card for Shaman, being able to get that active pretty much. It's one of those cards that always feels good to have, right? It feels like there's always a target. It's always going to be annoying for your opponent, and they have to make something work here. So far, though, 4 damage showing for MeSmile. Yeah, a little bit more in hand with the pop-up book and the companion. Wait,
that's Wind Fury.
Did I not count?
It's Wind Fury. The spark bot is Wind Fury. So you just smack it.
Oh, of course. I was looking too much at the board and the spells. I just didn't even look at the spark bot. Yeah, that is going to be Wind Fury. And
simply get them.
Yeah, it's simply Didge. But yeah, there you go. Really, really smooth one there for MeSmile. The Bouncer's coming in clutch to just defend on that turn, make Yanming have to tank even more damage. And that must feel good after 2 lengthy games in this series so far. You must feel good as MeSmile there to just go, I played Shaman, I just got him. Right? Like, boom, done. It's definitely a victory that MeSmile's going to be happy with there.
Yeah, 2 games that were both lengthy and girthy, I think, in the end. So it's getting a nice Shaman win over the line. And again, this does seem to be what's happening. Like, I could cry foul and say that a lot of these Shaman wins are kind of in exceptional circumstances, right? Like, do you win that game without Wind Fury Bomb? Who knows? But I mean, yeah, kind of, because you could just have Bloodlust in your hand there as well, right? And like that also ends the game. But it does seem
and also just the fact that there was a ton of damage. Can Yanming actually survive an extra turn, even if the game goes longer, right? Who knows?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there is that. So the longer we go, it does seem like Shaman is being more successful in this matchup in the tournament. But there is a greater point in that neither Shaman nor Rogue are proving to be particularly successful on the whole in the tournament. I looked at Group A and Group B on Battlefy at the start of the day, and in both groups, both of those classes were negative in Group A and Group B. It was 42 and 43%, I think, for the 2 of them. Which seems to show that the players who have gone, no, I think, you know, there's a lot of hype about Shaman and Rogue just being the must-bring decks, and they're the 2 best decks in the game, but I think they can be got at. And it does seem like the players who have that strategy are being successful so far, because the high win rate classes and decks are the weird counter strategy ones. Like Paladin is doing incredibly well, which is a combination of Pipsy Paladin, Lanessa Paladin, and teched out hand buff Paladin, which are targeted primarily at the Sonya Rogue. So it does seem, in general, that having some kind of weird or off-the-wall strategy is proving a little bit more successful, which is somewhat surprising, because I feel like we've had a good run of bringing the best decks being the best strategy when we get towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, 100%, and I think even we've had moments in Hearthstone esports history where some really strong players have gone kind of all in on the counter pick strategy, and it's kind of failed miserably, right? Like we've seen it completely fall over and lose even to the decks it's trying to target. So yeah, it is a bit of a unique one, I feel, this one, to where these counter strategies are working. And also, just a final point on the Shaman versus Rogue discussion is there's only so long you can make excuses as to why the matchup didn't go the way you thought it would, right? If it keeps happening, then suddenly, you know, it is just the truth at that point. But we are going to go into the next game, of course. It's going to be the Rogue versus this Hunter. An Exarch, a double Rangari Scout. Oh, yeah. This is the hand. This is Hearthstone.
What? You do have to be careful, though. In this matchup in particular, if you offered me this hand versus Slither Spear Bananas, I'd take Slither Spear Bananas. Because
with this deck, sure.
Just getting huge damage, pushing damage early, getting a huge minion in play is generally a lot more effective. Because yes, this is great. Yes, it's a ton of value. But if you replace, hold on to the Mantle Shaper, sure. I'm not taking that away from you. You can keep that. But if you replace the Exarch and the Rangari with Slither Spear Bananas, I think you probably end up in a better spot overall.
Sure. But I like discovering tons of cards, so that's what we're going to do. And MeSmile going to get the Exarch down on curve, of course. And then the world is their oyster at this point. And this hand from Yanming is definitely interesting.
Yeah, it needs an Oracle, doesn't it? Real bad.
Yeah, it needs something. I think the good thing about this deck, though, as well, Rogue, at the moment, is it feels like there's a lot of dumpable cards, if that's even the word, I don't know. Where it's like Backstab, this Fan of Knives, and Weapon Swing can just be fine. It's not the end of the world at all to have to sort of use these all just sort of hacking down this Exarch. It's going to draw a couple of cards as well, which is, again, priority number one for now. Is just get that card draw going.
Oh, I don't like this.
Oh, this is kind of rough, isn't it?
Good news is I don't think there's going to be infinite pressure coming out from your opponent here. Although the scouts are 3/3s, that is not something that I'd necessarily considered. Thanks to bird watching.
Mm-hmm.
Tough choice. I don't think it's Ziliax. Yeah, Traps was my instinct. Just two copies of Ziliax seems appealing, but I'm not necessarily convinced that you're sticking minions here. I think you play one, right, as opposed to forging it. MeSmile clearly considering the same thing. You play one now for Ice Trap or Hidden Meaning are probably the two better ones. All those are not it. Currently, like Rat Trap might be valuable over the course of the game. Probably not super good right now. Unless you think your opponent's about to Oracle, but they probably would have Oracled last turn. You saw they had a Backstab.
Yeah, still looking a little bit rough for Yanming so far, isn't it?
This is fine. You're playing Scoundrel, you're not dead. This is the golden rule. Everything's fine if you're able to do this. Just don't look at the rest of your hand.
just look. Look, shadow step. It'll be fine. You can shadow step something. It's gonna be
How
like
did that
rat
rat
in a
trap just
way.
end up going off?
Well, I think Yanming's just got to the point where like can't really not proc it because it's just gonna make it even worse each turn if you're gonna be limited. But yeah, it's a little bit rough that it's just basically 6/6 with charge to an extent.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised that the scoundrel ended up being breakdanced there. Because you played it, you knew it wasn't ice trap at that point, so it could have like bait and switch would have been weird. Hidden meaning was a possibility, and that doesn't really have any effect on whether you you breakdance it or not. I guess you're so far away because you haven't hit Oracle. You're so far away from giant breakdance being a thing. Because I'm kind of long-term planning here of like, okay, if it's rat trap, whatever. Like, have a pop-off turn, and then once you've activated the rat trap, just throw a giant breakdance in there, and then job done. But
in the distant future,
yeah, you are miles away from that happening right now.
Yeah, and look at this hand from MeSmile. It's just stuff on stuff on stuff on stuff. Getting alien encounters into those pupils as well is going to give plenty of options. Rat Trap going down to further try and create some awkward moments. And suddenly when it's Rat Trap with alien encounters, things get so much worse.
Oh no!
Oh wow! I feel like this one was not meant to be. Yeah. I really feel like this one was not meant to be here for Yanming. Because now it's I was talking about this earlier, it's a little bit weird where Alien Encounters is a very defensive card, but when you keep playing them with some other things, that it turns aggressive, right? Like look at this board suddenly. Obviously the rat's a huge deal, of course, but because it protects everything else, it's suddenly you realise you're hitting for like 8-10 every turn and it's putting on a ton of pressure. And now the Neophyte. Would you like that hand to be worse?
Well, would you like to explode and go down to the lower bracket, more importantly, because that Observer of Myths just represents lethal. That is one of those rogue hands, tale as old as time. It's the price of admission for playing rogue. Yes, you can do disgusting things when the cards come out in the right order, but then sometimes you just have a handful of absolute garbage. And it is worth saying, for everyone out there that's always like, oh, nerf prep, nerf shadow step, whatever, right? Those are the hands that you don't see. Because when they have shadow step and prep in that hand, you don't see them. When they have the good hand, you see them play shadow step, and therefore you have this selection bias that every time they play shadow step or prep, they win the game. But actually, that's why shadow step is a balanced card, because it can sit in that hand and do absolutely nothing until you explode.
Exactly, yeah, and it was it was a rough combination, right? Because of course the rogue hand was terrible, frankly, yeah. But the hunter hand on the other side was good. It wasn't full aggro, but it was easily good enough. Just keep putting stuff down, keep pressuring, and then as you mentioned, that first rat trap especially is just. Well, I've just gained a 6/6 for not for nothing, but you know what I mean, right? Just effectively gained a 6/6, and then the alien encounters come down, and yet Rogue's got nothing. I think the draw would have had to have been truly incredible for any kind of recovery there. So a huge win there for MeSmile. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how we are looking, as it's going to be MeSmile making it out of Group D in that winner's spot. But we've got plenty more Hearthstone though, because there's still the 2 elimination matches that are going to decide who also joins him making it out of that Group D.
Yeah, big showdown between Piatnica and Rekvam. Rekvam, I know, has a lot of support, big groundswell of support from the community, as you were mentioning before. Rekvam is kind of your favorite player's favorite player. He's been very much behind the scenes for quite some time, you know, in a practice group where he pitches a good idea that ends up being core to the deck building of, you know, Pocket Train, who ends up winning a world championship, for example. That kind of thing, where he's a super appreciated player among the community. Everyone knows how good he is. Everyone's rooting for him to do well, particularly in the European Hearthstone-based community and the Twitch-based Hearthstone community as well, because he is just also an ever-present in every Hearthstone stream ever. But yeah, he's got a long way to go, and Piatnica is no slouch himself, so that is a rough one to be facing elimination right off the bat in Group D.
For sure. We are moving on towards the end of day 2, of course, but we've still got a couple more matches left to see who our full top 8 is going to be for tomorrow. So we're going to go to a quick break while we set those up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everybody, my name is Pятница and I happy to be at World Finals. I just played Hearthstone better and better and I thought it would be cool to qualify for Masters Tour, and I qualified once and gained confidence in my abilities. I don't follow any specific players, but I am keeping an eye on the Chinese players because they are interesting. I came in second place in spring because I was too relaxed. I will not make that mistake again and will prove and I am better and will win the grand prize.
Yeah, it's you know, quite a challenging event to say you're going to take first, but you need that confidence to actually be able to do it. So, Requiem and Pятница, of course, players that we've seen quite a bit. As Saddle's been mentioning, Requiem is known kind of to everyone behind the scenes and always putting up helpful input in playtest groups and everything. I recall a couple of sort of heartbreaking eliminations for him earlier in the year, and honestly, I'm a big Requiem fan myself, so probably of the people in this group, I'm rooting for him the most. Bit of a shame for me to see him on the elimination block at this moment.
Yeah, it's sometimes we just have to come clean and say, yep, the casters, we're biased. We're going to try and call it down the middle and be fair, but sometimes we are just biased because our friends do well sometimes. But Requiem with Jarla and Fury Hunter, the meme is, and I don't know how much is a meme and how much is true, that he's the one who sort of is the king maker in the practice groups, makes the winning lineups, then goes, you know what, I'm going to play something different. So hopefully that's not him cursed yet again, as the other two are already through and he is down here in this elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand sort of wanting to go, well, but I also have to play against these people in my group. Maybe I try and throw a curveball to disrupt them, but it doesn't always go as planned. one of, in this event, our Death Knight players. And then from there, it otherwise looks pretty standard, right? We've got the Druid,
the Rogue,
Dungar Druid, the Rogue, and the Shaman. Yeah, it's all standard except for that Death Knight.
Which is weird, right? Can you think of any reason for that? Because I've looked through the lineup for some time, because this matchup was, you know, we knew we were casting this matchup some time ago, and I can't find a good reason at the back of my mind for the Death Knight, other than maybe he was overly scared of Shaman?
Maybe, I mean, this looks to me, like when you just take a look at Rogue, Druid, Shaman, that sort of feels like this is someone's opinion of the best decks, right? And at that point, your fourth deck pick might just be what you think is next best.
Yeah, okay, it's probably as simple as that, actually, yeah, because my top four doesn't look like this, but actually it definitely could look like this. That's absolutely true, yeah, so, yeah, I like that. I think that probably is true, that he just thinks it's the best decks. Beast Priest. Favourite deck, Beast Priest. What is that? I don't remember that. Is he playing with us, or was that a deck?
Is that like the Unicorn Priest that all the devs talked about that nobody found?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. It probably was that. Rekvam. There's always a meme in the Rekvam lineup of things, which is my fault, by the way, because when I used to do the stats, I messed up and put the... is known for being top 100 in Americas or something, when he was actually like 12th or something at the time, or 7th or something. And ever since then, when the players now put their own submissions in, I think Rekvam has taken it to heart and just put a silly one in every single time.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting the way we've had to shift some of the stats, because it used to be you could put, you know, just how many qualifiers they'd been at.
Right.
But there's very few events these days. So kind of the stats that we're analyzing come from a sort of very different mindset.
Different mindset, different sample sizes as well. Like you say, you're starting in the top 16, if that's what you mean by the mindset, right? Rather than having to do a whole Swiss tournament where, let's face it, a 400-player Swiss, you need a deck that will beat some fairly inferior players in the first 3 or 4 rounds a lot of the time. Because there's a big difference between number 3 in the world and number 400 in the world, with the best will in the world. So that was a harder challenge, or different challenge.
Yeah, absolutely.
So who takes this one, do you think? I'm looking at this and personally think that Rekvam might be in trouble. I think his lineup doesn't quite match up. The Druid looks pretty difficult in particular for him.
Yeah, Druid, I think, is one of the decks that is being targeted, right? Doing Druid things always means ramping in the early game, and if you're ramping in the early game, you can potentially get run over by these aggressive lineups. And while we've seen some of the Chinese players bring a Discover Hunter that goes more for the long game, this is not one of them. This Hunter is built for speed, not even running Agrimar, the Titan. Just sort of topping out at really 4, because everything above Grifta gets reduced in mana cost.
That's pretty. I hadn't even clocked that. I sort of looked through and saw it was the fast hunter, but even the fast hunters do tend to play the Titan. But so stopping short of that is going to do some damage pretty quickly. The Druid still will have a chance against that deck, I think. I think the Hunter is still a little bit slow to put out damage a lot of the time. Okay, sometimes you go Slither Spear into Observer, into buff some stuff, make some stuff, and you lose. But it tends to be a little slower than the olden days, even now.
Yeah, but we do see the definitely built for speed Demon Hunter banned away on Putsunka's side there. Rekvam's Shaman banned. So both Dungar Druids available for players. I feel like this is such a strange tournament, because you'll look and see a direction for a lineup like this full aggro, but then it's still got the Dungar Druid there. And so I think that is a nod to the fact that Dungar Druid is very good against Rogue. Yes. So perhaps Rogue is the primary target with the lineup, which of course Rekvam does have. And yeah, that may lead to some of those bumps you were talking about for Rekvam here, that the Rogue is going to be tough to get through, and to some extent also his Dungar Druid, barring the mirror.
Yeah, and it does make sense in that case about the Death Knight, about the Demon Hunter as well. We've talked a lot about, extensively, probably too much about the Shaman versus the Rogue. And Sottle made the point that we've seen the Shaman winning because it's been having direct damage in hand, sort of on that crucial turn 5, turn 6. Well, the Demon Hunter always has damage in its hand on turns 5 or turn 6 if you're not dead already, because that's kind of what it does. So it's like the Shaman, the minions are less consistent, but the direct damage is always there. So your turn where you start playing the 5-drop, bouncing it back, tends to be a bit rubbish. But anyway, it's going to be the Druid first against the Shaman.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the flow of a Conquest match can come down to getting one of the tough matchups out of the way, right? If Rekvim is able to get over the line with this Druid, the whole context of the match can change.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, again, sort of making up what I think the players think is always a dangerous territory, but they can call me out on it if I'm wrong. I feel like Rekvam's one of those players who doesn't want to sit there wondering how his Druid's going to do for the next hour. I don't think he necessarily doesn't randomise it, but if he does pick, I'd imagine he picks the Druid first just because he wants to not sit around waiting to see what happens to it. But maybe he just randomises like everybody else.
Going to get a quick water bottle there.
Yeah. He's always active, isn't he? Even when he's deep in thought, there's always motion.
And this gift pickup with the mana cost reduction actually could be quite a big deal, with potential to wild growth onto and preserve Innervate and Coin, because you do have sort of the juice here in the sense of ramp into Crystal Cluster and Dungar. It's just a matter of, can you get that done before Bloodlust comes online?
You can tell people who've played a lot of Druid versus people who haven't. I'm sat there now, during my opponent's turn, making sure I've got this curve right. So Wild Growth puts me onto 3, then the turn after I have 4 with all these coins and crystal clusters. What's the quickest I can play Dungar? Rekvam's rearranging the scenery in his room. Because he's played it a million times and knows exactly how this curve works out.
The King plush was just like roaring over the top of his chair for a moment there.
What is happening?
Just gotta have your fidget, you know?
Absolutely.
Bouncy ball off the wall.
So next turn is the 4 mana turn. If he spends 2 of his 3 coins, that would put him in range of 8 mana for Coin Dungar the turn after, right?
Let's see, you go Coin, Crystal, it ramps you 3. Yeah. I mean, that second Innervate pickup really simplified things.
Oh yeah, my brain was broken until that, but then I looked at it and thought, I could do this one, I can do this one. And yeah, I'm glad you confirmed it for me because I still wasn't sure I could do it. But looking really good for Rekvam in that instance. 1 turn quicker than you'd normally expect to get there.
And this is why people feel so strongly about bringing this deck, because, you know, 1, it's a good counter to Rogue, and 2, if you have Dungar, like, the ramp is so consistent that it's kind of insane. A 9 mana card can win you so often. You know, we think back to the Wild Master Oakheart days, where you play this 1 9 mana card, it pulls out 3 minions, and suddenly you just have a ridiculous amount of stats in play. And it's turn 4 for the Shaman, right? We're 2 turns away from being able to Bloodlust lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Shaman isn't that terrifying until it gets to that 6 mana. It's pretty terrifying. It does a lot of the early damage and it's annoying and all that, but the actual lethal doesn't come until turn 6 usually. But it's not happening this time.
So, unless there were a Cult Neophyte this turn, Prosenka doesn't really have a defense because there's no Hosen. Oh, sorry, no, there is a Hosen Roughhouser, but that would have had to come down, I think, on 3 for it to have provided enough pressure to really delay things. you end up in these situations as these go wide decks that you have a bunch of 1/1s taking up spots on your board, and they're just not providing enough pressure while the druid is ramping. And now you've board locked yourself.
So here you get one space thing. There's 4 to choose from: a space thing, a titan, a horse, or a Ziliax. They're your 4 choices, and you get 3 of them. That's how I remember it, at least. So I'm silly.
Well, you got Ziliax. That's the important bit. And Yogg can clear.
Yeah. The question is always, do you need to?
Sure.
Just because you're in such a powerful position, you always have to just identify, is this position so powerful that I can't, can afford not to do it? But it's not. You've only got a Ziliax and your opponent has a lot of cards.
That hurts, but not as much as it could have because of the splitting space rock.
Yeah. That is kind of your plan B in those situations a lot of the time.
Even though splitting space rock doesn't have taunt, the fact that it is basically impossible to remove barring a hex, it just means you'll have trades for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and they never seem to clog up your board, because if the 1/1s usually are trading into something, unless you get to really heavy control deck or something, they they split it down to 1/1s and leave them there, but that's very rare. Against what you said about how powerful the druid is, I think some players don't like to bring this sort of deck to tournaments because it does have a low skill ceiling. It's not like unskillful. There's a lot of things to do, a lot of nuance, especially if the game goes past sort of turn 9 or 10. But largely, it's an easier deck to play than most. I think the pros would say.
But on the other side, it can be nice to have something that's a little more straightforward and chill, so that when you need to focus up on other things, you're not totally burnt out.
Yeah, that is very true.
And to win a world championship, everyone's good, so you're gonna need some luck. And this is definitely kind of deck where you can get lucky and just run away with things.
I'm showing what you were talking about here. It's just like, well, I've got infinite trades because they effectively don't die. There's still 4/4 stats on the board, kind of. There could be Lightning Storm now, but nobody really cares about that, right?
Even a Lightning Storm leaves a whole bunch of stuff in play.
Yep.
This is a unique deck choice to Potsinka's Shaman. This, if you have a pirate in play, you basically recruit a weapon from your deck. So it's a way he pulls out Horn of the Windlord.
Yeah. That is indeed a choice. Imagine it sometimes just does a massive amount of damage, to be fair. But on this occasion, wow, this is difficult now.
It just complicates things so much, having to deal with the splitting space rock alongside such a powerful defensive tool like on Kiliax.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of health being gained, even in the world where he can get rid of it, you're going to put the druid back to 30. Then you've got to find a way to build a board and get, do damage before Rekvam sets anything up. Yeah, you've got some 8/8s to come, so you're kind of obliged to try. But yeah, go away.
The only hope was that Rekvam had air in hand, and so then seeing the ANR come down for refill, you pretty much figure you're not going to get over the finish line from there. Hydration station comes down, and that's for sure lets out.
Yeah, big deal for Rekvam there. We're saying about Punitzer's pretty aggressive lineup into the druid. Well, if you get all that ramp in your druid and do the thing on turn 4, almost nothing is stopping you. And that is why it has a 40% win rate against some of those decks, not a 4% win rate, because sometimes you just win.
Yep.
Some matchups it's hard to find where your 30 or 40% is when you're not favoured, if you're not sure what you're doing, but yeah, with Druid, it's fairly self-evident. It's this. Drop it once.
Just going back to the relaxing fidget. I respect it.
So, with that 1-0 lead now, do you think that counterbalances the fact that his rogue might have some difficulties here, or do you think he still needs to get 2-0 ahead?
I mean, I think it feels a whole lot better, right? Knowing you've got one of your tricky matchups out of the way. Rogue, we've talked about its power level, that if you have 3 chances to get it across, and you're confident in playing that deck, you're probably willing to take those odds. I don't really know where the Death Knight lands amidst all this. That might be what he queues next to try and get that 2-0 lead, to just sort of really feel in control. My guess is that it would fare well into the Hunter and the Shaman, but less so into the Druid.
That's my feeling too, yeah. That's exactly what I've got written down.
Yeah. And so we'll see how it does into the Druid.
I guess we will, yeah. It's going to need to go. You can see why he's looking at this hand.
Notable difference between Rekfem's list and GamerRvg's and Banter's is the Marin, which does provide a little bit of extra draw. I mentioned yesterday how those Death Knight lists really only had buttons for draw. Well, this one has buttons and Marin. And of course the Miracle Salesman, though that is pretty minor in terms of draw. I think they just are so densely filled with answers to certain things that they felt there just wasn't space for either Chillfallen Baron or Acolyte of Death.
Yeah, because Marin, so everyone just yanked it out of their decks the second it got nerfed, but it's still, like you say, it does a thing here and there. You've got to remember it does have some advantages, and again, we've talked about Rekfem quite a lot in his deck building and his lineup building prowess. He doesn't overlook much when it comes to that sort of thing. He's getting a little bit of a board here to attack with, but it's not a lot, is it?
Yeah, I mean, Death Knight has the potential to get some really sticky stuff going. Oh, and actually, sorry, Rekfem has more card draw in general. He does have 2 Chillfallen Barons. In fact, what he is lacking is buttons and the Shaman defensive cards. So there's no Frosty Decor in this list. Or Magma.
No Magma? Okay, yeah. It's quite a big miss as well, but again, showing what he was expecting maybe.
Perhaps feels that you can do strongly enough with tools like Mining Casualties, Dreadhound Handler. I definitely feel more comfortable with more draw in my deck list, and it might sort of reduce the matchups against your Shamans and go wide Demon Hunters, but balance out against kind of everything else, so it's more of a middle of the line against everything.
Yeah, interesting that even though he didn't test with him, to my knowledge, sort of anyway, that Rekfem of Banterface did come up with this playing Death Knight independently, I think, because it is the most middle of the road deck in a lot of ways. I think it has a little bit of ways to kill you before turn 2000, and is largely defensive, as opposed to some of the infinite hunters and the infinite warrior stuff that's out there.
Well, Ziliax pulled is a big deal. Not going to be able to recruit that off the Dungar. Yogg either.
Yeah, didn't learn from how Rekfem chose to do it, which was get all of your stuff on turn 4. It's coming soon, though.
I think, yeah, can go in for hero power rather than drawing anymore, just because you don't want to remove too many of your big things before going for Innervate Coin Dungar. And Rekfem just ignoring the battle cry. That's his only play, getting this 3 damage hero power online.
And then hope they miss Ziliax. It's the first step, at least.
Yeah. Now, one Dungar deserves another, I suppose. I think Rekfum was hoping to have some breathing room to just play Marin the next turn. Ooh.
I don't know why we're groaning. That's a perfectly mediocre hit from the Dungar, but it's still a groan anyway.
Well, I don't know. It's right. It's Thunderbringer and ANR. I wouldn't call that necessarily mediocre at all. Especially just using the refresh to then ramp up 3 crystals at a time.
Yeah.
I almost feel like there's a world where you just say, well, I'm going to need something big. Yeah, you throw out the Marin, kill off the 5/5.
Got to check your threads first, but it's nowhere near enough, so off you go.
Yeah. Gonna need some kind of additional draw.
Okay. And the trouble is now with the Druid, like, the end comes so fast as well a lot of the time. You're not messing around. There's 17 on the board, not even counting extra trickery you can do.
Yeah. I mean, I think Rekfum might be happy that there wasn't a Stargazer pulled, because that can increase their clock significantly when they immediately hit you for 8.
Just a casual 8 more in their face. It is in hand, of course, but that would be the entire turn. I think that the Anitza could probably find something better to do with that.
Yeah, might be looking to get this Great Heights played potentially. It is an activator here, which certainly feels good, but also lets him then keep going beyond 10 mana.
I'm coming for 27 right now, by the way. just
Just casual 27. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's possible to get a Threads board that would clear off all of the Space Rock stuff.
Yeah, I keep looking at it and all the taunts just get in the way of you being able to do that, I think.
Just gonna wand and pray. Casualties helps. Double threads.
Double threads.
Interesting.
Nobody knows how that works. I refuse to believe it. Casualties, double threads, attack, close your eyes, see what explodes.
I mean, it's got to be the only option.
I think the 8/8s just explode last, though. That's the trouble. And then nothing else has a death rattle, and then the 4/4s just live.
Could be. The 8/8s have their own death rattle. Things will happen faster because of the death rattles being doubled up.
Yes.
So it may keep going, but whether it keeps going enough, I don't know.
It's fine if Rekfam knows. That's the important thing here. He knows. Looks like you can't. Oh, but now you can Primus an 8/8, and now you can Threads for 0, and then you can attack, and a lot of things die. Yeah. Big fan of this.
Yeah, kind of splits the difference, so you gain a significant amount of life, and since you've removed one of the Space Rocks at the beginning...
Maybe you crush your opponent's client, who knows?
Yeah. Well, and this second Space Rock doesn't get to summon as much of its stuff because the board was full, I think.
Yeah, well done, Rekfam. That's superb.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And now there's still 3 things with the threads. Death Rattle.
Yeah. That might not be... Oh no, the other 8/8's in play. No, the 8/8's in hand.
Let's see, 8. It's 13, and then 13. I think it's just enough, right? Or...
Well, he has to make space as well, but yeah, I think...
No, he had the 0 mana, spend all your mana, gain that much attack, right? I don't think he needed to make space even. I think he could have just spent all his mana. Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah, because it's 8 one way or the other. I make that mistake every time of thinking it's more that way. Yes. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, solid attempt from Rekfem. I probably would have just shipped the double threads and be like, this probably clears everything, right? But it is, you know, an important tool, and just not quite enough there. I don't think he feels too bad about that one.
Yeah, it's just best of 3 with no druids now. It's fine, it's fair.
Yep.
So we are down to still all eyes on that rogue. I feel like we're saying that a lot, and Sottle mentioned that he'd been doing the research on the Shaman and the Rogue, and they're both performing sub 50%. Obviously in a tournament, that's partly through being targeted and stuff. But we're talking about it again. The Rogue might struggle in this matchup.
Yeah, you got two tough matchups, and then one that I think Rekfem is feeling pretty confident about, which would be the Death Knight into these aggressive decks. But
yeah,
again, you know, things swing back the other way if he loses with the Death Knight against either of these.
Yep, it's I like these matches where it's fairly clear cut what you're expecting to see, how you're expecting it to go. You don't know who's going to win, which is great, but you know roughly how the pattern of the match is looking, and then you know if someone's broken serve or not. So obviously in last Hero Standing, back in those days, you knew if someone had broken serve because you had to actually finish their deck off. But Conquest, I think we've all pretty much agreed these days is the superior format, I think.
Well, and yeah, last Hero Standing, oftentimes you break serve and you just sweep.
Yes, yeah. 3-1 or 3-1 just didn't exist. Or sorry, yeah, 3-2 just didn't exist. One of them didn't exist. I can't remember. I think if you have like 20 Conquest tournaments a year, then a couple of Last Heroes thrown in is a nice change. Test a different skill set.
God, what did it used to be? It was like Dream Hacks were all Last Hero Standing,
yes,
I think.
They were, yeah.
But then the main circuit was Conquest. That was a fun mix.
Yeah, I liked that mix as well. It was good. And then some of the smaller tournaments would be best of 3. Either or, those formats. Right, can the Hunter put enough pressure on the Rogue is the big question here. Let's have the Tremors. That does damage fast if you don't have a fan.
Is this the first Hunter we've seen with Tremors? I don't think the other ones have had it.
I wasn't expecting to see a Tremors in this deck, even though I've looked at it twice. So
yeah, they've tended to have Snakes and Slither Spear, but not Tremors.
But you were saying there's no Titan in this one, and yeah, so the Tremors is sort of what you gain from cutting your turn 6 mess about card.
They are a nice way to trigger Observer of Myths.
Yes, they absolutely are. When you play the remote control hounds and all that stuff, they're good in those decks as well to fill out the board, and they're just big.
Yeah. Immediate fan, just deal with the 6 damage. You can quick pick 1 next turn if you need to.
Feels so horrible to have to fan that. I mean, you have to. You're taking 6 from them every turn from here to the end of time, so yeah. You now know you're kind of on your own for a few turns.
They're probably the best fan hit in this matchup, just because the other stuff that goes wide, apart from Sneaky Snakes, are 2/5s. And if the 2/5s start coming ad nauseum, you better already have Insidious out.
Yeah, they're not even really easily killable with Parslick, are they? So it's a good point. Right, this is interesting choice. We can just quick pick it, or we can go for the dubious purchase and start the game actually going properly for the Rogue.
Oh yeah, very nice.
Usually I'm an advocate for playing fairly slowly in Hearthstone. I'm erring more towards the Jarla side than the Casey side. But I do like it when rogue players play fairly speedily from the start and get into that rhythm of, look, you've got to get on with it. Because there does come a point where you have got to get on with it with a rogue.
Yes, absolutely. Interesting. The Neophyte could be a big pickup, especially being buffed to a 5/3.
Would you want to play it immediately?
I don't know. Titan Forge traps can also be quite disruptive.
Yeah, there we go.
So next turn could be, you know, Neophyte plus Gorgon's Ormu. Rat Trap always nice in this matchup.
Yeah, Rat Trap and Ice Trap are the two, aren't they? Eat their mana and give yourself a 6/6.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is something that was shown to me the other day, actually. When you've got a dubious purchase, you can just play this. It does interfere with what your opponent's doing, and you've got more card draw than you can hold, so sometimes this is okay. If it sticks, great. If it doesn't, well, you probably mess around your opponent a little bit. Because they can't leave it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because he's in a position where there's very little he can play to keep from burning if he actually activates the spell burst. I think he would have to quick pick no swing just to make space for the spells that he's going to draw. But there's not really anything the hunter can do without stuff in play to remove that oracle.
Yeah, it's a problem of the deck. It's one of the reasons I think that people don't have hunter in the top tier, is that opponent's boards just sit there being on the board. If you get a Sonya down, it's just going to sit there and be a Sonya if you want it to be. There are little ways like Grifter, like we're seeing now, but there's very few ways.
Oh, an immediate take the 6. Burning a break dance, which could be a big deal. But also just 12 damage, which means Rekfam now needs to constantly make sure that he is not going to be in range of all that burn.
Yeah. This works out nicely. Getting very close, actually, because he's still on 30 as well. If he could just find the Pyro, which he's got now, to just doing the whole Shadow Step Incendious, win the game over 2 or 3 turns for 45 damage. He's just got that all set up, and he's not facing a tremendous amount of damage. I feel like Rekvam will win this the Incendious way in the next 2 or 3 turns, or 3 or 4 turns.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the best game plan against the Hunter because your Giants might just get stalled out by taunts forever.
Yeah.
And actually going for this dubious purchase, even with burning a card, just because best way to remove a 6/6, and he's got what he needs, right? In terms of the Scoundrel and the Incendious.
Yeah, would rather not burn a Sonya.
Honestly, even if he does burn the Sonya, I mean, we've seen the Hunter has very few ways, unless they want to spend that burn, the deal 6 damage, to kill Incendious.
That is true. So the 5 eruptions will get pretty big, and you probably replay it and make them really big. But
I mean, I think it's sort of like you play it once and step it.
Yep.
And then if you can play it, 1 to 2 more times, even if you're not getting the multiple instances in play to upgrade them all, you can still, over time, get yourself to, 10, 15 eruptions.
Yeah, and they're all
play.
going to be +3 or 4. Okay, fine. Yeah, you're not in a hurry either, so... We're talking worst case, you don't have to burn Sonya here, but we all know that that's what always happens in Hearthstone, so,
That's one of the better burns. Yeah, very efficient use there. Just getting the sandbox played. That's one Cult Neophyte dealt with. not really the circumstance that you want to use a Cult Neophyte, right? You want to use that to protect a very offensive board.
He has so many other tools now as well in hand, we're both assuming the Insidious thing's going to happen to some degree, but with Pianitsa playing this more aggressive Hunter, just having Tarslick, Oracle for spell damage, Fan of Knives all in hand, even in an emergency, Rekvam's got plenty of time to do what he wants to do here. I think it's looking good for him to go to 2-1.
Yeah. Tracking for tracking, just try and find your alien encounters. Still miss. Yeah, no Niall, and a bunch of discover resources used, so I guess you take Scout, but it's still pretty rough not doing anything. And 1 mana off the Ziliax. That may have been an error. Yeah, he's seeing a smile.
Yeah. I mean, luckily for him, or unlucky for him, whichever way you want to look at it, it probably wouldn't have made much difference the way it's looking over there. But yeah, obviously
Sure.
you want to do it right. I'm so confident on this rogue.
Yeah.
I think there are only two sorts of rogue players, right? Those who know how to rogue and those who just don't. I'm the latter.
Certainly I am as well, but I think it is a marked difference seeing how he just starts playing things, right? He's not thinking about all the stuff. He knows, hey, if I'm not sort of doing stuff that is ingrained in my muscle memory, I'm not going to have time to get all the actions in.
Yeah, that does seem to be the major difference. And then just confidence roll. It's like, even if you do the wrong thing, just keep going, because you know you've got time, you're fine, you start down a path. It's the really skillful players who change their course halfway through that amaze me. When they do or don't draw what they're looking for.
Ooh, another giant. Don't know if it came down. But yeah, I mean, look at this. You've got the Insidious in play. It will keep upgrading things. But also, there's giants you need to keep from killing you. And no board on the other side.
Yeah, and still, if needed, which it isn't, Sonya, Pirate, Grifter, Shadow Step, shenanigans to come if you really want to do that as well.
Right. The strength of this deck really lies in its ability to make big board swings in the mid game, and the fact that it is not reliant on the giants to kill you. The giants are sort of a distraction. Yes, they're big. They must be dealt with, but they let you enable your plan B of Insidious, your plan C of Grifta, right? You can play out Insidious there because you can still Sonya Grifta and do crazy things with that to win the game. So yeah, just a lot of confidence in Rekvam's rogue play there.
Yep, looked very, very comfortable with it. When he talked, Sotta was talking about how he's always in chats and stuff. Rekvam constantly sort of asking people, is that right? Could you have done this? Could you have done that? He's always fiddling around with the game to some extent as well. And I think that shows. Casey's very similar, another well-known rogue player.
Of course.
Always fiddling around in other people's chats, telling them, I think you should have done this, and memeing around. But yeah, for Rekvam there, that's the two more difficult-looking decks to get out of this matchup gone. So now it's advantage Rekvam, I think, with the lineup that's left.
Yeah, I mean, the Death Knight is a little more of an unknown. We'll see if it is favored the way that it's believed to be, but certainly looks, naturally in score, but perhaps also in matchups to be Rekvam favored at this point.
Yeah, and it'll also be the matchup that he has the playtesting advantage, right? If you bring the slightly unusual deck, you've played it more than your opponent's played it, so there's also the knowledge advantage as well.
That's an advantage I always like to have whenever I'm playing in tournaments, is bringing something crazy, so I'm the only one who knows the matchup.
Oh, even more. If you actually build your own deck, or if you do something at least slightly off the wall, and everyone else doesn't want to play you because of it. That's the thing. I remember people always used to ban Zetalot's Priest. He always brought it to DreamHack every time he played, and sometimes it was rubbish. And he brought it, and people would ban it because they were just scared of him. They don't know what they're going to do. They know he knows everything backwards, so it just ate a ban every time he brought it. It was great.
There's certain merit to banning a class for a particular player who you know is a specialist of that class.
But also, if you're that player and you know it's a bad deck, you can just bluff it and bring it along anyway. So it works both ways. Okay, here we go again. It's the Swarm Shaman. With the Weapons Attendant, which is showing... It is in the deck anyway. It's not on the bottom of the list for some reason, but it is there.
Yeah, not sure why it's not showing up. Promise it's there. It's listed as a key card because it is a notable difference, and we saw it in one of the earlier games. But yeah, pretty easy to activate most of the time because of Sigil and the location in particular, right? If you set up the location, you can make sure to activate it, play the Weapons Attendant, recruit your weapon, attack, activate it again. You know, so some nice synergy there. If a little bit unusual choice. And then, yeah, this Rainbow DK, which honestly is so a little scary in terms of the aggro matchups in the sense that Requiem doesn't have, honestly, even more than Frosty Decor, the fire spell, the Malted Magma, right? But clearly he feels that he doesn't need it. We'll see how that works out. I like having the draw, because we've seen Death Knight gas out a couple of times this tournament.
How do you feel about Death Knight decks, the Rainbow ones in general? I always feel that they just take the best 30 cards they can find and put them into the deck, and it doesn't have that much synergy other than nice curve, early stuff stops you from dying, then good spells and rescue.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times that's just good enough. I think one sort of disappointing for me, but I guess it just comes down to the matchups right now. It's just there's no Corpuscles in these decks. I feel like Corpuscle is a nice way that you sort of start spending those corpses and keep upgrading the Climactic and Necrotic Explosion. But I think because you're able to spend on particularly Exarch into something big, that's sort of the way now that you're often upgrading CNE. So I think they just haven't included it because of the things they're trying to target.
And Airlock Breach is just a better Frosty Decor a lot of the time. It's nice to have both. Obviously, you can have both. It's not against the rules or anything. But if you're going to play one, you have got one available to you. Which again, probably in the Requiem brain, I'd say he's good at fiddling around with decks. Probably goes, hang on, we've got 4 of these now. Do we really need all 4 of them? Can we cut one of them? And he has.
Yeah.
Got the threads, which I feel is very important given what you've already told us about the lack of early removal and the lack of early prevention.
Yeah, although the nerf hit it hard, right? The fact that you now can't on turn 4 go for hero power threads. You gotta wait until turn 5. Part of what made Rainbow DK and Death Knights in general right now so powerful, and why you had to have a Blood Rune, is because threads was just this incredibly powerful board clear tool.
Yeah, I mean it still is, but it is approaching a sensible mana cost now. It was really powerful before. I think people have got a little tiny bit better at playing around it as well. Now they've actually got time to think, sort of turn-wise. Sometimes you set it up so it's really hard for the opponent to do it because, again, the extra mana means they don't have as much wiggle room to play an extra spell alongside it and set it up perfectly. So if you're really thinking well, you can sometimes not be auto-cleared by threads, which was always the mean that you were, because you were.
Right. But I think there's been an adjustment if you are the Death Knight player that, okay, it is still a good card and worth including. It just means you're doing a lot more of having these sticky things like Mining Casualties and Miracle Salesman and expecting to play those out have these minions your opponent doesn't really want to clear, because anything that gets left around means you can just threads and attack with what you have in play without needing to hero power. Oh, and that 2/2 Death Rattle is huge. It summons two 2/2 taunts from the other end.
Oh, sweet. Okay. I would not have known that. Thank you for that.
I don't necessarily know the names of the cards, but I know what they do.
I don't know the names of any cards. Oh. I think I am a memory person. But yeah. There's very few cards I don't know what they do when I see them these days, I've got to admit, but that is one of them. Now I know.
Rainbow
Scary
Seamstress. Been doing a lot of work here, just keeping Rekfam topped off.
Yeah. Scary times for Rekfam from his point of view, but there's no gift in the hand on the other side, so it's significantly less scary, although obviously those 6 drops are all very powerful.
Yeah, but I think that's why he played the cheese now, right? Wanting to get as much board presence as possible rolling into that turn so that he can use it to fight for board and prevent any kind of big turn 6 play.
Yep. It's eaten up a lot of damage. It's deciding, I'm going to trade all this away. Because with all the health gain, you kind of have to, otherwise what's the point? If the face damage gets erased immediately, you might as well kill some minions.
No patches play. What do you think of that?
There must be a good reason for it. Maybe he's going to do it on turn 7 with the weapons attendant? After he plays Dog on 6?
That must be it. Yeah. Yeah, something that we wouldn't necessarily think of, since most of the decks don't have weapons attendant. But I guess it's expectation of Golganeth into turn 7 patches attendant.
Yeah, that's all I can think of. And then it's so much more value. You get a 6/4 and the weapon. Otherwise, why are you playing the 6/4 in your deck?
Another thread, but also Death Strike. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He knows there's Golga coming up at some point. He knows there's the weapons attendant. There's the 8/8. Death Strike's pretty good at those decks. We've got through the sort of token phase of the game to some degree.
Yep. Oh, and this sets things up that Golganeth comes down, goes for the clear, and he still has a couple of 2/2 taunts.
Yeah. Also true. It really is annoying, isn't it? Gold just does nothing. It just removes a 2/3, basically. Wow. He just needs to find things now, though. This is 2-1 down, and opponent's still basically on full health. He's going to have to start looking for some chunky damage beyond just this 8/8, I think.
Yeah, I think the Death Strike pickup was just sort of like, well, we've got 1 threads, we haven't needed it yet. What I don't have a way of is clearing 1 big minion. So, and of course getting some great value out of the lifesteal as well.
Patches into attendant, the 2/2's going to get buffed to 3/3. That's not how that weapon's supposed to work.
Yeah. But he did the thing. He recruited the weapon. It happened.
And that's what we came to see at the end of the day. Don't worry about the World Championships. Don't do anything. Just
Oh, yes, please. I guess not great into the weapon. So maybe it's just Marin. I don't know. It's a lot of damage in play. So I guess you have to be confident that you'll be able to clear the board on the other side of things.
Yeah.
Okay, so interesting.
Okay. Choices now.
I mean, it might just be Exarch Airlock for little bit more stuff in play.
Yeah, I think that's the decision, right? He's trying to work out, is the Exarch even better next turn, or should I just do it now and have a good amount of things?
Alternatively, you chill Fallen and Rainbow Seamstress kill the 1/1, right? Just kind of say, well, your weapon isn't so great into this.
Excuse me. Yeah, let's do that. I like that a lot. Letting the weapon just get free things, I think, is
And like, you never really want to die with a Chill Fallen Baron, right? Because that means you maybe could have found a spot to get it down earlier, and it would have found you something that let you hang on.
Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, even now where we don't feel like we're hanging on at the moment, I think probably feels kind of in control, but you see the attention he's paying, which isn't the attention he was paying during the Druid match. It's far more attention now. You can see that he's just making sure this all works out okay, because there's 8/8s to come in a minute for Hitnitzer. I think Vecran probably suspects the second weapon as well, because that card's been there for a long time.
There's the draw. Primus is perfect. You know, even though it potentially gets weapon down, right? Going for taunts can actually be quite powerful, just because of the Reborn. I think taunts is even maybe the better line here. You could Exarch Primus, and then you have 2 mana left over for the Dreadhound Handler, so you can take out the 6/4.
That all sounds pretty clean. It also gives you a little bit of Lightning Storm protection, not that you really care, but if there's a world where your 3/3s get killed and your board gets killed, having the Exarch down as well might be a nice thing to have. There we go.
Oh, goes for the blood.
Okay. Snake
Another
point heal as well.
Another Airlock Breach or Courtside Crusher, both solid pickups. Just sort of seeding Weapon Swing into the Primus, which I suppose, you know, not too bad when you can say, well, that's a Weapon Swing that won't be able to go into my Airlock Breach.
Yeah, with a Crusher, it's the last weapon swings you're ever going to have.
Yep. 3 turns is a long time not to be able to swing that weapon.
It really is. When you're playing like Demon Hunter or something, it's like, I've just lost. Crusher equals I have lost. I'm never attacking again in my face. That's all my deck does. Just doesn't seem to be much of a play here for Piotrowski.
I think the Crusher pick signals to us as well that Rakfum's pretty sure about that second Horn of the Windlord, right? Because otherwise you expect, well, you know, this Horn is gone after this turn. I don't need to freeze them then.
Yep. It's such a good weapon, like, stop the Windlord, just get a bit of healing back just in case something nasty happens. It's so cheap. Is there threads clear here now as well?
There might be. You know, this is where it can be a bit trickier, but feel like a hero power threads. Maybe if you attack with the Reborn first to get an extra damage in, since you still summon a minion afterwards.
There's a 3/1 into a 9/7 in there at some point as well, which is a big difference to the board we're currently looking at. So.
Right. I think he's just...
So this isn't about if he can clear, it's about the best way to do everything, right?
Right. Yeah, and I think it's got to be... Yeah, something like this, and then you can Courtside Crusher. And getting that damage in face is not nothing when he's got a Courtside Crusher he's going to be equipping and just chucking phase every turn. Oh, interesting.
Okay.
So hasn't seen the second horn yet. So I guess this makes sense to me, right? That you develop a must-kill minion on the other side of that clear. If there's another horn, then you can start freezing face. If not, well, you're just gaining 5 health every turn.
Yeah, and next turn the play is Airlock Breach Crusher anyway with 10 mana. So worst case, which he's kind of facing the worst case, quite a nasty turn coming into him. Worst case, your next turn is just good anyway.
Yeah.
They've got to kill you through this life gain. And assuming that the Windlord does take down the Mornpor here, Rekvam's going to have the Crusher for lethal, so as in over the duration of the Crusher's existence, it represents lethal damage. So it's going to have to be done on board for Piernitz.
Which that 2/3 Starship piece is pretty good for. Adds a whole lot on top of the potential Bloodlust. But Airlock Breach. Oh!
Never mind.
Never mind. Just climactic necrotic explosion coming in to end the game and the series for Rekvem. Quite a happy top deck there, but was looking like a pretty comfortable position even without it.
It was, but it was quite an explosive way to end it, wasn't it? Just this top deck, we've been sort of slowly durdling towards what looked like a Rekvam victory. He was going to have to navigate some potential gifts and bloodlust because the board was getting a little bit wide against him. But he looked to have it under control. And it's just like, oh no, actually, I'm just going to kill you. Bye. And that puts Rekvam into the decider match. And he's going to have to, I was going to say gather himself, but I've never seen Rekvam looked more gathered than he has in this match, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Just what a way to end a series, right? That's send it off with some nice musical chords and flashy effects.
Nice for you, anyway. Not so nice for your opponent, but
sure.
Piernitz qualified a long time ago now, and I think Levik did that one year, and also didn't do too well in the main event. Probably sample size issues, because Levik's an incredible player. Piernitz is a very good player too. Yeah. But I have wondered a few times if qualifying early does lead to you having a whole year twiddling your thumbs and wondering what to do with yourself until you pick it back up towards the end.
Right. I mean, it means you are just most likely not doing the kind of grinding that other people are, because it is, exhausting. But at the same time, perhaps that means you are a little bit more rusty in terms of your skills. So.
Yeah, possibly. Again, that's just my speculation, and yeah, something to think about. But yeah, there we go, looking at the bracket, MeSmile already through. Yanming and Rekvam going to fight it out for the last slot. Yanming would be the third of 4 Chinese players to get through the group stages if he were to win that. Rekvam would be the third of the 3 members of his practice group to get through if he were to get through. I'm going to ask you, even though I think I know what you're going to say, who do you think is going to take that one down?
So, I honestly think it looks a little better for Yanming, actually.
Okay.
I mean, we'll have to see. His list for the Warlock is, I think, slightly different. It's got the wing welding in there, which wow, can be really stand out or really awkward, right? You can. I think it often is there as like well, Ceaseless Expanse isn't going to be active this game, so I'll just discard it for a clear in an aggressive matchup. But yeah, certainly these control decks are not what people typically expected to see, and so if you can deliver on them.
Okay, well, we are going to find out in just a moment whether they deliver or not, see if Edelweiss is right or if she is not right. But now we're going to take a short break while they set up, and we're back in about 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championships. We are getting ready to end our day number 2 and finalize who will be going to the top 8 tomorrow. So to kick off this last match, I am joined by TJ. How you doing again, TJ?
Doing good. It hasn't been as long of a wait since the last time we cast, so I'm excited. We got one more spot left in that top 8, and it's going to go to either one of these two players, Yanming versus Rekvim. And Rekvim coming off a win. Also, Yanming facing a very similar lineup to Rekvim's earlier with MeSmile and losing. So that may not bode well. There's only one deck difference between Rekvim and MeSmile. So we'll see. I was expecting Yanming the same as Proyun earlier this weekend with that control lineup to just come in, make it really hard for those swarm decks or aggro decks to get wins and cruise to the quarterfinals, but that hasn't been the case.
Yeah, it's definitely been really interesting to see how the Swarm Shaman and some of these lineups have been performing so far over yesterday and today. And it's going to be even more interesting tomorrow, I'm sure, as we get to see some of these lineups clash that we haven't gotten to see quite yet. But I love that we're having some players who this is also their first appearance in Worlds, like Yanming did very well in the China qualifiers to get here. This is his first Worlds appearance.
Yeah, and a couple interesting choices for the lineup, notably the Armor Warlock and the Control Warrior, which are two decks that were not brought by many of the field. Proyun shares the same lineup, as well as just, tried and true decks like the Cycle Rogue and Discover Hunter. However, it's quite a bit different of a Discover Hunter than what we've become accustomed to, whether playing on ladder or throughout most of the other hunters in the field. It's way more of a value control-y type hunter as opposed to kind of that aggressive hunter where it just never runs out of resources. It seems to always be able to find answers with all the Discover effects. So that one's a deck to keep on the radar. But Yanming's just going to open with the good old Cycle Rogue.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. But on the other side, we have Rekvim. This is his second Worlds appearance, so maybe a little bit more experience there. I'm always interested to see players who are performing at this kind of level for the first time or for a repeat time, how that kind of pressure does impact them or not impact them. So very interesting to see, but Rekvim definitely a favorite for a lot of people. We've already talked about that a lot this weekend and today specifically, but he's going to kick things off with that Rainbow DK. We just saw him play that in the previous series, but going to kick it off with that Rainbow DK. How do you feel about the Rainbow DK versus the Rogue matchup here, TJ?
It's a pretty wild one, to be honest. It's the Rogue's just gonna do its thing, right? The Rogue's gonna rogue, and it's up to the Rainbow DK to kind of find the answers when it needs them. I think Rainbow DK does have, when they have a little bit of time, they can find ways to clear boards, steal boards, eat boards, whatever you want. I think that one of the crucial factors here is Yanming. Oh, actually, the Armor Warlock was actually banned away. So I was going to make the comparison to the series that Yanming played against MeSmile earlier. MeSmile has one deck different from Rekvim. It's the Discover Hunter versus the Dungar Druid. And the Dungar Druid was actually banned away, so Rekvim just has much less faith, I guess, in the with beating that Warlock than MeSmile did. So my point here is moot, but Rainbow Death Knight sure has surprised me with how effective it can be. Rekvim did, we saw him lose a very close game against the Dungar Druid in the previous series, but we saw MeSmile do like parkoured through a game to get a victory earlier. I actually did win with the Rainbow Death Knight in the last series. Apologies. at the very end in order to get across. But did lose to the Dungar Druid. Yeah, I got that correct. I'm mixing the two series up because we've actually seen way more Rainbow Death Knight than was expected. And because I'm drawing too many comparisons between MeSmile and Requiem, the series are blending together. But it's all becoming clear to me now, as maybe it's becoming clear to Yanming.
Is it TJ? Is it becoming clear to you?
It's not. I'm gonna
Okay.
mix them up probably 3 more times this series. Because I was looking at the lineups right before the series started, and I'm like, wow, okay, yeah, probably similar strategy. The Hunter versus Dungar Druid, I don't think will change things that much. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. And then just switch up the bands. It is what it is. I honestly, we've seen the Armor Warlock win so many times, but I still, my fate, unless it makes it to the finals, I just still won't have much faith in it. It's got to really prove it to me.
That's fair. Well, we are getting a little bit of an update as well here. Forget what I asked you about the matchup of the Death Knight versus Rogue, because it actually looks like it's going to be the Death Knight versus that Control Warrior from Yanming. So this could be a very long, grindy first game.
Yes, it could be. These are the two decks that can go the distance. And I think that if you look at Requiem's lineup as a whole, this might be the deck that might have the better time against the Control Warrior, just because it's got so much jank in the deck that the longer the game goes, it can really find some crazy outs with like Hematurge, with Marin, Climactic Necrotic Explosion. Apologies, the name always throws him for a loop. So even just the Titan can find you some crazy things. So we'll see if it's gonna go that way, like to where we need shenanigans to end the game. But this is certainly probably my favorite matchup if you look at these two decks side by side to watch during the series. But we're getting underway.
Yeah, game number 1 here kicking off. Again, Yanming on the Control Warrior and Requiem on this Rainbow DK. We see the Needle Rock Totem in hand already for Yanming. A pretty good start there, I guess, especially in one of these like slower matchups.
Yeah, Death Knight's one of the decks that can handle it quite easily. Rushes early or just the hero power, but just to cycle through the deck is important. We did see the ETC from Requiem. ETC for Requiem's Death Knight has Fistful of Corpses, Dirty Rat, and Mind Control tech. So a plethora of tech cards packed away in the ETC. And nice, easy play here, I'd say, with the handler. Stick something on the board, get rid of this totem.
Yep, makes sense to me. Followed up by Rainbow Seamstress if he needs it, but also the Gorgonzormu, just a solid turn 3 play. Start building up that cheese that we've talked about, get a little bit more on board, and can potentially start to push pressure. I'm not sure how much pressure Requiem can actually push in terms of being kind of more of the aggressive deck in this matchup, but he's certainly going to try. This hand is helping him out.
Hell yeah, in the hand too.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal in most control matchups. Look for a way to get rid of it. It's in the ETC for Yanming. There's a Kill Jaden in the ETC. So, but ETC is not picked up, and Helga's played on curve. So not going to be a great way anytime soon to reduce the effect of these plagues. then we'll have to find a time to actually play the ETC, and then they'll kill Jaden if it comes to that. So
There
great
might
start
be
here
time.
for Requiem. Go slam aftershocks here.
Yep, makes sense to me. Clear up this bit of pressure that he's been under. Get a little bit more armor. There's not a ton going on in the hand at the moment for Yanming, so just gonna go ahead and clear up a little bit and pass back to Requiem. Force Requiem to continue trying to push that pressure and refill the board.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but probably never going to be a whole lot going on in the hand of Yanming.
It's probably true.
And I think that's exactly how he wants it. Just the whole game, nothing going on.
And for Requiem here, does he want to just play out the cheese? Or does he just go for a more fill in the curve type of play with the seamstress? Gonna start by finding a weapon, foam render.
Yeah, keep the pressure up. I think keep the cheese aging as well. Just for big threat later. Play it when you have nothing else to kind of force Yanming's hand a little bit.
Yeah.
Just do put some pressure on each and every turn.
Could potentially force out some of the removal a little bit earlier before that cheese comes out as well, though Yanming does know that the cheese is in hand, so definitely going to be wary of that in the future turns.
Yeah. Cheese could just be some fodder for the foam render.
Requiem definitely have to clear up the armor gain potential there. Don't want that razor fence sticking around longer than needed. Does Yanming just want to start with Sleep Under the Stars here? Kind of interesting with the pickup of the Fizzle. If he actually wants to have another copy of that by playing Fizzle first and keeping Sleep Under the Stars in hand. Here we go. The Fizzle and Zola. Are we going infinite, TJ? We gonna see the infinite here?
And against a lot of decks, that's the only way that this warrior deck wins. So I think Yanming just looking for ways to spend mana and empty his hand, keep the hand pared down as much as possible. Sleep Under the Stars would have kind of been an awkward situation where you're like drawing once and then like maybe just refreshing for Hostile Invader, but it's not a really efficient turn, and the board wasn't big enough to really warrant that, because Hostile Invader can be a much wider board clear. So just finding ways to like get the Zola out of hand, but still hold on to a copy of it, I think is really smart from Yanming to not overreact to a small board like that. Now a little bit tougher. Hostile Invader is still an option, though. It doesn't clear this whole board because of the 5 attack minions, and you'd also have to use the GamerRvg's gift in order to activate the spell burst to clear some off. So keep it simple. Use the Ziliax. Still plenty of removal potential on the side of Yanming. And sleep with the stars, or sleep under the stars. Can find that card draw to find any missing pieces that Yanming would need. Hovering over the Reska, there. I mean, there's really not much else to steal. Looking at this deck, I guess Ceaseless Expanse later on, but that's way far down the line. Once you get to the point where Ham is coming out, then usually the warrior will have found a way to get another copy with Zola, Fizzle.
Yeah, and I think for Rekvim too, it just continues that pressure that he's already been applying as well, right? He's getting to steal the Ziliax, clear off one of them, steal, and get to push a little bit more damage. Plus, just kind of creates a board of his own that now Yanming has to answer. And the last couple of turns, there hasn't really been a ton of answers from Yanming's side. So Rekvim kind of just recognizing that, hey, this might be my only opportunity to keep this pressure going, and not really need to use the Reska much later. I can just use it now and it's still effective.
Okay, spending mana.
Does Rekvim need to worry about clearing this hostile invader here?
Not particularly, no. I think the corpse count is something that Rekvim needs to make sure that he keeps an eye on if he wants to keep this foam render around.
Yeah,
is it
could
too
just
much? I want to say aggression, but aggression's not the right word. Play Primus. That's the thinking here, or just to keep it small.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The Headless Horseman.
Okay. I was thinking maybe he wanted to potentially like just coin a hero power there just to bank a free corpse, since coin's not doing too much in the hand at the moment. I guess 6, 3, and 2 next turn could need 11 mana for a play like that, but just as keeping this foam render up and trying to find every opportunity to hit face to keep the pressure on Yanming. I really like this this line here. Just really being conscious of the corpse count as well, making sure not to overspend on like weapon discovery or on Exarch or Airlock, just to always have a charge around to be able to swing and deal that 6.
First Garrosh's gift coming out from Yanming to execute and clear up the board. Still has a few minions of his own left here. We do see the corpse counter getting a little bit higher here. building up to 11 at this point. Now this airlock breach can come down, build up this board a little bit more, and still preserve this foam render. Oh, the snapshots.
So there's a Zola, a Gift, a Rockstar.
Sleep Under the Stars.
Ziliax, yep.
Just all the things that Yanming would like to have here.
Yep.
Headless Horseman going to come down here, clean up the second half of the Ziliax. Having to clean up multiple Ziliax boards is be a little bit obnoxious for Rekvam here, but he's gotten through them a couple of times, cleared up this second Razor Fen. Not much left on the board to apply pressure, and Yanming already healed back up to full and has some armor now after that Ziliax as well.
Yeah, now the foam render does not have good access to too many more corpses. We're looking at a bunch of cards in the hand that spend them. Now the hero power gone, but replaced with 3 damage, so that's good. And now Yanming's feels very comfortable, has made it through all the threats. Okay, up. Haven't seen a plague at all this game, and Helia was played on curve, so finally seeing it, at least one, come out. The bottom of the deck is essentially all plagues at this point. Alright, so there's the ETC for Rekvam. I mentioned earlier we have Fistful of Corpses, Dirty Rat, Mind Control tech.
Dirty Rat could be really interesting here, but is it what he's going to go for? Bringing out the starships. Is there ever a world where Yanming actually just goes for Ceaseless here? I don't think he needs to this turn, right? Saves it for something else.
Yeah. He's just going to go Fizzle plus Zola once again. A way to spend mana. Yeah, I could follow this up with, I was going to say, like, Order of Operations. If he wants to, like, keep the Zola around. He's going to take it off. There's the ham. So Rekvam knows at the very least Fizzle's in hand from the Zola. And there's a Rockstar in hand because that one was picked up from the first snapshot and then he saw it played from the left. So I don't know if, like, Dirty Rat here.
Yeah, this is looking a little awkward for Rekvam here, having a lot of trouble deciding how he actually wants to go about this turn. We're going to see the ETC come out as the rope is ending. You have to be a quick pick. It is the Dirty Rat.
Yeah, I don't think he got the hero power off.
Nope, didn't.
We'll see if that matters. 3 damage. I think this is more of an attrition game at this point. The Sturdy Rat's gonna mean a lot. I'd say it has to hit the fizzle. To really mean a lot.
Another plague, couple
Also,
of plagues here.
The ETC from the side of Yanming is still in the deck, along with the snapshot. There's the ETC, so probably we'll have to pick. No, it's the awkward part where you have to decide between like Infinite Fizzle. Well, since Helya was played, I guess you'd have to play Kill Jaden eventually.
Yeah, but the fizzle does mean that there could be 2 picks potentially, or maybe even 3, depending on how the sequencing turns out here. But multiple ETCs played. Could have Kill Jaden plus something else. If the game continues that long, Dirty Rat's gonna come out. Pulls the Razor Fun Rockstar. Not quite the impact that Rekfem was looking for there.
Okay, swings first and then discovers a weapon. Another foam render. I think that's he can keep the foam render around kind of as long as he needs to, so goes with the Quartzite Crusher at this point. And another foam render, okay. So just as many weapon charges and weapons as Rekfem could hope for. And also just continuously spending corpses to get this Necrotic Explosion up more. And this snapshot, Zola in it, we know that, but everything else I don't remember.
Kind of a grainy snapshot at this point. I think the big problem is the hand size here, the hand space for Yanming playing that snapshot.
It was at least 6 cards, I think, for that snapshot. It hasn't really gone below 7 cards at all this game. So it has access to another Ceaseless Expanse, so this might just be, now that the snapshot's drawn. Oh, okay.
Takes the Boom Boss Thogron instead of the Kill Jaden. It's an 8-card snapshot. Does pick up another Ceaseless Expanse, though. I think Rekfem can get ahead a little bit on the Ceaseless Expanse battle here with Headless Horseman and Ceaseless of his own in hand.
The bottom 3 cards are plagues?
Should be.
Awkward. Yeah, so I don't think the Kill Jaden is a choice, because then you can no longer get your snapshots. So I think Yanming just kind of wants to just continuously snapshot like Ceaseless Expanse and Armor Gain like over and over and over again, and that's the way that he's going to win. So that's why the Thogron I think is the better choice here, because if you go to Kill Jaden and then you get bad demons, that's your life for the rest of the game. No corpses. I don't know if you swing. Oh, it looks like Rekfem the disconnect. All right. Oh, the plague's hit.
Looks confused.
And it looks like the disconnect didn't register until after the turn had already roped out, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Rekfam miming his frustration.
I don't blame him. I mean, he still had quite a bit of mana to work with. He could have played the other airlock breach or just done something to get back on board a little bit more, although he does have a Ceaseless Expanse out. Trying to force Yanming to use his Ceaseless, maybe. I've been pretty impressed with how Rekfam has been compiling damage, though, with these weapons and the CNE to try to end the game in his favor, though.
Yeah, it's been efficiently putting on damage, but hasn't been able to do anything crazy that the deck is... You sort of need the X factor. These warrior decks are just built to play this war of attrition where everything is played as standard. Whereas, you know, Rekfam hasn't really, outside the foam render pushing damage, it hasn't been that much. Yanming's done a great job of just keeping the hand full enough, but playing cards to always put something in the way. And now, I'm trying to think, is Yanming just kind of looking for a way to make the hand full again to try and get rid of the plagues? Because there was one plague that was discarded, and there's going to be a couple more.
Yeah.
So going to empty the hand and draw the snapshot, and no plague. No plague drawn. So now Yanming can snapshot to fill the hand again, and just keep effectively do this over and over again unless he messes it up.
And Rekfam is losing his mind that there's no plagues
so
being
now
drawn.
Ceaseless Expanse again and Snapshot again. This will fill the hand up and burn a plague again. And Yanming just has to do this one more time to burn the final plague. And then can not have to worry about the handful shenanigans anymore. And so Rekfam just going to go with the crown here. This is the X factor I was talking about. Rekfam, before you look at it, try and think like, okay, what's best case scenario? What's my game plan here? I can't rely on plagues anymore to go for that infinite Kolagarn? No. Yeah. I mean, it has to be. But then he kills the Kolagarn and gets to Ceaseless Expanse back, so you... Kolagarn, then see... No, because there's another one in the hand.
Is there anything he could find from Flint that actually does anything?
Well, it doesn't matter, because he's summoning them.
Oh, right.
I guess you get one, but I still think it's...
Yeah.
What? I mean, is there? What can you get? What's the wonkiest quick draw card in the entire game?
I don't think anything useful still.
Yeah. So Ming just has to... Ming just has to do the exact same play as last turn.
Yeah.
Literally the same play. Deja vu. Do it again. It draws a snapshot again. It was a 50-50. So it was a 1-4, then a 1-3, then a 50-50, and the plague just dodged every time.
And him, Yanming playing the Ceaseless, gets to steal the Ceaseless back from Rekvem's hand as well.
I was going to say, the far right card on the snapshot was the Ceaseless Expanse. And I was like, oh no, he's got one extra card than last time. He's not going to get a card back from the snapshot, but it's the Ceaseless Expanse that he got as that extra card, and that was the card on the far right of the snapshot, so.
Yeah. And there's so much armor gained from Yanming last turn too, going up to 40 armor over his already 26 health. This is a lot of health that Rekvem has to chew through here. Gonna try, but it's a lot of health. Yanming can just keep going. Going infinite. And Yanming can end the turn just sending 15 damage face as well. You can keep going. 21 mana.
I mean, there's going to be a point in this game where, if this keeps going, where Yanming will also have 100 mana.
Then you don't even have to have Ceaseless discounted. You could just play it. Is there any potential here for Rekvem to actually close out this game? Can he continue to push enough damage here?
First point of fatigue. He's also going to get to the point where he'll have enough mana to shuffle multiple snapshots per turn. Like, do this whole sequence.
Yeah.
Twice. I mean,
weird.
Rekvem doesn't even really. I am honestly not envying Yanming in this position because you can't mess up once. You got to keep doing this.
Yeah.
Every time, and you can't mess up once.
It's kind of impressive seeing the kind of comfort that Yanming has with this deck and these plays, though, to be able to repeatedly do this as smoothly and perfectly as he has so far.
Also, like, Rekvem can't just ignore these tiny boards that are made every turn.
Yeah.
Fatigue, if Yanming keeps doing this exactly same thing, eventually, and I'm talking about, turn timer eventually, Fatigue will catch up to Yanming. But, like, Yanming's getting 20 armor a turn. By the time the Fatigue even catches up to the armor, that's, 20 more turns. And if Yanming even just pushes 2 damage a turn, Rekfam's going to run out of stuff. So it has to like spend a card to react to this. So, I mean, this is like a What? Oh, okay. It's going to set this board up to where it can remove stuff in the future, I suppose. But it doesn't matter because Ceaseless Expanse, Yanming can...
Yeah.
Just start with it. Clear the board. Rekfam's working out a way, like, okay, what can I do to win this? Can I make Yanming mess up? At this point, he's not going to mess up. Also, at this point, I don't even know if I'd realized he'd messed up. Because 1, he barely has a reaction to anything. 2, he seems like in the zone right now.
Yeah. Up to the casual 113 armor. No big deal. Okay, Rekfam looks like maybe still deciding this turn here, but
I was thinking, like, oh, is there a way that you can Kolagharn the Fizzle and play it, but you can't?
yeah, not enough mana.
So he's gonna just Kolagharn the C6 Expanse, and you kind of got to play it because it's gonna die.
Yeah.
So the Kolagharn's gonna die, and then the C6 Expanse just goes right back. And then Yanming just did the same thing. You open with C6 Expanse, and then... Wait, did he just play both? Oh yeah, there's one in the snapshot. I mean, Rekfam does have 4 corpses now. So it can swing with the foam render finally.
Sure. That's a positive.
What turn are we on? What time is it? I'm getting hungry.
I'm sure all of the other casters have gotten a full night of sleep already by this point. They're going to be well rested for the top 8 as soon as this is over. Double Razor Fen now for even more armor.
That can do something.
Not great options. Helm of Humiliation, I guess buffs something in his own hand.
Cool.
It's just gonna end up dying to a Ceaseless Expanse anyways. If it ever gets played.
Alright, I mean... Rekfam has to dodge the bombs and draw, what, Kobold? And then what does Kobold give? I gotta look this up. I'm trying. I'm outside of Yanming messing up. I'm trying to find a potential win condition for Requiem. Feels like eventually Requiem will run out of ways to deal with a 15-15. I think that's probably like most likely how this game ends. Is Yanming finally? There's still bombs in the deck also, which could get rid of some of the resources. Board does not matter for Requiem because Ceaseless Expanse will come down and kill it. It's all a matter of if Requiem can find some type of disruption for this game plan, some way to speed up fatigue, though would have to speed it up a lot.
There's one TNT. Oh, it took out the CNE. The horse sunset. Well, there's another horseman's head, though. Okay, there's the kobold.
There it is.
Oh, slam it.
I don't even know. There's gonna be at least 4 that I don't have no idea. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Okay. Sky Mother Aviana? Yeah? We're getting somewhere?
Okay. There you go. That's protection against fatigue. Some protection against fatigue.
Again, though, now the problem is how does Requiem actually answer this 15-15 on board? It's just starting to take chip damage.
Yeah. The good thing is that it's always going to be 1 15-15.
Yeah.
It's never going to be 2 15-15s.
Okay.
If you play an ETC and then generate another ETC, you still get. Can you get an option?
Don't think so. I think it'll be empty.
Now there's 10 more legendaries in the deck that could also be something.
Okay. Subtle and Edelweiss are saying that if you started with the ETC, you'd still get to pick something, so...
Yeah, that's what I thought, because you can copy your ETC. I just didn't know if it was like you copy your own ETC. It wasn't... Yeah. It makes sense that it's an aura and not attached to your specific ETC, but not that it matters, because... Oh, I guess it could matter, huh? Nah, it doesn't really matter. Wait, it could?
Okay.
Well, let's see. No Muncher can be damage.
Yeah.
So can Thessarian, actually.
Yeah, Lumia is kind of interesting. She's gonna get removed. Again, nothing. As you said, the board just does not matter for Rekvim. It always gets removed. So these death rattles, like the Thessarian, are kind of interesting. Okay, gonna play Zeph. Seven damage fatigue at this point, but still over 200 armor for Yanming. We're just gonna see this game go to turn timer.
I don't think so. I think we got a long way to turn timer. Turn timer is very difficult, and Rekvim doesn't have anything to not take 15 damage anymore.
Yeah. Okay. There's another 15 damage to face, setting Rekvim to 9 health.
Yep, so has to find a way to deal with this right now.
Zortoth.
Alright, Tyrion will block. Because there's no way for Yanming to... Well, actually, no, there's no way for... Actually, if Yanming's sick of this game, he could just try for a brawl. Right? To push in.
It was Rekvim's hand full. He didn't get both of those stars from Zortoth.
I didn't even see what order he played these cards. Oh, yep. It was calling out there's no gift in the snapshot anymore. It has really pared down the snapshot.
Yeah, it's really all armor and Ceaseless Expanse at this point.
I think that was, yeah, like 17 mana ago that there was a gift in the snapshot.
And for the record, Yanming has 43, the count is just continuing, but 43 mana possible now. Over 300 armor.
I saw a smirk on Yanming's face. I saw a smirk.
Might be the only reaction we see from him.
It was very small.
another TNT here. Taking out the ETC. There's a Ragnaros. And a taunt.
I mean, a taunt is literally all Requiem needs to survive. Snake oil. Yeah, a taunt buys another turn.
Yep. I mean, you have to give it up to Yanming for this, though. This is incredible. Absolutely comfortable and knows exactly what he wants to be doing with this infinite.
There's a gift in the other snapshot. There's been two snapshots that have been rotating, I think. One has a gift, one does not. I don't know, Don.
We're just along for the ride at this point.
Do we have a turn counter anywhere?
Not that I've seen. 442 armor Yanming is up to at this point. 45 mana. Okay, the Ragnaros coming down. Here we go. Another taunt. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Still buys another turn.
Oh my god. Okay, we're 9 fatigue now.
These double razor fens and armor gain creating so much armor. You know, I was thinking about this, TJ, earlier when you and I casted. We casted probably the fastest series of the day. So, you know, of course, I thought, well, it would be great if we could have a little bit more time with our final match of the day. But this is not what I was hoping for. This is not what I had in mind.
I mean, Requiem, even if there's almost no chance that Requiem wins this game. It's got to go to turn timer. That's the only way. And that's not even a Requiem win. If the game goes to turn timer, it means both players. It's a tie, effectively. And both players are awarded a win. So we basically go to 1-1 with both decks getting a win in Conquest. Even if Requiem doesn't win, I feel like... Oh, it's Sandcastle. Oh, jeez. Even if Requiem doesn't win, Requiem doesn't really have to think. This is pretty simple.
Is there a way for Frostbitten Freebooter to get killed off by Requiem?
Sandcastle, yeah.
Yeah.
Taunt.
Okay.
Okay, so now... Discover a hero card from the past?
Okay, did
Wait!
Requiem holding up a finger,
Wait!
like, wait, hold on.
Wait!
Okay, here it is. Frostlich Jaina?
No. Zyrella?
Okay.
Zyrella's hero power flops, right? Is that what I'm thinking of? Like back and forth? Oh, jeez. Come on, making me think of the past. Also, what death rattles have even died?
Salesman?
That's not good. Tyrion?
Yeah.
Mining casualties? Dreadhound handler?
Yeah.
Reska?
I'm kind of just laughing here watching this.
So we have two more
I can't
turns
believe
where Requiem can protect the board, or can protect the life total. But we're starting to get towards fatigue, right? We have Sandcastle with the freeze.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, you can 3 more turns because you can just hero power the freeze. And then use Sandcastle maybe on a big minion to take it out. And then the Zyrella, because it'll proc Reska. Ooh, Cage Head. But we'll need a way to protect against fatigue, right? Alright, King Tide. I mean, yeah, 51 mana, sure. But this will make things awkward at least.
Yeah, Yanming might have to do a little bit of math.
Ooh, playing the Sandcastle.
Is this the point where it's potential for Yanming to mess this up?
No. So Yanming did this at like 12 mana. The whole sequence. He just can't do everything. And actually it helps because it makes the Sleep on the Stars cost less. Just
sure.
So actually, to be honest, this makes Yanming's turn easier because he doesn't have to make it. He doesn't have to do as many actions. He can take a turn off a little bit, you know. What fatigue are we at? 11.
That was what just ticked. Yeah.
Okay. Requiem's running out of time because I think is there 2 Snake Oils in the deck? So there's only 1 more legendary?
Alright. Cage Head for another taunt.
Taunt!
More taunt! Swarm Guard! Wait!
Wait!
Okay. Well, he's going for Excavate instead, I guess? He could have gone for the Swarm Guard.
Replace your hand with a copy of your opponent's. No. 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 No.
Rekfam
No.
holding up his finger to his mouth, like, shh, no, shh.
No.
Absolute peak Hearthstone. I don't know if anyone is enjoying this game as much as Rekfam looks to be. It's incredible.
Okay. So now there's two ways that Yanming can mess up. The first is just by, like, snapshotting the wrong things, or the hand is too full and misses a crucial card in the snapshot. And the second one is if Yanming leaves the snapshot in deck at the end of the turn and doesn't draw it out immediately. Is that it?
Yeah, no taunts from the Discover this time around.
Bone Shredder.
Kalagarn.
And is that it? That might be it. It's just another snake oil, right?
Yeah. He's gonna play the Tony just to show.
Did Yanming smirk? Did he smirk? No, not even with the Tony?
Nope, he's
not even
too
with the
far
Tony.
in the focus. Wow. Well, after all that, didn't make it to turn timer. Yanming gonna take down that first game with that infinite Fizzle Control Warrior. Incredible, incredible game. That felt like an entire series all on its own, just in a single game.
What would have been the ultimate payoff is if Yanming just leaves the snapshot in the deck. Just for one turn. Just like messes up, leaves one snapshot in the deck for a turn. Then Rekfam takes it.
Would have been incredible.
Even then, I don't think it matters, right?
Probably not, no.
Because Rekfam can't empty enough of the hand. I guess you can just empty the hand over the course of a few turns. So I think Rekfam. I'm really curious how close we were to turn timer. It was a lot of turns, but I think we were still probably quite a ways away. Jarla would have bought one more turn. Actually, I don't even know. Reska was in the pool, so it would have dealt with the Ceaseless Expanse.
Right, and then it would have activated the Cage Head Death Rattle as well, right? To put up another taunt.
Yeah, but you only need one.
Yeah.
Either you steal the Ceaseless Expanse or you put up a taunt. It doesn't matter either way. And I'm pretty sure there were 2 Chill Fallen Barons played at that point as well. So those would have also triggered. So those would have drawn 2 cards and put Rekfam in, like, further into fatigue, kind of like sped up the clock a little bit. And then I don't think there was really any other death rattles that were impactful enough. So, yeah, I don't know. The last couple legendaries would have had to been more generation, like another Aviana, to be able to put more legendaries in the deck, more ways to go infinite, and then would have had to bank more taunts. I think there were ways for Rectum to like buy more time, be more efficient with time bought, but at the end of the day, I think the outcome's the same. Like holding the Sandcastle for potentially like a big minion, he just played it out for it to die, just to empty hand space. Could have been potential for that to be another Ceaseless Expanse kill. Because I think the only way to win from there is just turn timer and then you both take a win. But regardless,
yeah,
game's over. I think that was over an hour for one game. Pretty sure hour and 10 minutes for a single game. Not bad. Not close to the record, but not bad.
No. The record might come tomorrow when we have potential control mirror matches.
I'm pretty sure the record's an hour and 50 minutes. There were two. We've had 2 games, I think, that were an hour and 50 minutes. One was a. I think it was a. I don't remember how. I think it was a Warrior Mirror in the very first season of America's Grandmasters, and then there was a Priest Mirror in. It was America's or European Grandmasters in 2021. Back when the metagame was all that Control Priest. So, yeah. So we'll see. It's tough. I think we've had one in competitive Hearthstone. I don't even remember when it happened. Maybe Neil will know. There was one game I've seen that went to turn timer. Only one.
It really does not happen very often at all. But we are jumping into game number 2 here, Yanming on the kind of more controlling version of Discover Hunter, and Rectum on the Druid, Dungar Druid.
Wait. Was Dungar... I could have sworn Dungar Druid was banned on the graphic.
You know, I think it was, but then it looked like Rogue was actually banned, so...
Okay. I think that makes more sense.
Yeah. Well, Yanming here. Could start with a lot of options, really. Could start with the keychain, or just start some tracking, but gonna go ahead and coin into forging the traps. Set that up for the following turn.
Yep. Ice Trap here to deny new heights would be fantastic.
Yep, and there it is. Bargain Bin, kind of interesting as well.
Yeah. So as we get into this one, it's been a long time since we went over the decks. This is not the typical Discover Hunter for Yanming. This is much more value-oriented, a little bit slower. Not quite as aggressive as some of the other versions we've seen. So Rectum has got to know that this is Ice Trap. Doesn't matter, just play it. Gets put back, and you play it again the next turn. No harm, no foul. Still on track go for the Crystal Cluster on, in this case, turn 5.
Yanming does go for that tracking discover, picks up a bird watching, and gonna go ahead and play the Parrot Sanctuary, get down this keychain. Useful Brewmaster.
Yeah, Brewmaster seems pretty good here. If your goal is value. Which in this matchup it may not be, because there's...
Yeah.
Yeah, you may just want some board stickiness and pressure. I'm too in the value mindset of the last game. I need to shake out of it. Right from Scott, I'm honestly surprised that both players just jumped right into game 2. Like, that's impressive.
Yeah, they are true warriors. There's been mentioned already a couple times on broadcast before, kind of about the fatigue, the like IRL fatigue that these players might encounter, and yeah, they are just kind of chugging through, even though that first game was an incredibly long game. They're just working right through it. Yanming gonna pick up a Rangeri Scout. Oh, the Dungar pickup for Rekvim.
Ooh. Gonna keep drawing cards. We did see this combo as well. What they did call out the Astral Vigilant Rangari Scout combination. Basically infinite. Not infinite, but many Rangari Scouts. It feels infinite because of how much you get. But we'll see if it matters. Dungar coming out.
Pulling out that Space Rock, the Yogg, and the Ziliax. Rekvim just gonna take control of the Agromar with the Yogg.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Cool.
Well, how does Yanming want to start answering this board, if at all possible?
Rangari Scout Grifta, and go from there. Pick. Yep, and then pick a Midian. Ooh!
Okay. Gonna go for some reduction, cost reduction.
And then what? And then die.
Well, 3 of the 6 minions on board for Rekvim are Titans that can't attack, so there's a little bit less damage that can go to face. Sure, the alien encounters can come down as well, provide a little bit of taunt.
Yep. In Yanming's ETC. No mind control tech. Armor vendor? Fizzle? An Eridar Brute. Eridar Brute could buy time. I don't think we have lethal in 21. Fills up the board. or fills up the hand, so that way your trap just kills it off, can still kill it. Goes through, pushes the damage.
I'm using up the Titan abilities from the Agrimar just to have that active for attacking next turn. Yanming at 4 health.
What are we looking for? Ceaseless Expanse? Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Is it cheap
cost
enough?
$1 million still.
No.
Gets 3 of them though.
Sure. I mean, it's really
we can
free
see
for
that
the
it still
price
costs
of
30.
one.
We can see
Yeah.
that it still costs 30, but Yanming in his head's thinking, "Oh yeah, Ceaseless Expanse."
Yeah, here comes the ETC for that
Okay,
air
yep.
route. Get a couple of
Just
these down.
Plop him in the way. Don't think it's enough. You can say that he's effectively at 14. And yeah, swipe is just going to be enough with the Malfurian's Gift. All right, Rekvum ties the series up 1-1. Not much Yanming could do. That deck needs a little bit more time. You can see the potential of that particular Discover Hunter, where you give it time, it can do everything. Also, that Grifta picks up Take a Minion, game pretty much just ends. Because Dungar Druid, if you take their taunts and put them in your death pool, has no follow-up. They're playing a big minion a turn. They effectively have no more power. So like you take Ziliax, and we get 2 copies there because of the scout. So you can take Ziliax, trade it in, dies on your side of the board. Or actually, it still had Divine Shield. I wonder if there's a way to damage it. Not sure. But it would have been a much more even game, so that could have made a big difference. That was a good spot there by Yanming to go for that, but you don't hit that, you let their board stick, I mean, game's over. Dungar, ramp on curve into Dungar, it's hard to beat, very hard to beat.
Yeah, and especially when you don't quite have as many reactionary tools in your tool belt as I think Yanming really kind of needed there to answer that early Dungar. But that does mean that Rekvum, quite opposite of the first game, gets a very quick game in with that Druid. That felt very fast, at least. Maybe it wasn't that fast of a game, but comparatively to the first game, it was incredibly fast. But that does mean that they are tied 1-1 now. So Rekvum still has the Shaman and the Death Knight to get through, and Yanming has the Cycle Rogue and that Discover Hunter that we just saw.
Game 5, it would only be fitting for it to come down to the Death Knight versus the Hunter, because that matchup can also get quite interesting. We've seen that Death Knight can hang in there. They can hang in there for quite a long time. But the Rogue games and Shaman games should be reasonably quickly. It's possible that both those slower decks can find wins against their much faster counterparts, and that could speed things up a little bit for us. I wouldn't be surprised if both players stepped away here to, refresh themselves, because even though they went right into that game 2, going into game 3 and kind of trying to reset the brain after what that game 1 was, I think would be pretty important for the players.
Yeah, especially in this incredibly important match, right? This is the final decider match for Group D, so one of these players will be making it through Group D and into top 8 tomorrow, and one of these players is eliminated from the tournament altogether. So incredibly important for them both to kind of be playing at the top of their game.
trying to see what decks they're... Waiting to see what decks are queuing up next. Death Knight Hunter. That's the matchup I'm looking for.
You want that to be a final game? Now. Just happen now.
Get it out of the way. And then other matchups to look at. Rogue versus Shaman. We've actually seen Rogue versus Shaman quite a few times over the course. It feels like on stream the Shaman's just been running over Rogues. Oh, we got it! Death Knight Hunter.
All right. It's what you wanted, TJ. How do you feel about the matchup? Who's favored here?
Don't know. I'm gonna be real honest with you. This Hunter deck, Rainbow DK, pretty good idea matchups. This particular Discover Hunter, honestly, no idea for matchups. Actually, I have a little bit of idea. This Discover Hunter, not good against Dungar Druid. Everything else, no idea.
I mean, Requiem has an incredibly, again, kind of strong, early aggressive push here with this Death Knight. Been able to play a 1-drop, play a 2, has a 3 and a 4 lined up with Rainbow Seamstress and Helia. But some secrets coming out from Yanming here.
Gotta think ahead. Explosive Trap seems okay, but is that really gonna be a big deal, like, long term, I guess? Ice Trap could block the coin, but I don't know how impactful that is.
Yeah, it'd just be hidden meaning.
At the end of the day, you probably keep it simple and just go explosive. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Requiem just gonna play up the curve.
There's that bargain bin going off as well, getting a birdwatching and the parallax cannon for Yanming. The Astral Vigilant is very interesting with the Rangari Scout.
Yeah, and he's gonna go for it. I was thinking it might be like, you know, you're not really looking for like value at the moment, but I guess you always are, you know, just to have it in the back pocket. And there's the Helia.
Yep.
On curve, right where you want it, unless you're playing against a warrior where the plagues are all in the bottom 3 and you keep a full hand at the very end of the game and burn them all and then go infinite and acquire 800 armor over the course of the game. And it's not good. But every other situation, that's where you want it. Incendious as well. Not a great way to get through this. Could find something with the Hematurge, though. And the scary thing about this Incendious is that Yanming has, if Requiem doesn't deal with it this turn, Yanming's got ways to protect this for quite a while.
Is there a consideration for Requiem to make a trade and actually just coin the Headless Horseman? Go for a 50-50 to clear the Incendious?
Yeah.
Maybe not the best option, but it wasn't an option.
It was an option. Corpse explosion, okay. I mean, that still won't touch the Incendious just yet. Actually, it would, with how many corpses on the board next turn, if need be.
Yanming going for a discover here. Did not start with the Rangari Scout, however, so not going to get a duplicate. Maybe just keeps Grifta in the deck. Yeah, going to pick up the Tidepool Pupil. Oh, no AoE from Mixologist.
But +2 health to keep the Incendious alive is quite good. He's gonna leave it up and go for Marin? Okay, sure. So worry about your own game
pick
plan.
Up the wand. Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
One eruption and a plague.
There you go. A little bit of sour, a little bit of sweet. That's fine. And get the if Incendious is gonna stick around, getting the eruptions out is, you know, good thing. Well, they're smaller.
Right, just going for the Ziliax here. Ooh, Primus picked up for next turn.
Goblet. Goblet could be interesting. Free goblet.
The star power here for Yanming, another one of those kind of differences in the cards that are being played in this version of Discover Hunter. A bit more of that kind of control variation.
Yeah, you really just want to keep resources high in the deck. Keep playing things. Really not much left outside the pupil, though. For Yanming. Requiem got a couple different options here. Could always start with Exarch. If he's got 16 corpses, could feel free to do that. So there's that option. That just kind of fits in anywhere. But Ziliax is simple. Other options would be, you know, Primus, Ziliax, and then deciding between those two and deciding whether Exarch should come out as well. So,
yeah, I wonder if at this point though the Exarch just comes out with the Ceaseless Expanse. Be a good way to use up a lot of corpses for that CNE as well.
Yeah. I think there's a... Well, yeah. That is a lot of corpses, I was going to say. Corpse Explosion could be some. Airlock Breach also a great way to spend corpses. Yanming's got nothing. I mean, honestly, yeah, like, Exarch Ceaseless Expanse, the next turn, just, you're pushing 12 this turn, just set up for the Necrotic Explosion.
Okay, gonna start with the 0 mana goblet, sure.
Yeah, just using it as a 0 mana cycle. Oh, just gonna go with the explosion now? Oh, yeah, that's... Wait. Oh, it's just enough
That's just lethal.
as it is. Okay. Yeah, Requiem going back. It had spit no corpses up until that point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is just going to be lethal. So, Requiem going up 2-1 in the series. A nice little win there. I expected that to be a little bit grindier, but Yanming quickly ran out of resources. You can tell by that turn at the end. Having both locations, but then nothing to really spend the mana on, it was just like Incendious in a dream. Like, had the scouts plus the Astral Vigilant, but nothing to really discover. It was really missing like Exarch there, or, you know, holding on to the Mixologist longer, or Grifta, really anything, to be quite honest with you. Just couldn't find enough resources, and the Ceaseless Expanse not quite cheap enough at that point in the game. But now Requiem just with the Shaman left, and there's still Rogue left up on the other side, which we've seen Shamans beaten up on Rogues all day. This Hunter deck, we can obviously see some of the glaring weaknesses if it doesn't get off to a fast start. Shaman can run away with that game as well if, you know, Alien Encounters is not found. So Requiem looking to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely feels like he is in a good lead here. Potentially could be the last game of the series if Requiem can just get a win with this Shaman, as you mentioned. But I am kind of interested to see if Yanming just recues the Hunter here. Tries to go to that game number 5, giving himself potentially the best chance at not letting that Shaman just stomp all over his Rogue. But it is Conquest, so you're going to have to get it through at some point. So he also could just switch to the Rogue and try to get it out of the way sooner.
Yeah, refresh the mental here after losing 2 in a row on the Hunter. Playing something new. There's the argument that goes the other way, though, right? Where, oh, now he's got the game plan down for Hunter, so stick on it.
Yeah.
He's in the Hunter groove. But I do like Requiem's chances from here on out. Trying to think if there's anything different about this Shaman from Requiem, but it's pretty standard Swarm Shaman from what we've seen. Cold Neophytes even have been like in the cookie cutter build, at least in a tournament setting, across the field. And then Yanming's Rogue again. Oh, Glacial Shard in Yanming's Rogue. So that's often seems to be oftentimes a tech for Demon Hunter to be able to block the attacks, but there's plenty of decks currently where Glacial Shard can be of a lot of use. But other than that, nothing weird except for the entire Hunter deck.
Just the entirety of the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it hasn't quite done what it wants to be doing yet, but here we are in game number 4. We do see Yanming bringing this Hunter once again. Hopefully it can actually do a little bit better into the Shaman here. I think it has the tools to get there, it just needs to find them.
Alien Encounters in the opening is a pretty big deal, though. Now just needs some Discover and finds the Titan Forge Trap, so already off to a pretty decent start. Right from on the play, though. See if he finds the curve.
Yeah. With Yanming on coin, that does mean we're going to see the same play we saw previously of just coining into forging that Titan Forge Trap, so it sets up for the turn 2.
Yeah, into the Exarchon 3.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, patches.
Okay, so no explosive, no freezing. Checks for those. Probably will just end with a Mana to spare to play around Hidden Meaning. No bargain bin either.
I love the setup from Requiem, just going a little bit wide. Not necessary to magnetize the little mech onto the drone deconstructor.
That's a tough one. Does want the extra attack as opposed to the spell damage. Only one spell in hand, it's very likely Ice Trap as the second. Ice Trap can stick around for a long time because there's really just not many spells in the Shaman deck. You're looking at Pop-Up Book, Thrall's Gift, Trusty Companion, and that's it. So you're always getting a very high value spell when you're picking Ice Trap against a deck that has a curated pool of spells. Already has a Vigilant. Ceaseless Expanse is going to be a long time before that's cheap enough. So probably has to be Agrimar in this case, which is not ideal.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it goes Vigilant. Okay.
Well, it does have the Rangari Scout in hand, so I suppose lots of just discovers could be useful with the Mixologist.
Yep. Okay, it's bait and switch, so not Ice Trap. I didn't even see the selections earlier. Oh! Oh my gosh!
Headhunter.
Insane!
Yeah, that Hound Hunter, pretty good.
Yeah, and now board space is an issue. Not that it really matters, because this board is fine. Okay.
Oh, I love this. Gonna use the Pop-Up Book to clear off his own minion here and get some freeze. Just kind of try to slow Yanmin's board down a little bit.
Yeah. Very good setup. And Tidepool Pupil does have the Titan Forge traps in it, but looks like we're going to go Mixologist. Try and find a deal 2 motion. Ooh. No damage dealt. And only 3 damage on that one. So not particularly good. And if you're Yanming here, you're pretty confident that there's a Thrall's Gift with Bloodlust loaded up in Requiem's hand, but he's just going to keep discovering. Glacial Shard can buy, I guess, a little bit of time. Freeze a 6/5 if anything, but it's going to go for Mixologist because it's going to need to clear eventually. Doesn't find the Taunt with the Resurrect, finds the Exarch instead, but not that big of a deal. Yeah, if there was a Thrall's Gift here, that would be enough. There's actually not much going on at all in this hand for Requiem in terms of trying to push to end the game.
Yeah. No cheap spells to play with Oracle either to get a little bit more draw and try to find something else.
Yeah, it has to be really efficient with the board because this is really all he's gonna get, and board space is limited. Can make some trades, but even then, like this frog is taking up a space. If you go with the cliffside, that's also taking up a space.
Yeah.
So consolidate to your higher attack minions.
Yeah.
Two attack minions go over the 3/4.
Just gonna stay wide on board as much as possible. Hope for that Thrall's Gift top deck.
Yep. And here we
Another
go again.
Mixologist.
Deal
2
2
damage.
Deal 3 damage.
And deal
there
3.
You go.
He did the thing that time.
He did the thing!
He did it. Alright, here we go. That Mixologist special coming out. Gonna clear up the board. Rekfum doesn't have a ton of refill in hand now either to follow up. A little bit from the Dangerous Cliffside on board, but not quite what he was hoping to keep on board.
Yeah. Basically, he's got to go Sigil of Skydiving into Thrall's Gift at this point, and then hope there's nothing in the way.
Which he did just pick up.
Yeah, it's very likely, actually, that he picks up a Thrall's Gift here. Oh, nope, never mind. I forgot about the parachutes.
Here they come.
Yep.
Third.
So actually,
another
particularly unlikely that he picks up a Thrall's Gift because the pirates eat up the spell charge and then you just draw a card after that, and the deck doesn't have many spells, and there were all 5 pirates in the deck, so.
And also significantly, out of the draw from the Oracle, did find another greedy partner, so was able to play one of those for a coin for that second Oracle now sitting in hand. Is he actually debating using the coin here for the Grofin to full clear the board? Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. Also pairs down the board a little bit too to make room for the skydiving.
Yeah, sets up for the skydiving as well as just setting up the gigantic Grofin for next turn if there is a board clear follow-up.
Yeah, I would have liked, in an ideal world, would have liked to hold the coin.
ETC, Ceaseless, or another Tide Pool.
Yeah, ETC gets 2 of them. Reminder, his ETC has Armor Vendor, Fizzle, and Eridar Brute. Eridar Brute. Fantastic in this matchup. The board's almost always wide with small attack, in which Eridar Brute. Fantastic.
Another explosive. I can see an argument for all 3 Bait and Switch, Freezing Trap, and Hidden Meaning here.
There's a spell, technically.
Alright, well, it did seem like Yanming set up for some of these minions to go into the freezing, but I'm not sure if he intended for these Sigil of Skydiving pirates to come down and just set the freezing off.
Well, I think he just wanted... yeah, I don't know. It maybe the best option in that scenario, and then use the Glacial Shard to make sure that the Grofin wasn't the one getting frozen, to not give 2 more 8/8s over on the other side. But through all this, Rekfum's still chipping away. little by little.
Yeah. Going for the Gorgonzormu greedy partner to get a coin, play the Oracle. There's a lot of actions at the end of this turn here.
Got it all out. Wow.
He had those actions queued up.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Did pick up the Thrall's Gift.
Yeah. So now we have to... at any given time, there's a pirate in hand as well. So I'm looking at 12 damage just from Cliffside, Thrall's Gift, and the pirate. But very likely an Eridar Brute coming down here. Now there's 2 Grofins, however. So the Eridar Brute, not as much value, knowing that there's a large rush minion that can just get it without.
Yeah.
But you do get 2.
And make that trade and then get the alien encounters out for maximum taunt on the board.
So this Thrall's Gift may have to be Lightning Storm.
Ugh.
I mean, if you roll Spell Power Totem, it's... Alright, it's not that clean. I was gonna say, it's... if you roll Spell Power Totem, it's clean.
I mean, still gonna go for it. Does clear up most of the board, then still have to make a couple of trades into those Eridar Brutes. Feels really bad to have to trade into those Eridar Brutes and give Yanming healing, though.
Yeah, but at this point, it's
It's the only option.
only option. Hunt for 2 spell damage? No. Double Blood Channels? Wait, are those 2s?
Well.
Alright.
Discover into discover. Yanming wants to dig. It does have star power to clear, could set up the explosive as well.
Does not clear. In fact, I'm pretty sure those were the worst possible hits.
Those were pretty bad.
Alright. What even is that? That's actually a really big deal. Reduce the cost of the Glowfin in hand, being able to keep this minion alive to push 4.
Yeah.
That's a big board. Okay, Ceaseless Expanse has to be active now. Yeah, it's 0.
Yeah, and without the Thrall's Gift in hand, no potential for the Bloodlust here for Requiem. Gonna have to find the second Thrall's Gift. Fizzle. Here we go again.
He just can't help himself.
Nope.
At this point, he just can't help himself.
Fizzle, Ceaseless. Here we go.
I see Ceaseless, I fizzle.
And can still play the Titan Forge traps.
Yep. Well, 10 mana Ice Trap doesn't have as much value, I suppose, but it's still good. This one I don't know. Probably freezing. Any point of damage that you can block works, I suppose.
Did he actually take the ice trap?
Maybe. I don't know. It's not offered here, so potentially.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious though, because he kind of knows two of the three cards in hand, right? He knows that there was one of those pirates that went back to hand, and he knows there's a Grofin, an 8/8 Grofin in hand. I think I wonder if like Rat Trap or something would have been a potentially better option.
Well, Rat Trap, knowing that Grofin and a more expensive pirate are in the hand, you know two cards that can never be played on the same turn together. I think Ice Trap was like, oh, maybe not for next turn, but down the line if Rekvim needs to fit in a bunch of different stuff. If he holds on to resources to be able to win. Like if you, like even just with the pirate plus the location, you cannot play the 3-mana pirate from your hand, then Thrall's Gift, then Bloodlust if there's an Ice Trap in play.
It's true.
At this point though, like Yanming's in a position where he does have to kind of play around those fringe case scenarios where, is there any way he could possibly kill me next turn? I don't think there was. I don't think there was a single way. Well, actually, there might have been a way. If the last couple pirates come out of the deck, I think there's 2 left. Last 2 pirates come out of the deck. Then the 3-mana pirate from hand. Then... So it'll be 5 damage times 15. 20. Yeah, that'd be 20. So...
Up more pupils here. Pupils with the Fizzle Snapshot and healing in hand from Grifta. Incredible. Well, the Horn of the Wind Lord is at least an answer for the Ceaseless Expanse.
Yep.
Gonna get that out of the way. Also finds out that it was not bait and switch.
So there is a possibility here with a Thrall's Gift. You hold on to 2 charges of the weapon. You don't use the location, right? 2 charges of the weapon is 6 damage. You get both activations of the location. So that's 4 minions on board. Then you have the Charging Pirate from hand, which is 5 minions on board. And then 1 Pirate from deck, 6 minions on board. That's 20. That would be exactly 24 damage from the minions and 6 damage from the weapon. And if Ice Trap's still in play, you can use the Amulet to proc the Ice Trap and still have enough mana to Thrall's Gift plus Bloodlust. It's a very specific scenario that requires no taunts be in play and only Ice Trap as the secret. If it happens next turn, 1 pirate drawn into Thrall's Gift. It's 30 damage exactly.
Here comes the snapshot.
Yeah, and now it's gone.
Didn't have hand space for all of it though. No Ceaseless. But I'm not sure if it's needed at this point. There might actually just be enough damage and stall from Yanming's side to
oh my god, if it's Thrall's
kind
Gift.
of keep this at bay.
Okay.
Trusty companion. Does he still have Cookie in the deck?
No. It's gonna be Cactus Cutter, I think. Yep. And that'll... Wait, no! No! Oh, it doesn't want the glacial shards on board. Oh. Scarab. Another
type.
It's not using the pupils it's already got.
Like, if there's one thing I've learned about Yanming from watching this series, that he likes his infinite value. He's going for it. Another ice trap. Just all the secrets.
We still have Cactus Cutter, Pop-Up Book. Ziliax, I think? Golganeth.
Yanming opting for the Incendius here. There's a pirate, there's the Ziliax.
But that's enough, right? Thrall's Gift is the last spell in the deck. If this is Ice Trap, that's enough damage.
Requem's counting.
Yeah, he's counting. Oh, he needs board space. So you go Cactus Cutter picks up the Thrall's Gift. You play the Thrall's Gift. It gets blocked. It costs 2 mana now. You still have 5 mana left. You Hero Power swing, or you Location swing. No, it's Pop-Up Book. Gosh dang it!
Yeah, I'm gonna just go for some healing. Get rid of the Incendius. Still enough to get on board with the Ziliax here.
Yep.
Set up. Multiple eruptions. No, the board is.
Yeah, there was 7 cards left in the deck, and 5 of them were eruptions. So.
Lots of options from these Tidepool pupils. Star Power is an option.
Yeah, I think that was Requem's last chance. It needed to, because I'm pretty sure there's a Thrall's Gift left. Yeah.
That's gonna do it though. Just damage from Grifta and Tidepool pupils, plus the weapon.
I think Requiem knew that had to happen last turn in order to get the job done. And Yanming ties up the series 2-2, which means we're going to our last matchup, which is going to be the Shaman from Requiem versus the Rogue from Yanming.
Yeah, a matchup that we have seen numerous times over the broadcast, especially today, I think. We've seen it quite a few times today. But it's going to come down to that matchup, as you said, in game number 5 for this incredibly important decider match. These players want it. They are finding every possible out, doing every calculation that they can to try and set themselves up for the best possible outcomes.
Yes! And that means we're coming up close on a 3-hour-long series.
Well, if you came to watch Hearthstone, you got it.
Yep. Rekham's probably very annoyed that all the eruptions were at the top of Yanming's deck with 7 cards left, 5 of them being eruptions, whereas his plagues in game 1 just avoided being drawn like the plague. So
yeah,
rough.
All right, TJ. I know, again, we've talked about this matchup quite a bit. Where do you stand in the Shaman versus Rogue matchup?
I feel like Shaman just gets there a lot of times. I mean, you have to be able to remove board after board after board in the early game as the Rogue, and it's possible, but it's difficult because usually it's you pick apart one board, and then the next turn you remove a board and also further your own game plan, and that can be very hard to do. It does require the right draws, and I do like Rekham's start here. Yanming starting off with a gear shift to put back some of these more expensive cards. Does have the Tar Slick. It picks up a Fan of Knives. That's 1 board clear. Gets the Ziliax right back.
Yep, this is a very strong tempo start from Rekham here. This trusty companion coming out. Ooh, draws the Ziliax. Can go a little bit wide next turn on turn 3 if Rekham wants to, which I don't mind against Rogue. Just try to go wide. There is the potential like fear or threat of the Fan of Knives though, especially Tarslick Fan of Knives. So we might not see him go all in, but it's coming soon with that Ziliax pickup.
Yeah. Oh, did he pick up the dubious purchase? No. Oh, he did. Okay. Yep.
The cookie picked up now as well for Rekham. Not enough mana to pair the Oracle with Pop-Up Book this turn.
Wow, just gonna Tarslick Fan of Knives this. Okay.
Picks up the other Fan of Knives.
Oracle Pop-Up Book. Easy peasy.
And Rekham now has a Grofin, the Ziliax, Carefree Cookie, and Thrall's Gift. Oh, it just picks up a Sigil of Skydiving too. It seemingly has a lot of these board refill tools that he's definitely looking for, especially considering that there is a little bit more removal here with this second Fan of Knives, but that does mean that both Fan of Knives are gone and out of the way now, and both dubious purchases have been used.
Yeah, but at this point it feels like it's almost too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is the turn. If Rekham had an extra minion in place right now, that's what he would have needed. But Yanming just nailing the out of coin gear shift into prep dubious purchase was the game ender, right? Now it's impossible for Rekham to win. I don't want to say impossible. It's very...
Yeah.
No, I do want to say impossible. It's impossible. It's just a 2-turn lethal setup.
Yeah, there's no way for Swarm Shaman to really deal with all of these giants here. All of these big bodies on board. Backstage Bouncer pickup, I guess, can help a little bit. Thrall's Gift can give you a Hex, but that's really only answering one thing, and I guess gets you out of lethal range for the turn, but you still have to answer the following turn.
has to hope for a rush. It's just gonna see what's in there, but that's gonna do it. Nothing to be done, and that is Requiem waves goodbye. A very anticlimactic ending to such a long series. Oh, I wanted
really
that to be back and forth. Oh no! That matchup is never back and forth, but very long and hard-fought series, and ultimately Yanming will come out on top. And they didn't save us the longest matchup for last. They saved us the absolute shortest matchup for last. And man, I'm just it's so tough for Requiem. Like having that game 1 into that, tough fought games 2, 3, and 4 to go into game 5 and just get blasted out of the game by a cycle rogue start like that is tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
But that was a series of Hearthstone. That was 2.5, a little over 2.5 hours, I think.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if you came to watch some Hearthstone, there you go. You got it. There it is. But you know what? We still have a ton more tomorrow as well. This isn't even the end. That felt like it could have been an end to an entire tournament, but it's not. We still have an entire top 8 to go through tomorrow, TJ.
We do. We have Yanming collects the last spot out of groups to advance to the top 8. We'll join MeSmile as the 2 players from Group D, our most recent group, to make it into those quarterfinals. And we have our quarterfinals bracket populated. We do. Oh, geez. So ProYun and Yanming are on opposite sides of the bracket, setting us up for the ultimate Control Warrior mirror to end the finals. As those were the 2 players that brought that. That would be a fitting end to a tournament, right? Is ProYun and Yanming both win out tomorrow, make it to the finals, leave Warrior up, and then make it to Game 5 to Q Warrior to go infinite to end the tournament.
That would be
no, it goes further, Don. It goes further. It's Game 5. They go turn timer, okay? They go turn timer. If it's Game 5 and it goes turn timer, guess what that means?
No, they have to replay it.
Regame, okay? They do it again, okay? It's Monday at this point. And then I don't know what a second tie does.
Like, I don't know what happened with China being back in those qualifiers, but man, they brought it, and they are bringing it for this tournament. We're gonna see it tomorrow, I'm sure, with 3 of those China players qualifying for the top 8. Incredible performance.
I did misread. I did misread. If it's a tie when both players are negative health, the game must be replayed. But if it's a tie because it reaches turn limit and both players are positive health, it's whoever got the highest armor. So whoever has the highest total of hero health and armor. So that would be the ultimate way, because at a certain sorry, I know we have to leave now. But imagine a world where they both have to APM their hearts out with 60 mana available to them to see who can amass the most armor before we get to turn limit. That would be sick. It's like you're not even playing Hearthstone at that point, you're playing a whole different game. But alas, something to look forward to tomorrow. One of the many possibilities for our top 8 and for our finals tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
It is a possibility. We might not have to imagine it. We might actually see it tomorrow, but we will find out tomorrow in our top 8. So once again, from myself, TJ, all of the casters, thank you so much for joining us today for our groups C and D. But tomorrow is where the real action is going to happen. You don't want to miss it. So come back here tomorrow, same time, same place, for our top 8 of the World Championships.